I know. I'm late. I'm like 9 minutes late. It actually, I've just been asked, do I do it on purpose? I genuinely don't. But evening, everyone. Hope you are all well. Yeah, DP's literally just asked me if I do it on purpose. Uh, Let me find a link. That's the next thing. Trying to find a link.
Oi, oi.
Yes, DP. Sorry. Can you hear me all right? Can everyone actually hear me? I don't know if my mic's working.
It wasn't when I was on YouTube. I couldn't hear you then, but I don't know if it's just me.
All right. I don't know if. Oh, yeah, I can hear it coming through my phone. So we're all good.
Oi, oi.
Good evening, ladies.
What's going on? You good?
I can't hear.
Fuck off.
What?
Yeah, you can.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's just an age thing for you, isn't it, Roy?
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Pardon? Yeah, I can hear you.
Are they
I can
playing me
wait.
up now? DP, you can
I
hear
can't-
me. You just said you can hear me.
No,
yeah?
we can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. Fucking 10 minutes off that air like a cunt, for fuck's sake. Sick of it.
I know.
Can you wear everything?
yeah.
It's like a diva, fashionably late. He's doing that's like
Yeah.
his thing.
Oh,
now.
right.
If
Okay.
you notice, 51
Yeah.
people sat in here while he was late. That's how much people know.
Yeah. He was putting his fucking hair hat on and doing his stockings and all that. That's what he was doing. And he
My hair
struggled with
hat
the
on.
aisles getting to the fucking table. Yeah, that's why he don't go
I
on
ain't got
camera.
no bloody hair.
All right. Oh, yeah, forgot. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to say that to embarrass him in any way, shape, or form. But
Anyway, how are we, Roy? You good?
I'm good, man. I was watching all the Manchester shit the other day.
Oh, mate, Roy, it was the nuts. Fucking nuts.
I ain't even joking, mate, when I say
I
it.
was
I've been saying it for the last couple of
cracking
days
up,
now. Boy, I swear to God, mate, it's got to be one of the craziest I've been to.
Ooh.
Like, seriously, just like, yeah, like, it's like
And we found the
the
new
police were
Pickering.
just like letting everyone fight. It was like, what's going on? There's like
Oh,
literally
man.
fights breaking out everywhere. Like, it's like,
I know, it was great. Do you know what? I'd have loved to have been there. That's right up my fucking street, man. We haven't had that in London in 5 years with Antifa. And all the what's that fat geezer goes, I'm an anti-fascist, and you go,
Yeah, he's the new Roddy Pickering. He's gone viral. He's everywhere. I keep seeing people that I don't even know posting his thing, taking a piss out of
Roddy Pickering, that was it. I was
He's
cracking
the
up.
new Roddy, isn't it? He's gone viral as the new Roddy. Because I posted him, and Billy Moore posted him, and both of ours just went boom, and then everyone posted him, and he's just done 50 million views or something, I reckon.
There's always one in there, like the granddad they call them, don't they? Who think that they're just random people, man, and they just turn up at events, like the horse lady, and she got barred from horse guards because she kept like touching the horses and all that. Get away from the horses. And she's a mentalist, right? She's fucking been sectioned and all that. And then she turns up at the sacrificial lamb fucking debacle in Trafalgar Square. You know where everyone's holding up a sign, I'm a Pally Action supporter. And she led them out like it was a funeral. And they were bringing out the coffin. I was cracking up on horse lady. And it's like a theatre. It was like, this ain't real, man. This is just, I had to scratch my head, man. And then after about half hour, just cross the road. Admiralty's just right there. Oh yeah, so I had to go and make sure no one was going to bother anyone in there, didn't I? Sure. But yeah, what a joke. I think a lot of this is all theatre. It's all made up. I think we're inevitably going to face some civil unrest, probably by this summer.
Yeah.
You know, all the military are talking about it. A lot of like high people are talking about it.
We're fucking fuming, mate.
Well, because I'll tell you why.
Fucking sick of it. That's why.
I'm fucking sick of it. But what a lot of people are not paying attention, right? Rupert Lowe's had a plan for a long time, and he made his move, right? Because of the.
He waited when the barrage dipped, I reckon, and then.
Well, here's the thing. You know what? You know, we all know Farage. I call him Nigel Mirage, right? You know, we all know he's a globalist, right? We all know that the Green Party's been taken over by Islam. We know this, and we also know.
But then the leader's a gay man.
Well, no, that's just a distraction. Don't worry about that. But we also know that Nigel Mirage actually came out and said we have to adhere to the Muslim vote because we'll never get elected ever again.
I heard that. Yeah. When they're a much bigger block, we need to keep them on side.
Yeah.
We're already planning for the future where we're becoming more of a minority.
Yeah, I've been calling him out for over 5 years, Nigel. Right? And
all Nigel's been, Roy, has been literally the protest vote, right? And he's done well because he's the protest vote.
Yeah.
But that's it. Thanks for that. You've done a job there. Thank you. But I think within 3 years, with more civil unrest that's going to happen over the summers, imagine 3 more years, that's 2. Yeah. Dormant vote as well. There's a lot of people that don't vote. What happens if
I would say the thing.
I just think Rupert can swallow a lot of reforms votes up, man, eventually. Like a lot of them.
Well, this is stage 1 of Rupert's move. And I know what the stage 2 is. Right, but what's happened now, because of what's happened with the depopularity to the point where it's almost the king before he dies. He's dying, by the way. Can dissolve Parliament right now. He could do something. He could make a drastic move, right? But is he going to do it? Who knows, right? So if that happened, Rupert Lowe wouldn't have a chance.
That's what I'm thinking. If they called an election now,
Farage for the Brexit thing, but like the fact that the Brexit thing didn't really mean fucking.
No. That was just a tag on his portfolio. Believe me. Listen.
With all of them, Roy, that is the same.
Yeah, of course it is. Yes, this is where you got to open your eyes. Like when you focus on it, and not a lot of people do. They're part-time political pundits, right? Most people are. You know, they think they know, but they don't. They haven't been following the careers of these politicians who are in big places.
I'll be honest. This is how I've always been. Yeah. And I voted last. The last election was the first time that I had voted in my life. I think I'd never bothered, and it's because I don't really believe that there is such thing as a vote. I think it's that's just my opinion. Yeah.
There is if it's governed properly. It's governed.
Yes. Like I do believe. I have come to the thinking that even if I do think that, I should still vote anyway, just in case I'm wrong. Yeah,
do it and vote for a local councillor. Don't vote Labour. Don't vote Conservative. Vote for whoever you think like will represent you in your fucking area. You know,
I'm voting for Rupert. That's it.
Right.
No,
okay. Right.
I don't even think about it. The only person I think, and I've been saying it for ages anyway, is that I think should be the person running this country is Rupert Lowe.
And I think the young lads are
ages, months, absolute months. I've been saying it for a long time.
Well, I've been saying it for a long. When I first invented Rupert Lowe a few years ago, and no one knew who he was, and I remember News Now Yorkshire was there actually. He jumped in on it. I had a little interview with him, and then afterwards, I had a speak.
Yeah, they do.
And I spoke to him personally, and I told him a couple of things about a whistleblower, and we had a good conversation. And the next day, he promised me. He goes, "I'm looking into it." The next day, he posted it on fucking Twitter, and I couldn't believe it. I told John, I said, John, that is the most genuine, real politician. I've met loads of them, by the way, over the years. I said, that is the most real, down-to-earth politician. He's on it. He's fucking. He can see it, and he's going to rock the fucking boat. He's going to do a Donald Trump. Don't tell you that. That was 3 years ago, and he's come fucking through. And now I'll tell you what the plan is, right? So there's still a lot of infighting, yeah? Lots of infighting. There's lots of breakaway little branches here and saying this.
That's on all sides of the political spectrum, though, Roy, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But what he's done is he's made his move and he's been the shepherd and he's called everyone. He's put his heart out there, put his heart on the line, right? He's made a plea. And now we've got this Ben Habib thing going on, right? Where he's gone, yeah, he's a fucking dog's bollocks. And then all of a sudden, Ben Habib and Richard Inman are going, oh, hang on a minute, nationalism, fucking, where are we going with this? And what motivated them to just change overnight, other than being compromised?
The truth is, right, for the change that everybody so wants, let's just be straight about this, because I've even had to think about this, because sometimes I'm too conscious in my own thoughts and whether my thoughts, like my own opinions, are acceptable. And it's like, nah, let's be honest. For what everyone wants, that like everybody. So this is what I noticed. All the patriots, right? Yeah. Let's just imagine we're all at a protest now. Yeah, everyone that stood with us right now, all has had enough and wants to see change in this country. And most people want to see the illegal migration stop, and they do want to see some form of deportations. They do, right? Now, the only way you do this is to cut out all this bullshit about, nationalism. That's what you need to be. You need to have that nationalistic mindset. That's what's needed. Anything other isn't going to work, because it hasn't worked in the past. See what I'm saying? I'm not saying to the point where we've got to be really radical and all. I'm not, like I say, me personally, I wouldn't go down the no. I don't believe in it. I don't believe
no. Fuck all that shit. Listen,
I don't believe that, bro. You're never going to get me standing.
No. We're not doing all that shit. Well, look,
but there is an acceptable amount of deportations, I think, that would be warranted. And I think it would be warranted.
A lot.
It's a lot. Right to do it.
It's a hell of a lot. Listen, I've always said it. I've been saying this for 5 years, right? When Active Patriot was really stepping up the game, right? And I said, look, these fucking boats, they're a drop in the ocean, pardon the pun. I said the biggest invasion is coming. These people are flying in. You know, they're flying in on visas, on dodgy rigged visas, right? We uncovered 5-6 years ago, more than that, long ago, in Tower Hamlets, these little universities where you could go there. Yeah,
Roy, so you found dodgy. Hang on. So how did you find out that they're all on dodgy visas, and how did they obtain those?
No, they're not. They obtain. I beg your pardon.
You always talk rubbish.
How many managed to get these?
Listen, BBA, I can't join this conversation. I can't be doing politics with people like this, man. I'm sorry, man. Interrupting rudely like that, man. Not my cup of tea.
Don't be having it, Roy, man. Tell her. Fucking hell, CP.
Right. It's absolutely outrageous. You're
to be fair, Roy. She's been quiet from the moment she's been on, bro.
Well, put your hand up. Don't just butt in and say I'm talking shit, because you don't know your ass from your elbow when it comes to politics. Excuse me. You're interrupting. That's rude.
Since you came on,
you're actually being rude, Roy. To be fair,
like you did on Jamie.
You know I've only got love for you, but you're the one being rude there, bro.
How am I being rude?
Because literally, she's been sat on here quietly since she come on. You, to be fair, haven't shut the fuck up. And she goes to have some sort of input, and you're straight down her fucking throat. Everyone does it to CP because she's like an easy target, man. People need to fucking back the fuck up and leave her alone.
It's not about that. It's not about that.
It's exactly about that, bro. Do you know what? I butted in. Anyone can rewind there. Anyone can rewind there, and I butted in at exactly the same time as CP, and the only person you're pulling up is CP. It's the only person you're fucking pulling up.
It's your channel, bro.
So it's my channel, and she can fucking interrupt you, man. Don't be so fucking rude. Right.
If that's the protocol on the channel, then that's fair enough. Now I know, right? So if I'm talking and someone just talks over me,
everyone pops her every fucking live, man. Someone pops her.
Not about that. I've got nothing against CP at all. I've got no problem with CP whatsoever. But when I'm talking to anyone on any panel, I find it rude when people just start jumping in and saying you're talking shit. I find that offensive.
You just said that she talks shit, bro. You just said that she knows nothing about politics. I've had some good conversations with her, and she might not fucking articulate herself as well as everyone else. She ain't fucking stupid, bro. So don't sit there fucking treating her like she's fucking stupid.
I'm not treating anyone. I'm just saying it how it is.
You're treating her like she's fucking dickhead.
It's a habit. It's a habit for her. She does it all the time to me. And whatever panel I'm on, if she comes on, she'll interrupt me and call me a fucking idiot and say I don't know what I'm talking about.
Interrupts everyone, bro. This is what I'm trying to say. I've just interrupted
all right, calm down, bro. Relax, bro. Relax, fella.
Relax yourself.
I'm not wound up. I'm fucking good as gold, me. Listen, look, at the end of the day, look, it's funny, isn't it, right? It's not funny, I don't think. But anyway, look, at the end of the day, right, Rupert Lowe's got a plan. Listen, can I just finish that what I was going to say earlier? Right, Rupert Lowe's got a plan, right? We all know that Nigel Farage, right, is fucking globalism, right? We all know that the fucking Green Party are an Islamic fucking regime, right? We know this. Now, what can happen now is that the elite can make their move, tell fucking Starmer to step down, hand the baton over to Farage, have a rush election, right? And he will have to go on in a kind of allegiance with the Green Party to get power, and that could happen at any minute. We don't know. No one knows yet. That is, I'll tell you what. If that happens, we're fucked.
It'll never happen.
It will never happen. That's what they said about Donald Trump.
And boy, put your mic out as well, man. You're
hang on. Let's
make money. It'll never happen.
Yeah, all right, okay. Let's see.
Every time they've got ready a prime minister, it's when the fucking lords are getting.
What is the topic?
Hang on. Let's CP respond.
Sort your mic out. Sort your mic out.
What?
All right, your mic is shit.
Yeah, okay. Can we keep on topic? Yeah.
The only time they've got rid of a sitting prime minister is fucking when the lords are getting their own way or making money, and the lords are getting their way. They are the ones that fucking signed up with a deal with Europe that Poland and everything went against 10 years ago.
Yep. I think you're right. But here's the thing: what's happened, right, recently, is the whole fucking theatre of politics has come on top, and it's all coming out, and everyone's panicking. It's all going fucking upside down, pear shaped. Now you're seeing uprisings like in Iran. Okay, now this is going to spread. It's going to spread worldwide. You know, they're all gearing up. They've just sent another fleet of ships into the Iranian Peninsula. It's going to happen in a minute, right? So I don't know how many people are ready for that. Okay, for what that entails, and the Epstein files. You know how many big financiers are on that list? This is what Trump said years ago. He said, I can't let it all out now because it will fucking ruin the country. Because the people that are involved are so high powered, it will break the fucking financial markets worldwide. It will go into collapse. So there's
bankers and everything on it. You're right.
It's fucking serious. I know it's serious.
It's another case. It's another case of once again. Oh, the conspiracy theorists. They're actually, maybe they were right. Maybe they were right after all.
30 odd years I've been doing it, getting slagged off, and I followed Alex Jones. He was a big mentor to me, and the people that I met through him, that he introduced us all to, that I found out what I found out. That was my woke moment 30 years ago when I found out fucking InfoWars. And I've been slagged off. I've been, you know, when I first was with Tommy, everyone called me a racist, and I got nut stick for that. That was years ago when we started the Telford thing. No one was there. And to see him today in fucking Congress, my heart raced. I had a tear run down my face. I couldn't believe it. When Ezra interviewed him and he was talking to him, you know, and I know these people. I've met them over the years. And to see that progress and that advance, when everyone says to me, oh, we're fucked, Roy, I said, no, we're not. We've got angels wrapped around us. There are people, you might not see him as an angel right now, but you fucking will do in the future. And look.
I just fucking, I actually, sorry, I am going to interrupt you, bro.
Go on. It's your fucking show, bro.
You know what? I got all thrown off, just chucked the live up. So I titled the live, and obviously we've got numbers in here, and it's probably only because I've titled the live up.
Because I'm in here, that's why you got fucking numbers in, let's face it.
So,
no.
I just say this. I mean, most people have probably seen it. It's circulating on X. I put it on Facebook. It's only a very short clip, so I'll play it a couple of times.
He's telling you don't fuck.
What was that about?
So, truth.
He's telling you don't fuck.
What was that about?
Okay, so I want to try and find the. Let me see.
Right.
Okay, so here's young Bob on X. Yeah, this was a couple of hours ago. This was on his X account. He's saying, "Here's a quick explanation of what happened in Whitechapel. We've had to run quickly into the train station, so I haven't been able to give ample time to do anything." He goes on to say, "However, we were doing videos where someone recommended we go outside of East London Mosque after their prayers to talk to them about Ramadan and what happened to the Christian preacher. They ended up surrounding us. We spoke for about half hour. We had it all on camera. Then randomly they started to intimidate my cameraman. They grabbed my camera and bashed it to the ground while I was holding on to it. They put me on the floor. They kept on grabbing me constantly, doing woman stuff like pinching me, pushing me, and slapping me. They took some of my things out my pockets. I ran away." That was his post 2 hours ago on X.
Fucking hell.
Why?
I've been heard rumours, but I don't know. So what made him go to Whitechapel tonight?
To make videos. He just said there, yeah.
So they've pretty much done to Bob what they've done to try to do to Tommy in Paris.
I mean,
okay, because I didn't know about it. It wasn't organised, was it? Was it a random, just like audit kind of thing?
Yeah, random.
Okay,
I think they were just
when he was with the likes of UKIP, Patriots of Britain, and Turning Point UK, he had security. Yeah, he then went and stabbed them all in the back. And I got all proof of all this as well.
I'm not talking about that, CP.
No.
I'm interested.
Stop. Don't say that.
It's the truth, still there. It's the
No
truth.
disrespect, Bob. Just defended you for the exact same thing, yeah? Please respect my word. I am not talking about that. We're not talking about slagging people off. We're not doing that on my phone. I ain't here to slag people off. That's not what this is about. We come here for conversation and open discourse. I'm not here to talk about what we use.
Listen, at the end of the day, young Bob has made his own decisions, right? He's made his own choices, right? Yeah, he was involved with Turning Point. He was involved with Christians, Disciples of Christ. So was I. I'm not with them anymore, and he's not. People make their decisions, right? I've got nothing against anyone, right? I've made my peace with everybody. A lot of dramas went on.
Yeah, we're going down the route about talking about.
I'm just saying, we don't need to talk about that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Bob being an individual and getting persecuted. You think that never happened to me years ago when I started this fucking Palestine shit?
If it was any one of us, if it was somebody in the chat, I'd be, and I had seen a video of this, I'd be throwing it up, doing the same thing.
Yeah,
what somebody does. This actually could be a lefty, and I would still be throwing up a live to highlight it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, fair enough.
Whether I like someone, whether I agree what they say, it's to do with that. An individual, a white British male, Christian male in this country, has been surrounded, intimidated, and then attacked, and literally to the point where someone's going in your pockets and taking shit out. That's literally street robbery. And anybody can go Google now what street robbery, what you're looking at for street robbery. It carries some serious time in prison for that.
Right. Now, I don't know. I was watching that video of you lot in Manchester, and there was some dodgy characters that were giving you Jack the Biscuit and giving it to DP. And I'm like, hang on. The one guy in the green jacket who allegedly assaulted DP, I'm like, he's the match, right? He's the fire starter. The other two, there was 3 of them, I think. I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, who the fuck are they working for? They're working for someone.
Yeah, they're proper Antifa and shit.
They're like Palliacs, and I know the.
You know the little midget lad. Do you know the little midget geezer?
Yeah.
Who I'm on about? Him and then the fucking Uncle Fester, his mate.
Yeah.
They're all pals with them, I think.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, Elites. I didn't actually know that. So I have seen the video where Ned was attacked from behind, and then it looks like he boots Ned in the face. I know when Ned gets up and he ain't got his glasses on, but I didn't realise the guy had a blade on him. I didn't know that. These
people are put there. They're plants, man. I'm telling you. They're fucking up. You got to read between the lines there, man.
Ryan was
there was one
fighting with that
weekend.
guy in Birmingham.
There was one weekend that audit in Britain. You can audit in Britain. He doesn't go around and shouting people's faces and all that kind of stuff.
No,
and a woman attacked him. And the very same weekend, that same woman attacked fucking Based and Bougie.
She's earning money going out there, bro. We've confronted these. I exposed Pally Action fucking early last year. I said, I've done a little thing on you. You're paid to be here. What are you doing here? Fuck you.
But it's harder to tell when they've got their face masks on and all that. But this woman never left. You know what I mean? It was like you're a common denominator in these things.
Yeah.
Well, these people that are sly, they come out there, they act like they're not on anyone's side, and they've got an opinion, and they're walking around, and they look like fucking CID. Look, grab their picture.
I do agree. There are plants that are put at these places to disrupt you. I do agree. However, listen, I would say, like last Saturday, you would definitely have to call that an accept. Like you'd have to give the exception there that actually maybe. Just quite maybe these ain't plants, yeah? Because unless all of a sudden they've just hired about 1,000 fucking plants to just randomly cause fights all around Manchester.
Yeah. But the thing is,
bro, what I'm trying to say is it was like, I don't think it was. I think what you see yesterday on Saturday.
Civil tension, yeah.
But the thing is, when you get these people who are constant agitators, what it does, mate, is it creates a norm. And you know what I mean? So the people who aren't aggressive or wouldn't normally be aggressive start thinking, "Kim, what? I've got the backing of everybody here, and this is what we do in these fucking marches and these protests," and it just becomes a norm to everybody. Yeah.
So everyone knows, right? My affiliation with Nihat Ghabani, right? Everyone knows that we're close to the Israeli crew. Everyone knows this. You know what happened in the last couple of weeks? They arrested 2 Pakistani terrorists with long rifles, automatic rifles, with 867 rounds of ammunition. You know what their goal was? One of our protests. To just turn up on a fucking line bike, like they let them all. You'd be surprised. They put us all in a pen, right? We're like fucking fish in a barrel, and they're all allowed to come do. And once they've done it many times, thrown bottles at us, thrown missiles at us, and these 2 guys got caught. They was in the country. They got caught in this country, and he said, "I'm a proper Muslim. These other moderate Muslims, they follow us. We are the proper Muslims, and we come to fucking take over." That he said it in his statement, and that was in the last not even 2 weeks. So put that in perspective. We are in serious times, and I know it's not put out there on the news, and you know if you know, right?
Yeah.
And it's very scary, man. And I know a lot of people go out there and it's all a bit of fun, the auditing and getting involved and all that shit. Let me tell you, it's a serious fucking thing. We've seen it all over the world. When you look how the IRGC have murdered 50,000 young people who have gone out on the streets of Iran in the last couple of weeks. You think fucking Palestinian was a genocide? When most of them who were killed were terrorists or terrorist sympathizers or crazies, right? There was a lot of kids. Yeah, that's collateral. We don't understand war. All wars are bankers' wars, and all wars are bad. But let me tell you, Iran is an uprising. It's an uprising of fucking civilians who fucking had enough of this globalized takeover with Islam to push the elite agenda, whatever game they're playing. Iran are woken up. And these people have sacrificed 50,000 lives in a couple of weeks. I've never seen nothing like it. It's biblical to me. And that's why
Iran's been building for the last, I think it was the start of last year since they started killing women.
No one knew about it. Nihat Ghabani told everyone about it. Nihat Kabani as a one man band came to London from Germany, right? Affiliated and stuck up for the Israelis, right? Saying this is fucking wrong. Hezbollah are terrorists. Why the fuck is everyone supporting this terrorist organization that is as a satanic Islamic background? What is going on? I saw that guy. I said to John, I goes, wow, that is a fucking warrior right there. I've got to meet him. And every time, 5 times after that, nearly as soon as I got to meet him and shake his hand, he got arrested. I said, this guy is there's something special about him. Finally got to meet him. Come fucking close brothers now. We are fucking hardcore. And he converted to Christianity, by the way, just so you know. He's an apostate. He's got a fucking fatwa on his head. They tried to kill him in Whitehall. They sent in an Islamic fucking soldier, really, and another propagandist to fucking target him and try and fucking snap his neck. This happened last year. People don't realize this shit, how serious it is. We're talking about a world war situation. You know, people think, oh, it's a protest. It's just no, it's not. It's not. It's about humanity. Humanity and God. And Islam.
Islamic Brotherhood have been organised for the last, 30, 40 years.
Yes. Choose your fucking side, man. It's good and evil. That's it. It doesn't matter what colour you are. It's not about colour. It's not about nothing like that. It's about good and fucking evil. And if you don't do history, you're not going to know the difference.
These commies seem to all be evil.
Well,
they are evil. They're non-believers. Listen, look.
They want to put themselves. They're fucking, like, even to the point where, like, listen, I ain't saying the fucking actually, they're insane. They're actually insane, the left. A lot of them are insane.
Yeah. A lot of them are on SSRIs. They're on antidepressants. They're on drugs because, oh, poor me, I've got ADHD, I've got SD, I've got all these fucking problems and I'm taking all these drugs. But I've got an opinion because I've got fucking 25 pronouns and I'm special as you. Fuck off.
My views have always been my views, yeah? I've never really been for like mass migration and that. I don't want that yet. I think we should stay British and keep our identity and all these things.
Oh, you're a Nazi! You're a Nazi!
You know, it wasn't until I started going to protests, yeah? Like, what was it now? 3 years ago. When I started going to protests, like, all of a sudden I'm getting called names that I've never been called in my life. Yeah? Even around all my friends that are like from ethnic backgrounds that have heard my fucking views and that, I've never sat there and gone, you fucking Nazi, or they've never chanted you fascist, or they haven't, bro. And now all of a sudden, like, I'm all of the above. It's like, what the fuck?
Welcome to the real world.
Christmas parties anymore, there.
The amount of shit I've had over the years, man, is unreal, man. Believe me.
I think it's quite offensive because, like,
no, you can't get offended. We're not allowed to get offended, man.
Died during fucking Second World War. Yeah.
What?
And, like, I find it very offensive that I get called the exact thing that are meant to have killed, like, my fucking my family members. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so, I've got.
The thing is, these lefties don't even kind of definitions of the words they use, mate.
No, they have no idea.
They call themselves liberals, right? And if you look at the definition, they'd be like what liberalism is to be an individual. And what did the left want to do? They want to put everybody in groups. That's the total opposite for being a liberal. So they don't even know the definition of their own stance.
You know, in 2020, right? BLM was an NGO sponsored organisation, right? They pumped millions and millions of pounds into it, and the BLM thing was about recruiting all these vulnerable far lefty fucking weirdos, right? They infiltrated all our universities, and then they started infiltrating the schools, and then they infiltrated the LGBTQ because the founders, remember, they're all gay women, gay men, transgender people. This was a plan, and no one could see it, and we could see it. Jim Boubet, correct, not political, could see it, and he went down there and confronted them. No one was talking about all this education and books in bookstores at child level when you're pushing them through the pram with these cartoons about daddy and mummy and all this indoctrination. No one was paying attention to that. We were. We were, and when we said something about it, we were fucking misogynistic, fucking Nazi, Andrew Tate, fucking Tommy Robinson bigots.
But the thing is, you say Nazi, and I've said this before, like that is a playbook at Hitler. That's Hitler's fucking playbook, the Nazi youth. Brainwash the kids.
But the thing is, the socialists stand there going, and I'm thinking, hang on a minute, socialist parties and that. Let's look at the socialist parties of the past. Should we even go there? This is what I'm trying to say. Like,
there's a country in Europe that,
you know what the thing is,
socialists we didn't even recognise.
Yeah, you know what? Communism, socialism has never, ever, ever fucking been productive or worked ever. Not in anything. And all that's come out of it is shit, death, and murder, and fucking power control.
Every
and fucking.
System has pros
It's
and
the
cons.
same. It's the same thing. It's a worldwide thing, and all these governments that since maybe some people say since the Second World War, when all the UN started writing all these fucking ideas out on paper, which Alex Jones dug up and said, look, this is happening. Everyone said it's crazy. I think it was before then. I think it was, when the Kalergi thing happened in 1926, I think it was, or it might have been even 1918 after the First World War. But it was either between 1918 and 1926, where you had these fucking crazy fucking Jews who wanted to depopulate the white race.
And you want the crazy thing is, these people are that stupid. They didn't even realise, although we live in a capitalist country, we also live in a socialist country as well, because we all pay tax into the system.
Yeah, and that's why you've got your opinion.
So it's not like, oh, you want a socialist or a total capitalist. No, we're a mix of both.
Yeah, well, you start,
especially when you take it back into your own household.
Look, they teach us in school when we're young, right? Egg and spoon race, sack race, right? What that was all about is teaching us competition, right? Mm-hmm. There's a winner, right? And there's a little second place, and there's a third place. Maybe we're feeling sorry for that, but there isn't. There's one winner, and the rest of them are fucking losers, right? And that was like a lesson to people to say, right, if you want to thrive and you want to win that race, you got to put your head down, you got to do your homework, you got to exercise, and you've got to believe in what you're doing. And you one day will become that fucking person who breaks that ribbon at that line, and then what happened to that? Oh no, everyone gets a fucking prize for coming last. Fuck off, man. We don't need that. Weak people create weak times, Now strong men are under it. And strong men are saying, we've had enough now. We're going to create stronger times. So get ready for Rupert Lowe, everyone. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, London Kane, you're not wrong, bro. And this is the point. So I ain't trying to fucking even
get up here on the panel.
Dramatize it, London Kane, yeah. But seriously, some of these lefties and the things I'm seeing now at these protests, I'm telling you, these lefties, if they could, I believe they'd do some serious harm to somebody. If they could, I think they would. Yeah, I really think I think it's going to happen before long, and I hope it doesn't. I don't want to see that's happened, but I can see it. To be honest,
Because what happens is they follow America and they'll look at what's happening against the ICE protests and the California protests and their fucking riots, and that'll just happen again.
Problem. So even if we get what we want, let's just say, for instance, Restore were to get in, or even Reform, when either one of those two things happen, the lefties ain't going to go quietly about any of this. The same as everyone talks about deportations. You do know the minute that you start talking about deporting people, that all of these people ain't just going to go nice and quietly.
Sour the milk first, and a lot will leave.
That's why you need to get the army to do it in the fucking
sour the milk
and the navy.
Yeah,
ban certain things, and a lot will leave.
Job. It's literally it's a military freaking operation, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You need the military to carry out the kind of operations, mate.
Well, listen, guys, let me just quickly interject. I've got to go, man. I've got to go and do some work, right? But big up tonight. It's been a really interesting chat. Keep this conversation going, man. We need to keep talking about things like this. More and more people need to be made aware of what is actually happening. And these little conversations, they open a little bit of people's fucking inner fucking understanding. And, if tonight only makes one person wake up and realize what we're up against and make it the right decision about where we're going now, lads, you've done an amazing job, and big up for that, and big up all the mods, big up all the chat. Thank you for joining in and being here. God bless each and every one of you, and I'll see you on the next time, man. God bless.
Yeah, big up, brother.
Take care, man.
Right, back in a minute, guys. I just need to go get some coffee.
Outlaw, what's going on, bro? You good?
Oh no, I'm not bad, Bear. Yourself, bud?
Yeah, man, all good, bro. All
But
good.
you're right, Bear. The left have got to go ape shit about it. So it has to, for me, it has to be like a really organised plan. So you pick a date, and then you fucking see all these bus companies that have to pay the council and everything. You say, come on, we've got to give you a wee fucking tax break on what you have to pay us.
Yeah.
And you've got to pretend you're going on national strike, and we're going to get all your fucking double-decker buses, and we're going to just fucking load them up with immigrants, and we're going to take them to a fucking army base, have it to fucking guard it, and just, or an Air Force base, or Navy fucking port, and just start chucking them out the fucking country, mate.
Yeah, right. I don't know, man. It's
because doing it in dribs and drabs.
You know the most annoying thing, and I've seen it for so many months now, like so long, like since like things have ramped up and stuff, and like you do have like the left counter in the right, is that like, listen, I won't sit here on bullshit and be like, oh, everyone on the right's like the most best behaved and like don't do nothing wrong, because of course there's isolated incidents where there are people doing dumb shit that probably they shouldn't be doing. But for the most part, man, it ain't like what you see coming from the left. Like, for instance, the mask thing, the Section 60 AA, yeah? There was apparently one in place. So why weren't they just, like, getting everyone to remove their face coverings? Because if that was the other way around, that would have happened. When I see people get assaulted.
You put that section in place, right? And then what happens? The police fucking will either get overrun, or the fucking council or government will turn on them. The police are scared to do their jobs in all different shapes and forms at every different angle.
I don't really watch the mainstream, but we all catch a bit of it, yeah? Even when you're scrolling, we all see some form of the mainstream, whether we've consciously looked for it or not.
Sometimes you've got to be able to see what the lie is.
Of course, yeah? But all you ever see after these demonstrations is far right, far right, far right. Nothing spoken about the masses of violence, the amount of groups that find little small pockets within city centres. I see it at Sheffield as well. Yeah, they find little pockets, and they look to get in those places where they think that there's a gap. Yeah, and they are looking to get in and start attacking people. Obviously, everyone's gonna react. Obviously, it's just natural as humans that we're going to do that. And there's loads of it. And it's so organised. That ain't been done on a whim. Let me tell you now. These people aren't doing it on a whim. They're not turning around and like just getting together and going, right, let's go here, you go over there. No. There's some real time and effort being...
Well, look at Antifa, for example. They have meetings that are bigger than town hall meetings, mate. And that's just one of the groups. And then you've got Stand Up Against Racism. That's another group that's well organised as well.
It is. It's so organised, mate. I'm telling you, it really is so organised. It's unreal.
And with the government backing it as well, like, are the unions a part of it? Are they organising stuff? You know what I mean? Like, how far does it go on this organisation part of it? Because there's a whole reason that America declared Antifa a terrorist organisation. You know what I mean? Like, it's because they're a well-organised fucking operation with wet M's who aren't scared to use violence and attack law enforcement. And it's got to happen here,
Mm-hmm. I think so. I mean, we keep saying it, and I have been hearing it for a while, so I don't know. But I've got to be honest, I looked at Saturday and just thought, like, I can see this almost being like a little fucking taster of what's to come. Like, because, as I said the other day, you know, the problem is we had the Southport riots, yeah? After those Southport stabbings and those children fucking tragically lost their lives, there were all those riots. The riots went on like they did. the government fucking stamped down on it and started putting people in jail. It pretty much stopped them, didn't it? Yeah. So brilliant. It's like no civil unrest. Everyone's calmed down. All of that stopped. But the problem is nobody has addressed why those riots happened in the first place. It's never been addressed.
So you changed the answer, but no,
they've managed to cool the oven, yeah. But now this pressure oven is slowly building up again, and it will once again be something silly, and people are gonna react to it, mate. And it's not going to end well. And it's because nothing's been addressed. Nothing is being addressed by the government. They're not addressing anything.
Well, they're still important people. And I mean, how many times they say, "Oh, we're stopping the boats. We're stopping the boats." No, you're not.
They're constantly lying to you every day. They told you that the taxi services had stopped from the hotels. Yeah, the free ferrying of taxis. Auditors, hotel investigators, citizen journalists, whatever you want to call these people, go into these hotels. Truth Hurts has shown it recently that they haven't stopped these taxis at all. They're still going.
That's just something to say to make them more appealing when it comes up to these local elections, mate. And that's what it is. Smoke fucking screens there.
They're smoke and mirrors, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, look, we're doing this, but look at my hand shaking on this side while my other hand's in your pocket.
And I don't know. Keir Starmer's surely got to go down as one of the worst prime ministers we've ever had.
Well, we've just made a big mistake, I think, in the last couple of days, like firing his chief of staff. But 2 months ago, he was like, it was my decision to fucking appoint Mandelson. So, like, why are you firing somebody else? You just made it, you know what I mean? You just passed the buck and you just made it apparent to the whole public. If they've got a long enough memory, that's what you're doing.
And then you've got this stuff now that's like I say, gone on with young Bob. And like I say, forget young Bob. Yeah, we all know young Bob, and I don't mean that disrespectfully to young Bob. Forget like him as an individual and what you know of him from social media. But
he's got a big following, young Bob. He's got quite a big following, hasn't he?
Yeah, but he's a white, British, Christian male.
Mm-hmm.
That regardless, they all have people turn and say, well, he shouldn't have turned out outside a mosque thinking he was clever. Why not? Why not? A load of Muslims can come stand outside a church if they want. They're not going to be fucking beat up.
Well,
guarantee it. Guarantee if a load of them went and stood outside and then maybe challenged a few on maybe their views or something, you wouldn't get a kicking off all the Christians.
I can't remember what it was, but I seen the video yesterday, and it was a group of Muslims went outside a church to pray. And obviously, as they're saying their prayers and everything, what the church does is started ringing the bells so nobody can hear them. But I think that was in Europe somewhere.
Yeah.
Like Spain or something. But young Bob's got a big following, so that when that kind of spreads about, and obviously there's people that like maybe no follow Bob, but they're known through association. Other people that has got to piss off a lot of members of the public, like folk who were being fucking quite peaceful 48 hours ago.
Thing is, they'll know who young Bob is. They'll know who he is. Yeah?
Oh, of course.
No offense. No disrespect to young Bob. I mean, there is that thing they always say, yeah, that it's the quiet ones you have to watch out for. So, piss him off and he might be an absolute wrecking machine. Who knows? But, like, I just don't get those vibes from young Bob, yeah? So anyone
it doesn't matter if you're a wrecking machine when you're surrounded by 10 people.
Yeah, when it's like 10 people surrounding somebody of that nature, you're a bunch of fucking cowards, man.
Yeah, that's
like literally, because that would put fear in anyone. I mean, if 10 people surrounded me and started, of course, man, like you're getting done over by 10 people. Like you're going to start worrying about where this ends, right? But I am Bob, and that would be me. So someone like Bob of his nature, I think that's fucking savage. What's happened to him? I think it's absolutely disgusting.
But they didn't care.
Listen, is that not? Are we not calling that? Sorry to cut you off, Outlaw. I just want to ask this question, and really to the chat as well, right? Is if that was the other way round, would we not be seeing that all over the news now as some savage racial attack?
Islamophobic racial fucking...
Yeah, it'd be Islamophobic racial fucking attack, right? Done by the far right.
To them, it doesn't matter if Young Bob was a fighter or if you're a fighter or who it was. You're an infidel. It doesn't matter to them. It's like when they talk about this guy that they were when they were running back for Turkey. It's like, oh, I'm not an extremist enemy, and I didn't believe in extreme, but you do because you're a fucking devout Muslim. It's in your book, your fucking religious book.
If they're not an extremist Muslim, they're not a proper Muslim, and they're not a good Muslim. If they're a decent person, they're a shit Muslim.
Yeah, even if there's people in the chat that disagree with my views, like surely you're all on the same page on this one. That like just flip it a minute, and that's exactly what it would be. So when he's surrounded like that, trying to ask some questions around his Christian views and opposing their views. After he says, and he does say that he's got the footage, right? He says that they stood there for about half an hour, and had just a conversation. At that point, it turned. So they knew what they were going to do. Do you know what I mean? They didn't just... I just think it's really bad. I think if it was the other way around, it would be a racial attack. So please tell me why that's now not all over the news tonight as a white Christian lad being attacked outside a mosque.
Because it goes against the agenda. The same reason they never reported on the young boy
colonization
12 years ago.
Colonization.
And they set him on fire while he was alive. Okay.
And then it comes back to the other question, which is the question. So you've all said absolutely. So again, this is one of the reasons, right, why we are all with the opinions that we have right now. Because we all see it. It's not hidden anymore. You all know that's not this. There weren't one of you that like couldn't answer that question. Every single one of you were quick in there. Yeah, absolutely. It's so in our face now. These kind of things were always done, but it was done in more of a way where like the public didn't really notice it because it was only here. It's all the time.
Do you want to get a better one, Bear? I'll give you a better one. Even if it was white on white and it was at a football match, it would be on the news.
Yeah. Oh, fucking thugs fighting, white thugs fighting, all that shit.
All right.
Yeah. Back to the old 80s days of fucking British hooliganism and
then they lose it again. So like I was trying to say to the police when I was like,
it's them evil bastards line of set the moral high ground.
The police have stood there with their lines, so you might as well have a conversation with them because they just stood there, right? And it's like, as I've tried saying to one of them, listen, I can't speak for everyone and say that every single one of these people behind me like you guys or have faith in the police. But you know what? If people were actually to see you doing your job and like don't put the horses on us, don't fucking push us back 30, 40 feet. Push them back. They're the ones that have come here with their faces covered, being fucking violent. Yeah. If they were actually to do that, you know, half the trouble they see from the Patriots, it wouldn't be there. They'd have the support of the Patriots. They'd have the support that this is Britain, this is our police force, and our police force should be able to. Do you see what I'm saying?
But here's the thing, Bear. The same people that pay the police or the local councils are the same ones taking your flags down. Like I said earlier, the police can't do their jobs.
But see, it's so blatant, man. And it's like you asked the question and you stood there, man. I sometimes feel like I'm stood there in like this like dystopian world where like everything's just gone nuts. And, rational, logical thought process doesn't exist anymore. It just doesn't exist. It baffles me, man. It really fucking baffles me. I stood there all Saturday. I kept saying it to them. You won't see this. You will not see this on the mainstream media. You will not.
That's why we need folk like you and DP and Roy and Tommy, and you know what I mean? That's
getting in the action, mate. Fucking. Do you not see the video where I ended up with fucking Antique? There's about 200 of them there or something, and it was me, Billy Moore, and Knockout Audits, basically. Like, yo, I think we had that like sort of about saying it to each other. Yo, this is a bit rage. We need to be careful.
They have, Alan. They have, Alan. You're right.
And that fucking Johnny twat, that John, and that other dickhead who was giving it loads of there as well, giving it loads. So I was thinking this could go off, man. Fucking hell.
Okay, what the police need to do, they need to bring back the folk, the old police officers for the 80s that weren't this fucking scared to give a fucking walloping with a baton.
Oh, I've got footage of one of them.
What that is, it's just. I'm not saying like I'm against like police brutality. Yeah, I am. Like that's one thing that like fucking I can't sit here as.
I think it bear man. I've fucking got
an original audit, police auditing channel. I can't.
Again. You get what I mean?
No, I know what you're saying. I've said this, but like you can't condone that. However,
because their parents aren't doing it.
However, we have got to the point. There is a bit where it's a bit like, oh, you can't do this to me. Oh, you can't do that to me. It's like just all of us have become like, or society in general's become really like fucking snowflakey, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Really fucking snowflakey. And the things we see people getting arrested and put away in prison for are really not the serious things that people. I mean, our prisons are already overcrowded to fuck.
Well,
yeah.
How you think about that though, right? What was it? We were speaking about 3 years. What we were speaking about 3-4 years ago? Oh, they're building 5 new super prisons. The autumn day super prisons, and instantly, our prisons are still overfilled.
Wellingborough. Well,
you know what I mean? Like,
well, this is why I asked the question: are they all filled?
It's easy to get prison spaces back. Deport all the fucking foreign criminals. There you go. There's loads of space back. Boom. Think about.
I don't think we should deport them to their own countries.
That quarter of the jail spaces, isn't it?
I would deport them to fucking El Salvador.
About the super prisons, bro. It weren't all that long ago, Outlaw. When you think about it, that we were.
That was only 3 years ago, Bear.
We were running. Huh?
It was only 3 years ago.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So what's happened to them? Because they ain't all just filled up all of a sudden.
Oh, they have. They have. That's why loads of people get suspended sentences because they haven't got the prison space spare.
They ain't. I have to be careful with my conspiracy views on it, or what would be deemed conspiracy, obviously, because it's YouTube. But I believe it lies more with some of the conversations I've had in the past, mate. I really do.
But you've got to think about it as well, Bear. Like at the time they were building these super prisons, you had a lot of prisons that were like 400 prisoners overfilled. So that obviously they would start filtering them into these other ones, especially the private organisations. For the public funded, I mean, the government will say, right, we need to fill these cells instantly because if they're empty or fucking full, it's the same cost to the government.
I mean, DP's not wrong. I mean,
and also, you're bringing so many more people in every year. The crime rates are rising. It's going to become more and more of a struggle. This is another strain on resources.
Excuse me, DP. Excuse me, DP. I won't have you. I won't have you go against Sadiq Khan, yeah?
Oh, he can get deported as well, the little cunt.
Did you not know we're one of the safest countries in the world, DP? Calm down.
Mate.
Calm down.
Safest for fucking Muslims, not for us.
Sadiq would be in a dog fucking pen in the fucking dog
well, it's not, is it? Like, you know, this is what I mean. It's, England, London, one of the safest cities. Get out of here, man. And I hear lefties and that, like, what, and I see like videos from lefties walking around London, going, "Oh yeah, haha, it was really unsafe today. I managed to make like just being sarcastic, like, right."
Right, you got big security teams around you. You fucking silly muppet.
I'm just talking content creators, bro. That I see doing this. Content creators, lefty content creators, and I'm like.
Do you want to know how bad it is, Bear, right? For obviously, like, the difference between the colours and race and all that and cultures and everything and the establishment, right? The London Transport put out a video, an advert, and it was a white woman getting glared at and just touched by a black man. One complaint in the fucking, what do you call it, the telecommunications fucking thing with, Ofcom. One complaint. And they were ordered to remove it, mate.
Well, when we get the right people.
One complaint.
Little pricks.
Bricks.
Yeah, they're starting on the dogs. Nah, don't worry, man. They're starting on the dogs now. Yeah, we love that. We had first animal rights in this country. First animal right law. I think it was like 1837.
Did America not
love our animals. So carry on with that one.
I'm sure an American state just passed that 2 days ago.
What?
To ban dogs for certain areas.
Ban dogs for certain? Nah, ain't having it, mate. We're the English. Don't take the piss out of us.
No, it's happened in America. I'm telling you, lad.
You're the Scottish as well, man. You ain't having it either. Fuck that. We don't do that. Who the fuck is that?
I'm telling you, that's coming. That is definitely coming.
Oh, well, they can, but the court of public opinion, if they do that here, they are going to really piss off the British. And I'm specifically mean the ethnic British. Because for thousands of years, we've had dogs now. They've been our best friend. What, you want to fuck around with that?
What I would say is if you're white and got kids, buy a fucking dog.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I've got 2 dogs and I ain't giving up my dogs for shit. Like, I will literally fight to the death.
There are lines, right? And I think they're playing on a line there with that one, with the animal side of it. Don't play across lines with that.
Well, how can you play on? How many dogs in Britain are named after Britain? Fucking the bulldog, the Staffordshire Terrier.
Yeah, we love our animals. Carl Benjamin said it. Yeah, he goes, "Why do you love your animals?" And he's like, I'm a philosopher. I can't even explain it. They're just our friends, isn't it? You know what I mean?
African, what's up, bro?
It was nature, mate.
Yeah, they're our friends. The English have always had animals as their friends, isn't it? It's just who we are. We're good people, isn't it?
Hang on, shush a minute, man. Let's welcome fucking Plastic African. You good, bro?
I am. How are you? You guys are right.
Yeah,
what's going on, trying to fix it up with words, huh? No, I mean it is. I mean, I love the fact
I'm going to jump out and make my batteries running low.
Has seen a revival. Sorry, man.
Go on, Plastic. Carry on, mate.
Shit, nah, it's all good, man. It's all good. Nice.
No, carry on with what you were saying. Sorry, I was just saying bye to Outlaw because he was dropping off. You were saying.
Oh, was he? Was he off? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I was saying that at least there's a revival here. You know, within Britain. I mean, that happened because we got out the EU, and I say that in hyphens. You know, it didn't really happen, did it?
Yeah, it's like they punished us for it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what it's
more with it. Yeah. If you had the right person when that happened to do the right things with it.
I mean, they played us like fools there, didn't they? Boris and all of them. It's almost why there's something needs to give here. You know.
Oh well, the Western world's rocking certainly.
No, hang on. Something does need to give. You're right. Mm-hmm. You're right, and I don't know what it is. Like, I'll be honest. Like. And who's got to give exactly? Like, because if we're sitting around relying on the government that put us exactly in the mess we're in.
If we take it down to the crux, the way the world works, okay, our guilt and debt are massive, and what we're paying out in terms of benefit is just gargantuan, and it shouldn't happen. I don't think, personally, one should be accountable. I'm not saying that you make the net disappear here, as a country, but it's like, who the hell gets to have that net is the question we should know and understand fully.
No, I agree with that.
I hope you get with my drift.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Let's welcome CP back. CP.
And I'm not being funny, man. With races clashing, we should look at places like South Africa as examples.
But Britain isn't racist, respectively, bro.
No, not in that say. But when you have too many different groups, can they clash? Yes, they can.
No. Of course. I mean, we separate ourselves into an apartheid where we feel most comfortable. We will go and reside.
People group up. It's the stats out there.
It's nature in that way. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So one thing we are as humans, I've said this before, and it's like ingrained in our DNA. And no matter how much we evolve, it's always a bit of it is always going to be there.
Yeah.
And that's tribalism. We're quite tribal.
It's been like that forever, mate. Yeah. It's only the last 70 years.
Regardless of what race you come from,
Well, Britain, an example, is very special in the world. And people should understand why, rather. And they don't. They blame it for the ills of it. And it's not true.
No, it's not.
No, fucking wonderful people, innovative, amazing. Probably
for me, the things that have really shocked me, and I don't know why they have shocked me. Maybe it's because I've actually been there and heard it out of their mouths themselves. But it's like when I've gone to a hotel and I've asked a few questions to some of these like these people, and they're coming back at me with like, your country stole off of my country first, and basically like speak to your like with that whole mindset that like they just have that entitlement to come here because of something that happened in the past.
Yeah, but
by the way, didn't happen to anybody that lives on this planet today.
Sir. I mean, but you look at the Portuguese Empire to our empire, similar, but they did something different. We had the Commonwealth; they don't have anything like that. Nevertheless, like, where did that mindset come from? That's the key here. Why did this mindset become in this country? Let alone the Western Foundation. You know,
yeah, it's just a time to fuck off and stop whinging about it before we go ahead and do it again. That's what I'm fucking at with it. Shut up about it.
Had it too easy, bro. That's what I believe.
Oh, you colonised the world. No, first of all, we fucking conquered. It was dog eat dog. I'm sorry, but we pushed the fucking Muslims back out of the whole of Europe with the Crusades, and like it was only the early 1700s.
I understand that. Yeah, completely.
If you don't go for them, they would have come for you, especially back then. When you landed on shores, kill or be killed. You know what I mean? But sorry, it's all that rhetoric, the victim rhetoric. It's just bullshit. It's just used to attack everybody and keep putting it down. Just let go of it, man. Nonsense. Yeah, there was atrocities, but everyone caused atrocities back then. It would have been wild hundreds of years ago, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. I don't know. Like you say, something's got to give. And like I say, if you're sitting around waiting for the government, the people that put us in the exact situation we're in, then fucking hell, like you've got no hope. And I feel like in my lifetime anyway, and there's people in the chat older than me, but in my lifetime, I don't think I remember this country ever being so divided.
Yeah, do you know what hasn't happened? Them fucking Palestine and Israel flags for the last 2 years. That's what annoys me about the lefties.
The flags in Israel.
You're putting England flags up in your own country and it's divisive. Hello? Like, what's been going on for the last 2 years? Is everyone fucking stupid or something? For fuck. That's what I said to that Salman. You're on about taking our flags down. Go take the Palestine and Israel flags down, because we can all agree they've caused divide, right? If that's your point of taking them down. Fucking hypocrisy pisses me off.
You know, I've never known it, like I say, so divided, man. It's
You know what I mean? How can two flags from of a nation all the way over there been fighting fucking forever cause so much division in this country? Get to fuck.
That's true, actually. That's a very good point.
I mean, go away.
By Catweasel, we colonised the USA, Canada, and Australia. None of the natives from those countries.
And look how much they rose. Look what our people did when they landed in America and had all them resources. So we can and we will. We've just been trapped into this guilt thing, haven't we? Where we've just ended up being pussies and weakness for kindness. And I think the weakness for kindness is starting to be over. And everyone's and the public, not the fucking people in power and all them dickheads.
And probably not probably not the best radio station to be listened to for these kind of conversations, because obviously that's where you're going to find them. But I had Radio 1 Extra on in the work van like a week ago, and they were talking like, and there was like phone-ins, and basically it was like, should schools in Britain be talking more in the educate, like put basically, I guess, into the curriculum about the colonization side of our history, etc. And I was thinking, so basically what you lot want to do is you want to basically tell every white British child from the beginning of their schooling that everything's their fault.
Yeah, and all of us evil for history.
Absolute great for someone's mental health, and no wonder white British children are the biggest underachievers in schools right now.
And also, Bear, think about this as well. In them classrooms, there's lots of different ethnic groups that are also getting taught that we're bastards and evil. And slowly but surely, them ethnic groups' percentage of population is rising, right? So what happens when the numbers level out a bit more and they all think we're absolute evil bastards on top of like us becoming less of a fucking majority? It might be all right and cool, but I've got a funny feeling that we could potentially be really bad news. Oh yeah, by the way, these wankers are been wankers their entire history. They make them all hate us as well on top. Brilliant.
Like just unknown.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Did you see the new SEM reform policies?
No, but I'm not going to do that tonight.
Okay. It's dreadful.
Lynn Scott, there's ungratefulness is rife. Yeah, doesn't matter. My point of immigration now is nothing's good enough anyway. Fuck it, get rid of them.
Rather than go through all the policies, because we'll be here forever and a day, CP. What we will quickly say, or what I'm imagining, yeah, is it didn't really go in the favour of the people, right?
Basically, parents of Fuming Bear.
Of course,
it will affect EHCPs for children without complex needs, and we're all getting changed to a individual sport plan that has no legal backing.
Well, hang on, but don't you think that because of this sort of exponential explosion of people with cognitive issues, if you will, is a problem anyway?
I do. Yeah. Do you know what, Afro Plastic? I think you make a good point there.
Yeah, exactly. You can't tell children they're about this, they're this because they're
what we've got to look at.
Children.
Do we think there's an over diagnosis?
Oh yeah.
You think we're over-diagnosing people for certain?
Yeah, exactly. Because wouldn't
but not all of them are getting EHCP.
No, I understand that completely because there are all needs. But imagine you're a parent on that and you think, okay, my kid, acts out or something. But actually, if you get this, they get better tuition in the younger years than normal kids. Yeah, it's like 1-to-1 almost. Let's see the difference if they're smart, but there is that adds to it. No, my kid needs this. I need this. So it's happening throughout the councils within, England.
I agree.
Ridiculous.
If cutbacks are being made where those that I think we could probably sit here and maybe wouldn't agree on all of them, but we could sit here and have a conversation about things that we think warrant getting funding and the things that don't warrant getting funding, and you should just be in a mainstream school and be treated as every other child, yeah? But it's defining what that is. So if there's cutbacks on people with serious additional needs and those individuals are losing out, then there's a problem. But I don't have a problem, to be honest, with those that probably are a little bit more on the lower side of the spectrum where, actually, really, for the most part, they can kind of deal with normal schooling as every other child.
So basically, the tiered system, the names for each tier is target sport, and specialist. So target and target plus children will get individual sports plans. Them plans has no legal backing. Them plans are digital passports that will give the children, they'll give the government and Ofsted right of access to these plans. Like I have been saying all along.
Can I just say, I'm going to sound like, and I might even have a lot of people who are like, well, you can't say that in here, but what's the big problem with that? So what's wrong with the government being able to access stuff that, to be honest, the government obtaining, they're the ones that hold that shit.
Yeah. But would you want a government to know your daughters, for example, additional needs, your address?
Well, actually, I'd want the government to know as much as possible about my children's additional needs, so that they were aware and they were going to get the right care if need be.
What about Ofsted?
Hang on. You believe in overreach then?
These people hold all of those details, all the information that you're talking about. These people, they're the ones that literally store this information. My children don't go to school and they don't have any information about my children other than their name. They know my
but you didn't when you were growing up, correct? We didn't have mobile phones and access to Google, if you will. I'm that old, right? So I'm analog, if you will, going through this. And while kids are being brought up with the mire of what they have in terms of what is information or how young they are, because it's easy for a parent to go, oh yeah, just play with this little toy here, little colors, but that actually does screw up their cognitive issues as well. It has other problems. We ain't even speaking about that. We speaking about some kid that goes, "Oh, I have some ADHD." Dude, I understand, and I understand.
No, but like, for example, yeah. So it's still not clear on what specialist sport packages would entail under specialist tier. So from what I can get, from what I have read, they will be entitled for specialist provisions because they'll have EHCP. But the issue I have with the other two tiers, why are they not having EHCP, even though them two tiers will probably have children with dyslexia, autism, Down syndrome,
right? So yeah, those type of things, I would definitely say, like, for the most part, I would say, yeah. But then again, even Down syndrome, I'll be honest with you, I went to school with like a couple of Down syndrome kids, yeah, and one was like really severe with their Down syndrome, and then the other one, to be honest, weren't much different to us. And I'm being serious as well. But he was Downs. He had Downs. Yeah, he was Down syndrome lad. But like, it was, I don't know, it weren't as bad as like the other Down syndrome person. Like, nowhere near. Like, it was like almost two ends of the spectrum. One was really severe, and then one like, to be honest, apart from maybe a little bit of speech, like, for the most part, he was the same as everybody else. And I think he functioned like everybody else for the most part. I don't know. I'm not no professional that knows about it.
It only came out yesterday. The official policies on this only came out yesterday. Very fresh in the news. This is. That's why I'm talking about it again. Sorry, Bear.
No, it's all right. You're all right. I don't mind speaking. It will relate to people in the chat. Some people in the chat might have children that it affects. So, yeah,
I'm very into making awareness. So, if you don't know my background, guys, I got additional needs and had an EHCP hold my education. And to think now other children potentially will not have an EHCP where they cannot get help they require. And basically it's annoying. Also, the funding has been cut to something like 3.7 billion. So split that across all educational settings, it'd be something like £2,000, £2,000 over all the schools, or maybe even less, type thing. So how will that work? Right, I'm lucky enough to be given an opportunity on Thursday to speak at a demo outside the Department
Hang on. I need to put a banner up because I just don't know if this is AY. I'm going to be honest. What do I do now? Okay.
I'm verified, bro. I've got a tick.
I know you've got a tick, but I won't.
Verified,
oh, you've tick. You've commented in the chat. Yeah. Sorry.
Hi, AY.
You alright, CP?
I just everybody. Ignore me.
Big up your chest, everybody.
Big up
your chest.
What are we saying about young Bob getting attacked in Whitechapel?
He needs to be careful what he's doing, man. He's taking too many risks.
Again, but we need to take away the fact that it's Bob a minute, right? Because we know, some of us know Bob.
He is Bob. He is Bob.
I know, but you need to take. I know, but I'm saying, you need to take that away a minute, and just the fact that it's a white British Christian male in this country getting fucking mobbed by a load of Muslims.
And on top, he's high profile as fuck. Do you know what I mean? You've got to be sensible. It doesn't matter. You can think whatever. Be sensible, man. He's going into Whitehall outside of mosque when he's young Bob. It's risky business.
The point I'm making it, hang on a minute though.
Listen,
I know it's not right. I know it's not right. I get it.
I give him credit for that.
Yeah, I do.
I give him credit. This is a fucking Christian country. Any person, just like I said about the UKIP thing at the weekend, anyone should be able to go anywhere and do anything in this country. Yeah. That's literally what this country is fucking built on. If you ain't breaking the law, you can fucking do it. Now, what happened to that? What happened to that?
Listen, there's arguments for both sides. Yeah. You know,
maybe. I don't think so.
I just don't want him to be stabbed up. That's all.
No, do you know what? Listen, Bear. Listen, I agree. I get your point, 100%. Yeah, should be allowed to go anywhere we want and do anything we want that's legal. Yeah, and we should be able to do that. Anybody should be able to do that. You know, but you know, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You know what's going to happen if you go there. You know that it's not like you go in there, Bear. You know, or just like a random that they don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is not the first time that he's been there and he's done that. You know, it's been a couple of times.
Yeah, they would always see it as instigation, be it that's why they, as in Islam is. You know, it is not like.
He's been very vocal online about Islam.
The bigger problem comes to how we have actually had that conversation.
But then, even like with Young Buck,
because they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear the point that it's not compatible in its terms.
So this is the problem, Plastic African. I went to a Free Palestine protest in Stoke-on-Trent a couple of years ago now, yeah, and basically there was a white guy there who kind of just started shouting. No, well, actually, I was interviewing people, and I could see him in the background, and he was like, and I was like, "Look, bro, wait your turn, and I'll interview you." Anyway, he stood there waiting. I could tell like he was, I don't know, he was on some different vibe, you know, right? And anyway, I've gone to interview him, and straight away we got to one question. He was like, "Oh, yeah, do you know that Aisha was 9 years old? 9." And as you can imagine, all these Muslims at this Palestine protest literally mobbed him, yeah? He was lucky not to get seriously hurt, to be honest. And I got called over by a Muslim man. He called me over. He said, "Oh, that was bang out of order." And I actually agreed that I thought it wasn't really the right time to be doing that. He kind of knew what was going to happen, yeah? So in that sense, he wasn't wrong in what he was saying. But the intention of what he was trying to do, I get that as being wrong, right? So I'm even trying to be compromised with this Muslim guy, and he says to me, he says, "We will not have it. Anyone that what does he say? Anyone that insults our Prophet Muhammad, yeah. He said, we will not accept it. We will not tolerate it. We're even willing to lay down our lives for it."
Yeah.
I thought, wow, because he said, if you insult something, now I could sit up here and I could say, "Plastic African, I don't like your beard, bro." Yeah. And I could I could just make criticism about your beard. I don't know, maybe you ain't cut it right. I don't know. Let's make something cut right. And you might find that an insult, right? You have every right to be insulted by what I said. That's your right to be insulted. So what they're saying really isn't about insulting. It's you cannot criticize Muhammad. And if you do because any criticism you make about the perfect Muhammad, they're going to have an issue with and be insulted by it. So what they're saying is if you even as much as criticize Muhammad, we're willing to lay down our lives for it. And I personally think that's some fucking worrying shit.
Right. It's not right. As in, because of the dimension of who they say this prophet is. Anyhow, I wanted to bring forth something about a guy who put bacon on a mosque door. Remember that? He was Kevin prison, didn't he? He put bacon on a mosque door and was sentenced.
About the Scottish Korean.
12 months, but he was murdered in prison by Muslims.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh yeah.
And we forget that was happening all the way back then. You know. And
you know what?
That disturbs me because it shows that we should have already got hold of this and gone, "What the fuck are we doing? We can't let this happen."
Do you know what it is? Yeah. We've all give a lot of advice to people. We all give a lot of advice to people, even to CP down there, about safety and at Palestine protests, you know. I don't think Bob is a very self-aware person.
Yeah, his sense of danger is lacking. He's not streetwise at all.
I agree with that. Hang on, I agree with that. But on the argument
part, 1 second, but the intelligence, he's super, super clever. Yeah. But he doesn't have the awareness. Do you know what I mean? Like, because
I agree.
Bad to happen to him, but something bad's going to happen to him if he keeps going around that area.
No, I agree with what you're saying there, yeah. But going back to what DP was saying, he shouldn't be going. He's quite high profile. People, exactly. These people know Bob. Yeah, let's not make out they don't. They know. You can tell straight away from Bob, and I know. We've all been told that. We've all heard that saying that it's the quiet ones you want to watch out for. And as I said, who knows? You might piss Bob off, and he might be an absolute wrecking machine. However, I kind of very much doubt that. Yeah. So that makes them even more fucking cowards, bro, because they all know that that's not somebody of that nature. Do you know what I mean?
It might take away the fact that one of them might just pull out a blade one day and stick it in him, and he's.
Well, this is what I'm saying. It makes these people even worse, bro.
You're talking about not, I'm gonna say no-go areas, yeah, but like dangerous boroughs in London.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and outside of mate, and I'm gonna say it. Like, I know this shouldn't be an excuse, but he's not gonna get much help from people. You know, like he's upset so many different people on the right side of the fraction. Yeah, that people not gonna help him or anything there. You know, like they're not gonna stand up for him. You know, they're just gonna be, look, mate. They're gonna remember. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a very old saying: "Be careful who you trample on the way up, because on the way down they're gonna kick you on the way down."
Yeah.
And that's what's gonna kind of happen to him. Do you know what I mean? Like, and he really needs to watch himself. You know.
The problem is, imagine all of us.
Does that make sense, Bear?
It does, and I'm going to kind of make probably a loaded statement as such, in the sense of where, like, of course we could all say that, but I agree with the likes of Lily and others in the chat that we shouldn't even have no-go zones. So what's this idea of like no-go zones in the United Kingdom?
No-go zone.
But there is. People can brush it down and say, nah, there ain't. I'm telling you now, there's certain places where I think I'm quite open to being able to look after myself, yeah? And there's certain places that I just ain't walking, certainly this time of night. I wouldn't venture down there. I wouldn't entertain it. And that's because...
Don't you think it's always been there?
Where's that been?
As well? Don't you think there have been those...
Bro, come on. I live in the West Midlands, bro. Like, nearly the whole fucking area.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, see, I ain't from there, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, I'm not from there, obviously, but this is where I'm living. Yeah, I live a stone's throw from Birmingham, bro. I'm not on my estate. I'm quite lucky that I live on a very, very patriotic estate. But for the most part, we are actually. Can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but we were looking at this the other day. I'm a minority in this particular area. My people are a minority in this particular area.
Bro, I'm a minority here.
Yeah. Of course. You're London bound. All of that area is.
There's a road that's, I don't know, not even half a mile away, guys. Yeah, it was a totally different, and I'm not involved in no gangs, but gang stuff, postcode stuff. And it's dangerous to go over there.
This is where they lie to you.
Over there, to be honest.
But this is where I think they still lie to you about the numbers when they say that statistics of how many ethnic background to how many white British people is a lie, because already we've took London, we've took Birmingham. They're the two biggest cities in the country, yeah? And then you can take Manchester.
There's somebody on this panel that could find out, yeah? Because I know that they're actually they're probably smart enough to find it out. You've only got to look into the food consumption of Great Britain to work that out.
Bang on, and the refuse.
Yeah.
Own contracts as well.
There's somebody that I've heard talk about it on this panel. Yeah, I think I've heard somebody talk about it before, but that's the real way to find out.
Yeah, the supermarkets, food consumption. They know they know a big business what they sort of need, and what they with the census of how many the population should be, and they're always having to overwork and have more food available, do more refuse, all of it. Yeah, he's bang on. Yeah, numbers don't add up; they're higher. The immigration could be higher than we think because there's a lot of hidden immigration. People coming and just slipping past the net. They're just trying to.
You just got to look around, man. There is no way. It's the percentage they say. There's no way. Like I read something earlier about Manchester as well. So Manchester, like the majority of people are all of ethnic backgrounds over white British people now. That's the 3 biggest cities in this country. Yeah. And then we can start floating to other cities, and this before we start getting into towns. You're only left with little villages, bro, and there's no way all those little villages trump all the areas I've just said before them. It just do the math, bro. I was not a smart lad at school, and I still ain't. But
listen, I'm going to be honest. Listen, a lot of people know my background, and we moved to like a village, where there was 20 houses max, 20 maximum, and they wasn't all together in a line. They was separated. And they was all white people, But if you go to that village now, because they're money houses, do you know what I mean? You see a lot of Muslims in these houses now. Like out in the sticks.
Yeah, they want to put. They think that they were saying not long ago, last week or two, like, oh, the countryside is too white. Are you taking the piss? The Orcs are coming for the Shire, boys.
But it's happening like slowly. But it's happening like slowly. You could take areas like Wales, where Wales had far less of an influx of migrants going into Wales. That's now not the case.
Men of Gondor need to stand up.
He was going to dance for us on that. He was about to throw some shade.
History on.
Well, I do that at work. It's like, let's put some fucking songs on that actually make me feel like my age.
History just reminds me of council estate women, though, for some reason. I don't know why.
History's all right, man.
It reminds me of council estate birds. History.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with council estate birds, mate.
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying sort of reminds me.
Listen, when you get to our position, you're lucky to get any bird.
Oh yeah, North Wales is not meant centre, it seems. Hey, if Rill had never been put on the map before, it definitely has been.
Yes, now, as if we found the new fucking Ronnie Pickering.
Oh my god, this geezer.
He got lit up hard, bro. He said to me, I want to be fucking made famous. I goes, are you sure? I'm warning you. I goes, all right.
Do you know what? Listen, I'm going to be honest. I've got to be honest. You know, you wasn't... He did shut you up a little bit, yeah?
No, he didn't. I was letting him talk. He's just calling me ugly and that. I didn't bother about that.
It was hilarious.
You got to remember, I'm clipping. I'm clipping, so I was saying, just talk, innit? And just letting him go.
It was hilarious, it was.
To be fair, I even found myself like I did say to him at one point. I was like, "Bro, I'll give you that. You got some good one-liners."
Oh, yeah,
I was like, "You cracked me up." I'm there trying to be all serious and that, and he was like trying to insult DP, and I was like, like, you know, if that was banter between the lads and that'd have been funny as fuck. Like,
it was funny.
That's kind of for the most part.
You see what sort of person he was. You know, he's aggressive person. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Bully, nasty bastard.
And like, look, you like. I read his comments on his thing. He's like, right, next, I'm getting masked up. Yeah. So this person is actually thinking in his mind, he's gonna get masked up and he's gonna come and attack people. And
he's been arrested.
What's that, guys?
He got arrested in Wrexham. The next day, he punched someone at Wrexham and had a go at an old lady.
If you look, I put a video on my page. I put a video on my page, AY, yeah, that if you watch it to the end, it's the one where I'm saying, because basically he was sending me voice
notes in it.
Yeah, he was sending me voice notes, yeah. But if you look at the beginning of that video, he's making out like he's, what was the words he used? Like the gays, the trans, the blacks, the this, the that, yeah, all the most vulnerable in society. Well, I'd like to think that if I went and spoke to the gays and I went and spoke to these people, that actually they don't feel like the most vulnerable in society. It was a bit like, hang on, you're speaking on behalf of everyone, where I'm sure they wouldn't be sat around surely trying to play victims, right? For the most part, I'd like to think anyway. Right.
Well, I'll tell you one thing for sure. I don't think he's coming. When he is masked up. Yeah, he seems like the type of bully person. He ain't gonna come and try and attack you, Bear.
Oh no, I said that to him in a voice note, bro. All right, I didn't put that in the video, but I wasn't making the point like about that. Like, so there was no need for people to hear like the rest of the conversation. But like, I told him in the thing, bro. I was like, oh, and as for fucking sending other fucking content creators, fucking threatening messages saying, wait till you see him. I was like, you'll do fucking nothing, mate. You'll literally do nothing.
Liam shared him as well.
Says you'll literally do fucking nothing, mate. To none of these people, you do fuck all. But I told him that day, like, he cracks me up and that. All right, chubby cheeks, he says. Bro, these fucking chubby cheeks will fucking slap you about. Let's go. But you notice, he's very brave in every fucking video I see in the last couple of days. Because there were times when I've seen videos, yeah, where I weren't there. So I didn't actually see it on the day. It's only watching the video. And I'm thinking to myself, if you look, every fucking time he's mouthy, there's police stood right there. I said to him, let's go around the fucking corner. Like, none of them, they're all a bunch of fucking shit houses, mate. They're fucking 20 of them. We went round a corner where we'd lost everyone, and me, DP, and that were like, and there were about fucking 5, 6 of us. I fucking couldn't help myself now. Straight away, like, wait, go on, do I have some fun? Go on, let's see how fucking hard you are. Now the police are there. They did well, none of it, mate. None of them. Well, fucking one of them, and you just think you're a bunch of fucking shithouses. However, if I was walking down the street back to my car or something, yeah, and there was all you and just me, you'd fucking definitely fill me in. You know what I mean?
Oh, they would.
Like, you've only got to look at what's happened to the geezer in fucking France, bro. And if people think that's just an isolated incident, once again, it might be at the moment, but I don't believe it's going to be in the future. I think we've left a very violent man. What I'm seeing in the police
with a knife or something in Manchester.
Apparently, the one that attacked English Ned. Apparently, the one that attacked English Ned had a knife on him. Yeah.
Right, a Stanley blade with a fucking tape wrapped round one edge.
Was it, or was that just the shape of the stone? Do you reckon?
I was looking at it like that. You see what I mean? You looked at what I seen, innit? I was looking at it like, is it a bit? I think it is actually a blade. Yeah.
But even if it is, let's just say it is for a minute. Like, we're talking some serious shit now.
Listen, there doesn't. I see one geezer with an umbrella, yeah, and he had them tactical gloves on, and he had a black umbrella. And I'll tell you now for a fact, there's no fucking way that was just an umbrella. He had something wrapped up inside that umbrella.
You on about the guy that tried to headbutt me, the Asian dude with the green jacket?
No, listen, do you know what? Do you know what I would say? This is just me personally, and I didn't come down till the second day or the third day. So, apart from Epping, which obviously you were there for on that first time where it kind of went off, yeah?
Yeah.
I would say, and on a different, like the dynamic's different though, because there it was just kind of like everyone was pissed off with the situation at hand, yeah, and what had happened to this fucking girl. But this one was different, bro, because it was all of that. But with the left and the right, and the left were that like fucking up for it, mate. That people were kind of left with no choice but to fucking fight, mate. I'll be honest with you. At times, there was literally no choice but for people to fight because those lefties were they were game, some of them.
Listen, you're not the only person, yeah, that said that to me. Yeah, I had a few people say to me.
So it was different in the air, man.
Yeah, they said to me, we wish that you had come there so you could see it because of the incident at Epping, you know, to see if it was like the same sort of...
different dynamic, AY. Different dynamic, because obviously I came down and on the night that... So on that first night I came to Epping, yeah, it did actually still kick off. Like that is actually, people can go back and look, that was still quite mad, but it weren't as mad as obviously the first night it kicked off that you caught, but it was still mad. All of that Epping stuff there was a completely different dynamic, which is why I shouldn't have really mentioned Epping, but I know someone would have said, oh, what about Epping? Like the Epping thing, that it wasn't about right against left, mate. This was literally people fighting.
Okay, so what do you think about the UTK one in September? I don't know how early you got there, DP. I was there right from where I was, where it was kicking off.
Yeah, I got there quite early, and I just joined in with the match. But I did see Antifa. I think them lot were there, but what it was on the UTK, I was just so outnumbered. But
because that was a bit sketchy, wasn't it? Like that.
Yeah,
I think. Do you know what it was? It was just literally 5 hours from the minute we turned up, like, because we went, and where we ended up was like where you had like the crazy Antifa, and there were actually loads of them, and then we got our content there with old fucking Mr. fucking cab guy, taxi guy, right? we got all that content, right? And then we walked up to Piccadilly Gardens. When we got to Piccadilly Gardens, there was all stand up to racism, which again they were still shouting their shit, but we were stood amongst them perfectly fine. Few dodgy glares, but for the most part, like they were really chill. Then we're watching them argue with some of the ones we've just seen further down, because they've now come up and they were literally, the left were fighting each other because fucking they were saying about being there for mass, and then Antifa were fucking screaming at them saying, you're meant to be here to fight with us. Like they were literally telling you their intentions. It was quite obvious.
I think I've got it recorded. I need to go through my footage still.
It was like mad. It was fucking mad. And then it was just fights everywhere, bro. Like, I swear, like, everywhere you went, it didn't matter what. Like, you even thought, we'll go down a side street for a minute and get a bit fucking just 2 minutes chill. No. There was something.
There was a lot of the left there, though. But I suppose there's a lot of unis up that way. I don't know. There's a lot of them
first as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Evening, man. What's up, bro?
Hello, mate. You're right.
I'd like to see Britain first do a march in Whitechapel.
The thing is, the thing with Britain First, they do get numbers though now, innit, which I've noticed, and I don't think it's necessarily everyone's there entirely with Britain First. But a lot of people that are on that side.
What are you all doing outside there this late at night?
Do you know what it is regarding that? Regarding like the whole, to be honest, I've noticed that. Like, listen, there's people that will go to UKIP.
I've known them longer than you, man.
Yeah.
The following day, they'll go to Britain First because it's all about just. We want our country back, right? Not everybody's really actually a supporter. Like, you could speak to some of those patriots and they'd be like, oh, no, actually, I'm not really a Britain for, I'm going to be voting for this person. But there was a marching, so I thought, why not?
Yeah. I want to fly the flag.
There is that dynamic to it, of course.
Yeah.
But I do feel, honestly, like, I'm not bullshitting you, man. I've got no reason to bullshit you. I just feel like there was something different about Saturday, man. And it weren't good. It really weren't good, man. No, it really weren't. It was like you can tell society's on a knife edge. Like the whole of everybody in society in this country is like on a knife edge.
Hey, brother. Can I just interject here, if I may?
Of course.
For a sec. So 44 years ago, I was born in Essex, Rayleigh, at home. It was snowing. Yeah. So it's my 44th birthday. But I came back from Africa. Again, I've seen like a lot in my time.
Yeah.
And the Africa I left has moved on. Like the Britain that I came to 20 years ago, it was during Kosovo. The Kosovans were here. I remember that clearly. Because I wasn't allowed any benefit at the time. I hadn't contributed fuck all. Yeah? That was the way it was for me, being a British subject, born in the country, but from Africa, homeless.
Hit that juicy,
man. It was hard work, man. Hard work endures. I think that's the key here. We shouldn't be angry enough. We should actually embrace this, and with the youth as well. We need to actually make a councils, a government.
Do you know what there is? Do you know what though? I also think I have to point it out, bro. I have to point it out because I think the one thing I have noticed though, I've seen bits of. I'm not going to say there's loads of it, right? I don't want to fucking over exaggerate, but what we're seeing at the moment is because there's such division and stuff now, and there's so much talk about deportations and stuff. But there's like innocent people of color, different ethnic backgrounds, that are probably getting more stick now than they've probably received in their whole time of living and growing up in this country.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, plenty. Yeah.
And I think that's wrong, man. I think that's wrong because no one should be living fucking, for the most part. Like nobody should be sat here thinking fucking hell. I don't know. I just think.
Well, do you know what that is, though? Do you know what that is?
We've got men going up to women.
Sorry, Ray.
And saying you're going to get deported.
Go on, Ray. What you were going to say?
It's a good point there, mate. The reason that you've got so many people that are of different ethnicities that are feeling like they can't say anything or they're feeling on their own, it's because of the left. They've used the word racist, fascist, and Nazi so much that they don't mean anything anymore, those words. They just are just a soundbite for the left. They're the most disgusting set of bastards I've ever seen. And I've been watching the police for a long time, so that says something.
Well, I think
can I just point out, like, again, I'm not Paul, and this is no disrespect to Paul Golding, but I wouldn't exactly say like I'm not like a fanboy of Paul Golding or whatever. There's things that he definitely says that I agree with, right? But he touched on it actually. He said something about it, and I kind of thought he had a point, but it's kind of gone out of my head actually. The point I was gonna get to, but.
Paul Golding had a point.
The problem is with Paul Golding, and the problem is with the lads that surround him, is they have a couple of good talking points, like many people do, and then that gets waylaid because they say something or do something fucking stupid.
Of course, I agree with that. I agree with that.
You right, Ray? I didn't realise you was there.
Hello, mate. You good?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Frank.
Good stuff.
What type of a sort of democratic system would you guys like to see if you had the choice?
You know what? So again, I'm definitely not the guy to run the country, right? But like the deportation thing, I feel what's realistic, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that's the first thing I want to see before anything else. That's the only thing I'm interested in right now.
It has to be dealt with.
I don't want everyone to be in fear.
Shut down by the establishment. It doesn't matter what you do. You've got to make it positive to work. If it's a negative ion within the system, no matter where you come out of it at the end, even if it is going to the apocalypse, it will rot you. There's positiveness in that. Like you're going to be, prepared. There's a proper preparation prevents poor performances. Huh?
One of the best political systems in this world now is the Polish option.
The Polish.
So what they have is they've got 3 points of contact. They've got the courts, they've got the president, and they've got the prime minister, and nothing can get passed without all three of them.
Do you know what Dicey is? Dicey rule of law. So that's the three. There we go. That was there long ago. Huh. It's just that it's not being implemented. There is no accountability within that court anymore. It is all rotten, and that's what needs to change. We all see that. That's the case.
I've always said, any major decisions that are going to affect the country, there should be a referendum and we should vote on them. And the people should vote, yeah? And if we lost a vote, so fucking what? We lost it, yeah? We just have to dust ourselves down and do you know what I mean? You lost it. But
do you know why America works so well? America works so well because they've got a cast iron constitution. We've not got that.
We've not got a written one. We do. We do have a constitution. Every functioning government has a constitution, but you're right. We don't have like a written one.
Right,
isn't it?
Right. We have the English constitution, yeah.
Which is
we are the moral high ground setters, mate.
You don't have it. It's not set in stone. Like
what is the British Constitution then? Give me the top 5 things of the British Constitution.
Well, the English Constitution, yeah. Well, the top 5 things of it, yeah, and I'm not gonna go on Google, yeah, and I'm gonna tell you straight, I don't know the top 5 things in it, yeah, that's why I asked you, yeah.
But do you know why?
If I'm honest, yeah.
But do you know why you don't know? Because we haven't got one. We've got things that are supposed to be there, but haven't. But I bet you could name a few things out of the American Constitution: the right to bear arms, the right to a free press, the right to redress your government.
As an Englishman, don't we have the right to bear arms?
No.
In the English Constitution.
No,
we don't. No. We can't.
They took that away from us.
Always, because it was always about the crown owning us. Correct. That's why they can't do that. That's why everything that we do, we volunteer to the crown first. I think you take the shilling,
not
bro.
Like in the English Constitution,
that's
tax was only meant to be 10% or something.
So I just wanted to answer. So you asked what was the top 5 things of the because I did Google it, so it doesn't actually really give you, and this is how like vague and it's not set in stone, right? So one is the Magna Carta, 2 is your Bill of Rights, 3 is the Act of Settlement, 4 is Act of Union, and 5 is Parliament Acts.
Yeah.
They're the top 5 things in our UK Constitution.
Because we went through such an age, that is so correct, because of those ages that we went through, that we kind of foundationally set these things in motion to work with us. From the feudalism system to the serf system to where we are now, through, King Henry and Elizabeth, damn right, Charles I.
The second we joined Europe, we gave away everything. We gave away the ability to create our own laws and be governed by ourselves. We gave away all the decision making to all the bureaucrats in Europe. We threw it all away. The second we came out, and you hear the lefties say this all the time, that we should have stayed in Europe, it's a lot of bollocks. The way they treated us when we left Europe was like a bitter ex-wife that didn't want us to have anything because they felt like we abandoned them. And that's what Europe have done. And that's why we haven't got a constitution. We've got a set amount of things that we used to hold dear, but now don't anymore. This country's fucking lost. Absolutely lost.
Mate, we're not even really out of Europe when you think about it. The only, we're not really out of it. We're still in this European Court of Human Rights, for Christ's sake. We're still covered by them.
Well, this European Court of Human Rights, I've argued with a couple of lefties about this shit, about migrants coming over, and they say because of this stupid law that they keep citing when they talk about illegal migration, so no, they're asylum seekers. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't. You can't just call yourself an asylum seeker and jump on a boat and come over. It doesn't work like that. They don't seem to understand how that law works. I've argued with that fucking silly lefty fucking Lewis. I don't know how many times about this. You can't get it through to him. So
who's that?
You're best off leaving him.
Which one's Lewis?
That little 5 foot fucking Welsh lad. He's from fucking real as well.
The Burke. The Burke.
Oh, is that his name? Is that his name, is it?
Yeah.
Lewis Burke.
Lewis. That ain't his actual name, Burke, is it?
Yeah.
It fucking is. Yeah.
Imagine having the surname of Burke.
Pair of Burks.
Pair of fucking Burks.
Will the Burke please stand up?
Fucking hell.
Will Burke stand? Fuck you now.
They've literally run a whole channel off us for you fucking since they started.
Mate,
they got to give them credit, they're persistent.
DP, they did a 2-hour special on me alone. They did a 2-hour special.
Bro, I won Most Dangerous Opinions from the Gammon Awards, mate, and I was with some pretty heavy hitters in there, man, like Tommy, I can't remember who else, but they're pretty heavy hitters, so I was like, yeah, I'll take that.
So what did you win? Did you win anything?
I won the Most Dangerous Opinions. So they're obviously watching closely to see me talk politically and stuff, do you know what I mean?
But did you get any prize or anything off them?
No, I just won the Gammon Award for Most Dangerous Opinions. Well, Bear wasn't even nominated for any.
Think about that, though. Think about that fucking slogan, the most dangerous opinion. What kind of fucking idiot makes a stupid...
Oh, yeah. When I went on another... he hates me because our opinions are extremely clash. He's so far left, it's not even funny.
Yeah. Do you know what? Do you know what I genuinely believe? I genuinely believe that far left is an illness. It's a mental.
It's a cult. Illness. It's like a cult at this point.
Fuck you know. I've never seen nothing like it.
I think the far right are just as bad.
They are, mate. They are absolutely. But do you know what? With the far right,
they're more palatable to be able to talk to and stuff, and a lot of them can have discourse between each other. The left, it's like you're either in or out.
Yeah.
I know, but you look at some of these far right people, and you start looking at like what they get locked up for. Like you think to yourself, crikey.
Yeah, but far left, right, they're all fucking bonkers.
Yeah, they're both bonkers. They're both bonkers as bad as each other.
Yeah, as bad as each other. That's why it's like whatever.
The thing is though, with the far right, at least like DP said, you can have some kind of talk with them where you're not thinking to yourself, I'm going to get bottled here. Is three of them going to jump me and try and nick me phone and fucking give me a kiss or something?
Oh, yeah.
You've got no worries about that. With
the far left, no worries with that.
DP's fucking video, I watched it 3 times today trying to get my head round that fucking idiot John and that fucking Alan Partridge lookalike kid. Mate, if I'd have been there, Jesus Christ, I'd have been locked up. I'd have been locked up tonight.
Do you see when I start pointing at that Alan Partridge kid going, and this is the left for you? Is this who you really want in control of your country?
Yeah.
Do you know when I say that? When I watched it back, I was like, I'm right, look at him. That's why I was zooming in on him and just fucking letting him go, innit? Just keep going.
That's what you have to do, mate. Just let them talk.
I know what my comment sections are on clipping now, you know what I mean? I've put my head into it a lot. So I know the comment section on certain places, if I do it right and show them what they're like there, they're going to get hammered anyway, and they're just doing themselves damage. Like, when we first turned up and that John was first there with Charlie Beach's ex, right? All I planned to do was walk in there. I see they're all there. They'd probably chant Nazi at me with their little fucking horns. I'd be able to fucking film it for 30 seconds a minute. Some of them clips can do fucking sick. So all I go in there for, come out. They decided to walk. Well, by the time I come round, they'd walked up to the lad and started kicking off with them out of nowhere. They were just stood around. So they caused it for themselves. And he said he wanted to be famous anyway, man. He should have been careful what he wished for.
Yeah, because he's definitely famous now.
Yeah, he's like the new Ronnie Pickering. Because I dropped my shit on him and then Billy Moore did at the same time and it just went bang.
Yeah, that lad, I mean, that John, I've seen him spiraling on Facebook. I've seen little clips of his stuff as well, roundabout.
He's everywhere.
Everywhere. Liam Tuster shared him as well on X.
So, AY, do they still use Pace constantly? That's why you understand Pace so well, right?
Listen, I understand Pace. I understand bits of it so well, because of a man called Iron Balditch. No, it was a man called Iron Balditch. Yeah, and he made me get a copy. He didn't make me get a copy. Yeah, but he was going round to the police stations trying to get a copy. And I thought, I'm going to see if I can get a copy of that. Do you remember, Ray?
Oh, yeah. I remember that, mate.
Yeah, and you could never get
Did you get a copy? Huh?
Do you know what? I did get a copy. And believe it or not, do you know the one place where I did get a copy?
The full copy,
I think I'm lying. Yeah. When I tell you where I actually got a copy from,
From a cop, right?
Mate, I got it from Charing Cross Police Station.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's where they used to have it.
Give it him and tell him to fuck off. Get him out of here. I've had enough of this.
They don't understand.
Did they actually give you a copy? Yeah.
It's astonishing the way that the CPS has been.
I walked to the counter, and I've got it on footage somewhere. Yeah. I walked to the counter. I asked her for a copy of Pace. She said, "Yeah, no problem. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll print you out one."
Yeah.
I said, right. I was taken aback. Yeah, because I'd never seen them do that before. Yeah, I was a bit shocked. And I was like, "What, the whole thing?" And she was like, "Do you want the whole thing?" I was like, "Yeah, if possible." And then she gave me the whole copy of the thing. She printed it out.
Fucking mad, isn't it? Mad.
So yeah, I was fucking basically, can't remember when it was. It was good. It must have been about 3-4 years ago. But I've got it here in front of me, bro. It's like I've got code A to fucking code. Shit, there's so many pieces of paper here. It's unreal.
It's a big document. It's a very big document.
E. I think it goes further than E. I think I've got to G.
Goes past G, man. Code G of PACE is the necessity to arrest, isn't it, Ray?
Yes.
G. No, D. E.
I know code G is necessity, isn't it, Ray?
I think so, yeah. All PACE is
necessity to arrest.
All PACE is really is the blueprint of what to do with suspects, really. That's all PACE is, to make sure that they're complying with human rights, making sure they're complying with the law. Half of them ain't got a fucking clue what's in it. They don't even know which... The very first part of every part of PACE, from A, I think it is, to G, at the very top of it says, this should be readily available in any police station. That's the very top of every paragraph. I had to go to fucking Nottingham and fight for 6 months for them to get a copy for the public to see. And I forced them to fucking do it. I went to the commissioner of Nottinghamshire Police and I forced him to put it in. Because I said, I'm just going to put you all over the internet. And it took 6 months, but they eventually did it. Every station should have it.
Should have.
There's fucking loads of it anyway.
So the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, 1984, isn't it? It's 1984, I think. It's
94, yeah.
But it's to be honest with you, with what I do now, the only bit I need to know is the stop and search bit from PACE. You know, because 100%, like, if they've got an allegation that you've got something, they're always going to use Section 1 of PACE and they're going to get away with that, because they've got an allegation from somebody, So they're always going to get away with that.
It depends, because the allegation, it can't be hearsay, so it can't be just an allegation. If there's more than one person that says they've seen you, say, with a knife or with a weapon, that's different. But like one person's hearsay, I'm telling you, officer, that this person's got something on them, that's not really enough. They can and they do use it, but you can definitely take them to a civil court, 100%. Because if you're there talking to them normally and you're not being aggressive and you're having a normal conversation, they've got no necessity for the search unless something major's happened, if they've seen it. And that's where a lot of people get it wrong. They think, oh, fucking hell, they can search me whenever they want. And to be fair, they can search you, but it doesn't make it lawful. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's all they do. The coppers nowadays, they rely on the public being dumb. They rely on the public not being, savvy on the law. And that's what they rely on.
Have any of you actually sat and read the whole of
PACE? Prime Minister here, he was a technocrat that's from the CPS. So, yay.
CPS are fucking useless. Absolutely useless.
I understand. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's the crown and that. I understand. You got to look at this. The whole thing has to break down, bro. Right? We got to get rid of people by the dozen. Get them out of the fucking prisons.
Get them out of the prisons by the dozen. Bro,
by the dozen, every second.
They should be, planes should be they should be ready to go.
Planes on the fucking runway.
Yeah, like they should be. Listen, they should be.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And then we charge the countries for that. We go, hang on, this is what? Yeah, you're giving us compensation.
Hey, but listen, we would be happy.
Well, if they want to play games, let's play games.
We would be happy. Well, I can't speak for everybody, but I reckon a lot of people would be happy if we just said, if we got to give them a couple of grand, give them a couple of grand to fuck off,
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. They cost way more anyway.
No.
It's not just economic benefit as well.
Candy. We don't give candy away. No. Our candy needs for our kids. Our kids need candy. Fuck those kids. Get them out. We need a strict rule here that literally has to go through so much. Seriously, man, they have to go through so much to go, why the fuck are you here? And they can do it. They can. This is the tax code. That's why it works. But then everyone under this, we should be like, okay, get your shit together. Here's the check. You going back home? Well, what do you mean? Well, sorry, we've bought your house already because you couldn't get your shit in order. Get out. I know it's difficult to say the least, but that's going to happen.
I'll tell you what would help if France would work with us in a more consolatory way. So if we could put, say, a detention centre on their land, if we could make a little bit of England, I should say, on their land and say, look, you've got these people who are trying to get over to our country via small boats, illegally entering our country. You know that we're going to pick them up from the channel. You know that your police aren't doing anything. We want a detention centre that will house 2,000, 3,000 people on your land, and we'll deal with them. The ones that are going to pass to be an asylum seeker, we'll let through. The ones that don't, well, they can fuck off the other way. And that's the only way to do it.
But the thing is, and I'll just be blunt with it, yeah, where's not in their best interest? That's not in their interest.
It's not.
I don't care about that, sir. What I care about is
but you just got to be like the reality of the situation, right? So as much as we don't care, like you're having them back and they're not coming. Look, France is in a bad way, man.
Everyone don't want to
be.
A lot of them we give aid to the countries. Just put them out. Take them back, or you ain't getting no money, and we'll pay someone else to take them. How about that? Like I said earlier in Discord as well. What about saying to some of these countries, I tell you what, take these migrants and we'll send some of our knowledge in building things up, and we'll come over there again and help you try and build things up for a bit with these migrants to do the work. Do you know what I mean? There's plenty of things you can do. But if you see to Pakistan, for instance, oh yeah, we're going to take all your aid money off you, they'll probably go, all right, send them back. You know what I mean? We can do a lot to the world. We can just use that as our advantage, isn't it?
And France, everyone I spoke to has said about France recently, France is gone, mate. Listen, this is a country that couldn't even have their normal New Year's Eve firework display like every major city in the world because, let's be honest, they deemed it not to be safe. They didn't want to take the risk.
No,
weren't money. It had nothing to do with money. You know, it can't be. It's just France's skin.
France has always been too liberal for its own good, anyway, man. They're obviously probably going to be the first to properly fucking fall as the huge nation they are.
Really, the ghouls. You're joking, right?
And then these same lefties and that are the ones that are like helping them in these camps and stuff and doing
they're just a lot of them are just fucking naive and just have this weird it's been embedded into them. I just don't get it.
It's a saviour complex. It's like a God complex.
Balance. Yeah, saviour complex, empathetic extremists.
It's usually.
I get it. Like they just want to be. I get it. I get the whole.
It's just naive and wrong.
Be a nice person. Let's worry about everyone's feelings. But unfortunately, that's just not really the real world, is it?
Yeah, tough love when you're a kid. I get it.
There's nothing wrong with being a good person and that, but
there's lines.
You know what I mean?
Kindness for weakness, for fuck's sake.
Look, we all like to help people, if we can,
They're all ungrateful anyway.
But listen, if we was experiencing like real refugees coming and real asylum seekers, then I don't think we'd have much of a problem. The problem that we have is that we have. Well, you wait till tomorrow. We're probably going to have hundreds, close to 1,000.
Because it's going to be so warm. Oh shit!
I think legal migration is what's caused a problem for illegal migrants because if they're real asylum seekers, like you're saying, because if there was genuine back in the day, countries used to agree to take a certain amount each, so you'd get 10,000 refugees, actual refugees, right? 20,000.
Yeah. The only real answer at this point is The only real answer at this point is personally, like, because you got to look at. Really, cause you got to kind of make things. What's the word? An inconvenience, let's say. Anyway, right. So these protests need to start being aimed more at Dover itself. And like at the end of the day, they've got to take these people off of boats and like move them from there to there. Yeah. So like, I mean, I don't really agree with Stop Oil's tactics for the most part, but I mean, like
proper protesting.
It gets shit done. It gets shit done. You block something. It's like the same as like all this. Why do you think the farmers go with all their? Why do you think the farmers go with all their big tractors and shit, man? Because as soon as you block the flow, that's also the flow of money, and they don't like that.
It's like with Antifa on Saturday, man, and all them lot. Whether you like it or not, they know how to fucking protest. You ain't doing this. Yeah, we fucking are. Fuck you. That's protesting, isn't it?
No, it's like the only like other solution.
I'll give them that. I will give them that.
They link up arms, and they don't move.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. That they do. I'll give them that. I'll give them their dues on that. With the
there might be a bunch of hermits.
Yeah, but they're hardcore with it.
They're hardcore.
But you know what? They're successful with that. They're successful with their tactics because they practice.
Yeah.
The lads who go with cameras just rock up and film. There's no tactic there. There's no tactics. So how are you going to film? How are you going to, place yourself?
You never know what's going to happen, bro.
It's going to fail then because what happens is with no tactics about how you're going to operate, even stupid tactics like they use will always win because they're regimented and they've got a practice routine. So what they'll do is they'll see DP, they'll see Bear, they'll see AY, and they'll see three lads filming, and they'll form a circle around them because that's what they've practiced. So what you need to do is you need to think, right, okay, what happens if X, Y, and Z happens? We'll do this, this, and this. We'll split up, or we'll put two over here and one over there. Tactics are everything. It's got to be like a military operation. That.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, me and Bear were like, right, we need to be careful trying to get out of Manchester, man. You don't be bumping into fucking 10 of them cunts on the way out. And that.
Well, they were, weren't they? Like we had already heard from other people, like who were going other ways. They were saying, like, look, be careful, man. There's word as
they'll be milling around in that. Yeah.
People are getting jumped and that. Like,
but this is what I was saying to you, Bear, the other day when we were talking. If you had an organisation behind you that was going to say, right, how many lads are going to this protest today? There's going to be 10 of you. Fantastic. 3 of you focus on filming the actual protest. 3 of you focus on asking questions. 3 of you focus on getting around the police and talking to the police about stuff. And 1 of you coordinate and just say if there's any problems, pull back. And that's how it's got to work. Because
to be fair, yes, on Saturday we were sticking together, bro, a lot.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I agree. But like I say, everything I said to you the other night, in an ideal world, that's what you need. But
sometimes, Ray, the adrenaline and just everything going on, it's just
not even that, bro.
I get it.
Like, what's going on? Yeah, and Saturday was like, what is going on? Like, you're almost getting hit by horses. Fucking hell.
Like I said, I don't, like I say, so I don't, fuck it, I'll be
honest with you as well.
There's certain people, bro, that like wouldn't be willing to work with certain people.
Yeah, totally.
Do you know what I mean? That's the issue.
You know what? I would be that person because I would be like, look, if it's people that I sit and chill with, like now, I'm never going to stand there, and watch them get a good hiding.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to do that, But, when I'm, like, filming, I like to worry about myself, not other people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm just more focused into what I'm doing rather than what other people are doing,
But but this is the thing. I get that, and that's a fair point. But why these protests with the lefties are so successful is their group think. So one of them gets. Well, let me say this as an example, and Bear, you'll know this. You're from near Bentley, aren't you?
Yeah.
So there was a nightclub in Bentley years ago, and I went in and I had a fight with this lad in a nightclub. It was a rough hole. And I had 20 sets of fucking fists come at me, and I was only fighting one lad because they all knew this lad was from Bentley. And they didn't really know him, but they knew he was from Bentley. And they all jumped me. They all tried to kick the fucking shit out of me. And afterwards I thought, you know what? They did exactly the right thing Because what they've done is they've identified me beating up their mate, and they've just all dived on. This is what the left do. They identify someone first, they dive on, and it's not just one. It's
I hate
loads.
to give credit, even when it's due to people that I don't like sometimes. But you know, I've always said it about the left; they're just so much more organised, bro.
There's too much division on the right side.
Like Manchester. Yeah, I heard earlier Roy say, "Oh, they're plants." No fucking way, mate. Was Saturday plants? There ain't
less funded by the union and that.
Fucking plants to just go AWOL, which I very much doubt. Yeah, like that was some serious shit. Some real serious.
Mate, there's too much division on the right side. There's too much division, and I'm just going to say it. You've got a lot of jealousy. You've got a lot of people. You know, they look at other people, and you know, you've got too much of it. On that left side, you don't have none of that. Everybody gets along. Do you know what I mean? But
that is not true. No, there's always a hierarchy. There's never something that is harmonious in that respect. So,
it's never
a lot of it is actually, I would say, injected more than us. As you know,
left will fracture anyway, because the communists and the Muslims are mixing.
Exactly. The Muslims the communists love that idea. Yeah. Because it's so dominating. So yeah, let's use this as a
using each other. They're just using each other at the minute.
But the Zionists as well. Oh, dude.
What about the Zionists? What are we saying about them?
Well, I would say like you know, they're one and the same with the Wahhabists. Correct?
No. I see. So we were talking about this the other day. I think Zionism has been thrown around that much that most people that don't even know what Zionism means think that like Zionism's a new word for like Nazi or something.
Mate, it's crazy. They diluted all these words. Yeah, racist, fascist.
I'll be honest. Traditional Zionist by definition is just a set of people that believe in having a homeland, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they don't believe in having a Jewish
translation to create the state that is your own. Yeah, there's a translation to it. Use. Yeah.
How many beers you deep, Challenger?
I'd just like to comment on the weekend's, shall we say, events.
Shit show.
I'd like to say, because I've only watched Billy Moore's Not Your Own yet, but when Billy Moore caught that person with, because Google wouldn't allow it, and who controls Google? But anyway, they wouldn't allow me to type it. All I'd like to say was the guy with the hat that says "Make Roofing Great Again" was talking more sense than anybody, and he got attacked by the left.
Yeah. I spoke to him. I said to him, "Come and join us."
Not the left, sorry, Antifa. Antifa is just as bad as like the ultra right. You know what I mean? They're just as bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're worse. Yeah, they chucked him out, and it was like, we were like, he's with you, you bunch of mongs. And then he was like, why are they doing that to me? I'm actually left wing. And I was like, you can come and join us if you want, man. Switch sides.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he was talking more sense more than anybody, and Billy Moore made that point as well. So yeah. Anyway, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you all. Nice to meet you all. Yes.
Yeah, because he started sticking up for me and having a go at me because he was like, no, what he's saying is like kind of he's got a point to him. And obviously, he's one you can obviously not all of the left. Some of them, if there is content there, if you can find them where you can just actually have discourse and discussion with them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to find them first.
You got to find them. Yeah, that's the hard part.
No, they do exist.
I've had a few. I've posted a few videos of them.
The problem is you have with that is even when you find them, yeah, as soon you can be having a good conversation, all of a sudden one or two will walk over and whisper in the ear, and all of a sudden the conversation breaks down there, and they just walk off. Like they'd never spoke to you. Like it's like what the fuck?
Well, doesn't that work on both sides? To be honest, BB.
No. Nah, I tell you why. Do you want to know why? I've always said this, bro. Go back and look at my channel. Go back and look at my channel in the very early days.
Probably not gonna go say Tommy.
When I first started doing
don't like him, you know what I mean, on the right, it's exactly the same as on the right.
Nah, the left. The problem with the left is the problem with the left is if you're not in line with if you do not in line with fucking every single viewpoint that they have,
correct,
then you are a fascist. And I've proved it. I've literally proved
I'm
it.
not calling you a fascist,
hang on. When I went outside UAV Engines in Shenstone,
it works exactly the both ways, isn't it?
When I went to UAV Engines, are you going to
the same works on that, the same as on the right. Is all I'm saying. Come on.
Look,
how many?
It just goes back to what we just said a minute ago, doesn't it? Yeah.
He always
There's
does
too much division on the right side. Yeah. When everybody on the right side, ultimately, they want the same thing. Yeah. But there's just too much, and we're just proving it right here, right now, you know, because you call some of the right side Zionists and, you know, some of them racist, and it's just a load of bollocks, really, to be honest with you.
We don't know what he is, bro. Like, Bear, are you aware of what Challenger is? Because I'm confused with him.
I don't know what he is. I'm just saying, you know, like, it doesn't matter what he is.
He's a pisshead. I'm just going to say.
He's a pisshead.
No, he seems like he's got some real good, like, conversation in him, but every time he comes up, he's like pissed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's one of those. I ain't going to knock the lad. But he comes up, like, pissed up, and you can't, when someone's not coherent, mate, you can't have a rational conversation with them.
No, I'm just, you know, because like clearly there is a lot of division on the right. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I think I'll just give Rupert a year, see where he's at. I think for now.
But I can just see it getting worse, to be honest.
Well, I said,
I thought I had
the last few summers,
do you know
the
that?
next 3 summers of the election, bro. What the fuck's going to happen there? Because we know it's going to kick. It's going to, innit? It's going to go again in the summer. It's going to go again.
The election, mate. The next election is going to be so diluted that Labour's going to win again. That's what's going to happen.
I don't know, because Labour have got problems with the Greens and your party. They're fractured over there, bro. It ain't as simple as that. Labour and Tories numbers are down. I think they're done. But it's going to be a fight between the Indians now. They're done. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's going to be it's going to be a massive switcheroo. But the Greens, Corbyn will pull some votes from your party. Then you've got obviously Restore and Reform going at it on the right. But I think Farage will lose a lot of the support over to Restore eventually after 3 years.
Hey guys, are you like accustomed to like the cooperative that we should use more in Britain and England as peoples? You know, we believe in that. No, I'm serious, because lawyers and councils and all sorts of stuff. There are buildings out there across the country, beautiful buildings that are just sitting there rotting, man. They're fucking disgusting that they're making them into fucking houses for people, for other people. Instead, we should make with beauty things or whatever, get it in the cooperative. Cooperative, that's the one.
The problem with the cooperative, mate, the problem with the cooperatives is they are prone to corruption really badly.
Well, I understand that. That's where you need the lawyers or the lawyer that writes it up, and the government
problems in this country because the lawyers
have the money to deal with it. So say I'm willing to dump 50 bills in there, 50 million, not billion. Jesus, I wish, but there, and then you can see how much you could kind of accumulate from. How many people would, without knowing that these are, I can't sell it, but I can go, oh, yeah, come on, join. The reward has to come later on. And as well as how are we going to get rid of and fix the country?
Well, that would have worked maybe 70, 80 years ago, but we're in a situation now with a generation that is so now, that is so I want it now.
I know benefits. I know, on the tap. Yes, it's unbelievably bad. Yes,
we're in the doom scrolling generation, mate. Doom scrolling, 15-second clips.
Don't say that's be blackpilling me. It's my birthday. I just want to,
And you know what?
I have hope, man. I really do. I can't let go of that for any sake, for the men.
Do you know what, Ray?
Come on.
Go on,
There's a couple of people on this panel that are very grateful for that generation.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I'll tell you of them doom scrollers.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, hit that juicy bonus earlier, the big one.
You know what? Big up the doom scrollers.
Big up the doom scrollers.
Oh, bro, I did about fucking 8 million views in 2 days because of doom scrolling. Do you know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying.
No, but
you guys do a great job, by the way. I take my hat off to you, sir. So certainly, yes. Thank you.
Like I always say this, like you always
I watch you boys all the time. You guys do the whole let's check this out, and you go into those crowds. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And AY as well. It's like you're very calm. It's good, man. It's a good demeanor. Yeah, it's good demeanor, man. It's proper, bro. It's lovely. It's kind of funny as well.
You know who I learned from,
charm, yeah. I love it. Cheers.
There's a very underrated guy on the panel. A very knowledgeable guy. He's very underrated. Because we don't see him enough, I don't think.
I would say I'm less.
It's my old buddy Ray, Mr. In Between. Yeah, one of my first buddies on YouTube, to be honest.
You need to get out and do some content. Come on, come and join us at protests. Just don't punch anybody.
I know, yeah. Would be good to see you at a few, to be fair.
Bro, do you know what? I reckon
I'd love it. It would be there like you guys would be like, oh, here's the Hobbit. Yeah, there we go.
Right, you're still training?
Yeah, still training,
Yeah, bro, listen, I went today, yeah. I was in the garage today for a little while.
Mm.
I was with my oldest boy. And he said to me, Dad, he said, you need to loosen up. He said, you're too stiff. I says, what? Yeah. He says, I tell you, yeah. He said, see this coming from next week. He said, you're going to be in trouble.
I saw on DP's video. I think it was DP's video where there was an Asian guy with a baseball cap on. Kept talking.
Yeah, fucking knobhead.
I can't say no to a scrap. I cannot say no. So these kinds of fucking idiots are going to put me in prison. It's one of the reasons. I mean, I've been out to protests. I've been to Wakefield. I've been to Leeds. I've been to Birmingham. But I've just kept myself to myself. I've just, me and my mate turned up, just filmed a little bit and had a little chat and then come away. But half these fucking idiots, they'd wind me up. They'd wind me up and I'd end up on fucking remand or something.
Yeah, the problem is now you get arrested at these protests. They bang you on bail conditions. You ain't allowed to go to any protests.
Yeah, you fucked.
Happens to go stop the boats media.
Mate, I've heard that he's banned from all hotels as well.
Yeah, bro. Just on that, and it was a bullshit arrest anyway, bro.
So that means he's been arrested for something to do with a hotel as well, surely.
Nah, I've got the footage on mine. Still got to put it out. The copper is funny, man. I was just, as I rocked up the copper, just seeing in his face, he goes, you know what, you've had enough. And just grabs him by his jacket, pulls him through.
Do you know what, like, and I'm a firm believer of, well, I know for a fact, yeah, that they've got, like, different cases on different people waiting, sitting there to go.
Yeah.
Because I know, well, when that Stripey got nicked, they nicked him for an offence in December.
Yeah.
As well as the ones, you know? So you never know if he's been done something at a hotel and he's actually been nicked for that as well. Like when you're in the police station.
Yeah.
So you're right there. That some police have taken it unto themselves, as they do, to have a gripe with people all the time. And Tommy is one of them, right?
Well,
they want him no matter what, you know.
Well, I just said at these big protests, man, you need to be careful. The police, whether it's right or wrong, on legislation and everything like that, it's a different.
You're really smart at these protests, didn't you?
Who?
Who, me?
Yeah, we're really conscious about these bail conditions. You are.
Yeah, bro. I know what they're on, bro. Fuck that.
I know.
Fuck that.
Look, Bear, you should stop laughing now, Bear.
Fuck that. I know
What's that?
I was being sarcastic, by the way.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
Give him a chance, mate.
He's on his best behaviour at protest. He doesn't want bail conditions.
Oh, yeah. No, fucking hell. Oh, yeah.
Has any of the lads...
Bye-bye. Bye. Quick time. Big up your fucking chest on that one as well. You know what I'm saying?
Has any of the lads gone down to Dover to see these boats coming in or wherever they land?
No, I have thought about doing it. Like I know people.
Are you working tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If you'd have asked me that earlier today, I could have told you no, I'm free, bro. But
mate, I reckon there's going to be. Oh, what's our bill doing there? Not again, please.
Oh,
please, Lord. Tomorrow's going to be a hot day, so I reckon there's going to be quite a few boats.
Yeah.
Yeah, there'll be loads of there's a hot day, but they're gagging to get over. There'll be I reckon there'll be a rush of it because they know that probably a lot will understand that with the pressure's on, we want it to stop. Do you know what I mean? Get here while you can, sort of mode. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh shit, dude.
Think about that.
You guys said it's gonna so what's up, guys? Let's go.
All right, peeps.
Ellie's on.
Yes, Jupes. Auntie Jupes.
He's gonna rock up and then it's like, hey, hotel, how about a phone? Let's go. A house for you, a house for you. Everyone gets a house.
Once everyone's gone, it'll probably be like that, man. There'll be enough for everyone.
Bro, there'll be loads.
Right, where's everyone going?
47% of fucking social housing in London is taken up by foreigners that have not got a British passport. 25%
we ain't fucking going nowhere. Stop your moaning. We're British. We always win.
Rule Britannia.
Exactly.
Fuck off, it's making us broke.
Oh, we're not going anywhere.
We're not going anywhere.
She is correct. English always win.
We ain't going nowhere, but foreign criminals and
sakes,
people
man,
that come here without
yeah, there you go. So I've been out, so I've only just come in and caught this live. So what's it was the headline that you're
well, you can go back to that. What do you think about that? You seen the video?
I've only seen a clip of it. What's your take on it first? Go on, you go first. Men first.
Well, I'm just, like I said, everyone's gone straight to the Bob thing and he shouldn't put himself in certain situations, which I fully get. But because we know Bob and we can like maybe take a certain view on that, let's forget that it's Bob a minute. And that's a white British Christian male being but completely ragged around by a group of Muslim men. Now, if that was the other way round, you're not telling me that wouldn't already be on national news as some kind of fucking racial attack outside a mosque. So I don't know. That's my take on it. Other people have said.
Okay, let me give you my take then before anybody else. So it don't look like I'm being swayed too much. So basically, yeah, I get the point that it's a load of Muslims that have jumped to Christian male, but I'm sure that amongst those Muslims, someone was probably aware of who Bob was. We don't know what led up to it, or at least I don't, because I've only seen a clip. And knowing that the way that Bob has been carrying himself all over the place, it's quite possible that he antagonised it. Not that that's an excuse to get jumped. And obviously, if I was there and I could have helped him and stopped him getting jumped, of course I would, because I don't want to see anybody getting jumped. But at the same time, I weren't there. And to be quite honest, I expect Bob to get himself in problems now. And I don't really give a fuck about him that much.
GC, appreciate it, bro.
Big up GC, the new member.
I agree with that, but still, like I said, so have you seen his explanation that he put on X? His vague explanation as to.
No, go on, show us it.
So,
show us it.
I can't get it up because I'm looking at my phone, but I'm happy to read it. He says, here's a quick explanation of what happened in Whitechapel. We've had to run quickly into the train station, so I haven't been able to give. I haven't been given ample time to do anything. However, we were doing videos where someone recommended we go outside East London Mosque after their prayers to talk to them about Ramadan and what happened with the Christian preacher. They ended up surrounding us. We spoke for about half an hour. We had it all on camera. Then randomly, they started to intimidate my cameraman. They grabbed my camera and bashed it to the ground while I was holding onto it. They put me on the floor. They kept on grabbing me consistently, doing women's stuff like pinching me, pushing me, and slapping me. They took some of the things out of my pockets. I ran away. That was his explanation on X.
Oh well, he lived to tell another tale, didn't he?
Like there was a time I was speaking when I think I was speaking to you. I think DP when you was going to Camden. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And I said like, be careful. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
me and Cozzy were on our best. We were really careful and cautious.
Like, because I'm like, do you know what? I've actually become a member, but I was trying to gift a membership to somebody.
Well, big up yourself.
So how the fuck have I done that then? I've gifted a membership to myself.
Well done.
Oh well.
Okay, well done, me.
The audience is asking me what's funny. The fact that they would pinch him like a girl, he said. And anybody that thinks that I'm a Karen, yes, we need more Karens, yeah? We need more British women who stand up and go, oi, I know my fucking rights, and what the fuck are you doing? Yeah? Like, don't wash with me.
You can't give memberships on your channel.
I'm sure you can.
You can't, guys.
No?
No, man.
I've never known how to do that.
Don't know. Sure you can. I'm sure people have done it before. I want to say they have anyway. I don't know. Fuck me.
Don't worry, GC. I'm going to send him some emojis. I'll get Amp to make him some as well. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah. Well, I'll ask Amp to actually. I won't get him to. I'll ask him to. Because that's who made mine for me.
Yeah, anyway, so you were telling us about when you was with Bob. Do you remember when outside Aston Villa, when he was getting himself into problems and you were trying to help him and then he just walked off and still started fucking causing trouble again?
Look, at that stage, you've got to let him carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah, at that stage, you just got I
appreciate you, man.
You know, you can't. You have to just let him go. You just have to let him go. You know.
No worries, man.
Cheers, bro.
What?
Big up your chest.
What people got to realise is people got their own minds. You know, and age can't be an excuse.
The thing is,
doesn't help him though with the how quick it's been for him. You know, with the fame shit. I don't think it's helpful.
But he seems like a naive lad, though. He seems like a really naive lad, because if you can't handle yourself in them situations, if you can't physically handle yourself in them situations, don't put yourself in them, because you're going to get really hurt. Because we can say that these lefties are all fucking fannies, and they are, but it only takes one to know what they're doing, and then you're fucked.
Do you know what we said to? There's many we say this to. This is what I'm trying to say again. Like, I ain't trying to dig no one out, but there's too many people, bro, that like ain't about it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's what I was. That's exactly what I was going to say, Bear. Yeah, there's too many people, but they're fannies themselves.
Yeah.
You know, so it's fannies meeting fannies, and you know what happens then? They become lesbian.
Oh God!
Sorry, man.
That's gonna
if I've
get
done anything wrong, yeah.
We're going to drag him down the police station again.
But the thing is, with that young Bob, you ain't even got to be an hard man. You ain't got to be tough, but you got to be situationally aware of where you are, what you're doing. The kid just isn't.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Is you got to be, I said that earlier on. Right, he ain't situational aware.
Yeah.
At all. He's got no sense of danger, man.
You know, like a year ago or whatever, when this all it was a bit more than that, to be fair, but a year ago, I would have said, like, maybe you didn't have, but I'm telling you, shit is starting to, tensions are rising, man. I'm telling you, and I'm not like saying I am advocating for that or that I agree with it. I'm telling you what I'm observing when I'm out. when the times that I go out and when I look from, say, 6 months ago, a year ago, you can see, man, you can see it's getting to
changes. But he does tell lies as well, though, Bear. Yeah, young Bob, he does tell lies because he is monetized on every platform. Every platform he's on is monetized.
He's got to be. He's got to be.
He is. He is, Ray. Every platform that the kid's on is monetized.
Just in general, though, bro, even English Ned getting thing, and like if the guy, like I say, I personally don't know. I hadn't even seen the knife thing be pointed out. I did see what happened though, and like again, someone carrying a knife like that's getting some serious shit. How long is it until? Listen, when you call somebody a Nazi and a fascist and stuff, and these people, like, I used to think that like some of them used to just shout it from the rooftops just for the fun of it. But do you know what? I'm starting to think these people actually think it. When they stand in front of me and they scream this shit at me, and they're like, I can tell that they genuinely think that I'm some fucking Nazi, which is mad.
It is mad.
Yeah, but it don't help when you've got a little shits. I was going to use the C word, but let me be kinder to him. Little shits like Bob who run their mouth and say things to people that they shouldn't be saying. You see, you've got to understand, Bear, right? And I always say this, what you stamp on your way up, because they're going to be the ones that kick you on your way down.
What did I say earlier on, Bear?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
What did I say earlier on, guys? Should I tell you the reason why he's got no security? And I'm just going to tell you straight. The reason he's got no security is because he slagged them all off.
Yep.
On his way up.
Yeah. It's one of them, I agree with you. But, like, you know, I don't know him personally anyway. So
no, I'm not saying that he's wrong for doing that, because if he believes that, and he believes them situations have occurred, he should obviously express his opinions. But
he's very young still and very impressionable, man. Like,
he is.
About that, because he's not about that. Like I said, he very impressionable, bro.
Well, you say he's not about that. He was sitting on his own podcast or whatever you want to call it on X, posting it with Steve Laws on his panel, saying the most outrageous things about black people and agreeing with the most outrageous things, and then making the statement that he's always felt this way. He's just never been allowed to elaborate it, and he don't give a fuck whether the Tommy movement want him on stage or whether the people want to talk to him ever again. Blah, de, blah, de, blah, de, blah, de, blah. Blah, de, blah, de, blah, de, blah, de, blah. You know, it don't go down too well.
I think you might find he might have a touch of the tism, if I'm honest. From what I've seen of him, he seems to be very socially awkward, and that can be a trait of other things.
Mate, I spent a lot of time with him off camera, Ray. Yeah, last summer. A lot of time, yeah. And mate, he's a really good lad, but he's changed so much, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like he's from about, I don't know, man, from about like October time. I don't know, he just changed so much, you know.
But having his face everywhere and having his name everywhere, that's going to affect certain people in certain ways. He probably can't handle it. Probably doesn't know how to deal with it.
Some people can
deal with it. Some people can't.
Yeah, but people have tried to advise him and tried to be friendly and not even do it in a...
Yeah, but some of us are dickheads as proper adults and men. Imagine being 18.
All I can say again.
Imagine going... Exactly.
At
going
that
back
age,
to your young,
nobody was telling me nothing at that age.
Exactly. Going back to your young and older people telling you what to do, you're not going to do it.
Yeah, fuck you,
not
man.
telling you what to do, but giving you advice, you know?
Yeah. I'll do my own thing.
Listen, I don't want this
Sorry, I just want to say, because he can articulate himself well, that's not to say that he ain't got a lot of fucking vulnerabilities, man. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what? That's exactly what I was going to say, yeah? He's intelligent. He's very, 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 very clever. But in some ways, he's very vulnerable.
Yeah. Well, like I said earlier, I wouldn't let him get a good hide in, but at the end of the day, You know, it depends on the situation each time. It's not someone where you can go, yeah, he's a stand-up person. He knows how to carry himself. You know, if he's got attacked, that's bang out of order. You can't do that straight away with him. He's not that kind of character.
Well, I'll be honest as well. You wouldn't sit around a dinner table and have dinner with him and have a chat.
No.
You wouldn't be doing that. Yeah, well, I wouldn't anyway. Yeah.
No.
Not that I would say anything wrong or anything, but you know 100% that he's going to tell the world.
Well, if that's the kind of person he is, if there's a snake in the parish, you shut the door. You know, good luck, best of luck in what you're doing.
Yeah, that's where I've got to. Yeah.
To be fair, he did have a private conversation with someone recorded and leaked. Many people have these conversations in private.
But again, but this is the thing, DP.
They're always public and private to an extent.
Situationally aware.
A little bit.
He's naive then, because any conversations that you have with people, you've got to second guess everyone. And that's,
we probably will now, Ray. You would have learned how.
I'll go back to. We are talking like about Bob, like because we're talking about Bob because we're familiar with Bob. We see Bob. I don't get. Let's not get the whole.
Like Bob.
No. I'm not on about that. But let's not play down the fact that a fucking guy's just been absolutely fucking ragged about like that, and he's saying, if he's not lying, I'll take him at face value and by the post, right, for now, is that he says he's got footage of them speaking for half hour first, perfectly fine, yeah? And then they decide to attack, where they rag him around, slap him, take stuff out of his pockets. He feels the need to run. Again, he's not about it, so he's run. So, by rights, going in someone's pocket, that's street robbery, yeah? So, I expect...
Yeah, but Bear, you're not getting it, are you? Who does he want sympathy from? The people that he's called stupid.
I'm not on about. I'm not talking about Bob.
People that he said that as fat ass women or the black community or
he's not on about Bob.
I'm not on about
Bob. He's just saying, like in general, you know, like in general, we have got an area in London.
Yeah,
where people can do that to people, you know.
Oh, yeah, that should be allowed. Yeah, don't take away from that. I agree.
That's what I'm saying. Don't take away from that. I totally agree with everything that you've just said. Can't actually disagree with any of it, really. But let's not take away the fact that, like, that's not okay, man. And if it was the other way around, that would, be all over the news, and it would be deemed a racial attack outside a mosque by far right Christian. I'm telling you, if it was the other way around. So, and this is a problem that we have in this country, and it's getting worse. There's more and more cases of this where, like, I think it's a problem, man. I think it's a problem. Yeah, Bob don't make things easy for himself, and he went there. But still, you know what it is? You could have 10 Muslims go stand outside a mosque on a Sunday, outside a church, on a Sunday, after they come out from their fucking prayers, yeah? And you could debate them about their religion, and I promise you ain't going to get a kicking by any of them. None of them are going to go through your pockets and fucking, You see what I'm saying? But they'd be quick if they could. But I bet we hear nothing about it. The only thing we've heard about it is because we all know Bob, and Bob's put it out there. Yeah, and it's circulating now on X. That's the only reason we know about it. You're not going to see it in the mainstream media. And I just think it's, again, worrying times. Worrying times.
I've not seen this incident, so I'm just going by what you lot are saying.
It's very short. It's 9 seconds long. I'll play it. Yeah.
Let's have a look at it.
It's 9 seconds long. You don't see much.
He's telling you don't fucking
That's all he put on X anyway. Yeah.
Did he say that he had half an hour's worth of normal conversation with these guys?
Normal conversation beforehand, yeah.
You see,
that's what he says in his explanation.
But this is the problem. You don't have half an hour's worth of normal conversation with someone, and then in a second that they turn. This is what I'm saying about him being naive. He's not looking around him. He's not understanding the way the conversation's going. He's not understanding the people that are just looking in the background. He's not.
Oh yeah, you'd know over half an hour, wouldn't you? You'd know over a half an hour period that these people are getting ready to lynch you. You'd know.
I don't want to see anyone get hurt. He doesn't deserve that whatsoever. But you've got to bear a tiny bit of responsibility for yourself. And in them situations, at that location, at that time of night, with all them lads around you, you've got to think to yourself, hang on a minute, I might be in a bit of shit here, and then start to leave. It's fucking stupid.
Yep.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. And I agree that, like, again, to be honest, probably don't even put yourself in that situation. But again, the reality is that you should be able to quite happily put yourself in that situation. Like I said earlier, yeah, in this country, we're meant to live under, as long as you're not breaking the law, guess what? You can do whatever the fuck you want. Whatever the fuck you want. And no one's going to, do you know what I mean? But
well, the
you
law
can't do that anymore.
Regard that. No, the law stipulates like only when we judge it against the law do we make new laws.
Oh my God.
With that. That's the no. I'm sure that's the principle of it.
Oh, that's a fair point. But you know, you get where I was going with it.
You can't just can do anything before the law does. No. I mean, again, I'm not a communist to say like, show me the man, I'll show you the crime. I don't want to see that. And the problem is where we're going here. All the evidence that strews up. Oh yeah, what you spend every buck that you have in your fucking pocket, man.
Look, I don't know. All this has got to stop. Listen, when you go out and you're doing all this kind of thing, right? Respect costs nothing. All right, I'm not saying that you've got to go around respecting Muslims if you don't particularly believe in their faith or they're giving you a bad attitude. If you're standing there and you're having a conversation with them for half hour, all right, you might have a bit of banter. You might fucking say things on under handshot or make a point that they might not like. But if you're antagonising or you're being disrespectful,
that's true, Dukes. We haven't said that.
They're going to do what anybody else would do. So we don't know what
that's true. That's true. We haven't seen that. We haven't seen that, so we don't know what was said.
Knowing Bobby was probably going in hard, to be fair, isn't it, Duke?
Yeah, no. He could well have been, and I quite believe he could well have been as well. Like, you know, like I can see that.
Check your back chat.
Yeah, Bob goes in hard, mate. And there's a time and a place.
He was there with that Hugh Anthony.
Oh, well, there you go. Why didn't Hugh Anthony fucking stick up for him? Because he's another pussy hole.
Do you know what? I swear to God, do you know if we're ever at a protest or we're ever somewhere filming and I get rushed by 10 or 15 of these people and you just stand there and film, don't talk to me after.
They're wankers, isn't it?
I swear to God. Yeah, I swear to God.
You got body cover, man. The action looks good if you get involved anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, wait, listen. I'll jump in when needed. Yeah.
This body cam, man. Get the body cam. If it's recording, you
no, like you say. I'll be honest.
Anyway,
I'll be honest. Yeah, any more than one person jumps on anyone, I'd be jumping in. To be honest.
Yeah, look, no, like I said to you, no one's going to stand there and let him get a bashing, but that weren't a bashing anyway.
No, there would be a lot that would. There'd be a lot that wouldn't put that camera down.
Fucking hustle and bustle. That won't fuck all.
Listen, we've seen it.
There's a lot that wouldn't put the camera down. Trust me.
No, look at Cozzy, Cozzy in Manchester, bro. Reality Media was the one who got involved and tried to help.
Like, if it had been one of them, leave him. Man, he's a grown ass lad. He fucking, you know what I mean? But as soon as there's more than that, and you can see that he's getting fucking a good kicking, it's time to step
where was
in.
Hugh? Where was Hugh? Where was Hugh? What did he do?
I'll put it in the back chat, Bear. Can you have a look?
No offence, but have you seen the size of Hugh?
Bear, can you go in your back chat?
This is what I'm saying. You can't go around being a gobby cunt.
I don't even want to be disrespectful, like, because but he's very small, man, and probably got like the body of a fucking 14-year-old boy. like his build and that. He's small, man.
He's got the fucking mind of a 14-year-old boy. Some of the shit that comes out of his gob.
Hey, Bear, can you look in your back chat?
Yeah, I just did.
They're off their heads, them two being there, man.
That thing.
The video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you play it? Because I can't play it.
Phone. So I can't while I'm on my phone. If I was on my laptop, I could.
I can share
I can't do it.
DP can share it. Share it, DP.
Have you got it on? No, I think it's on.
Oh yeah, hang on. But you ain't got the right screen up, DP. You ain't got.
I'm watching it now. Right. Is that the guy who was with him?
That's Hugh Anthony, yeah.
It's very weird being a minority in my country. Inshallah. But not colonized, right? Not colonized at all. I must say, it's very weird being a minority in my own country. Inshallah. But not colonized.
Okay. Just to put it out there, young Bobby's a thick bastard.
Just to say.
Yeah, he doesn't help himself for sure. A lot don't, man. I don't know what I have to say about it. Like I said, there's a lot that don't. There's a lot that ain't about it. There's a lot that have done okay, or they've got a little bit of credit for something they've caught on camera in the last few months, and now it's gone to their head. And as soon as it goes to your head, yeah, you lose all rational thought process. Yeah, and that's when you start making mistakes, and it's when you end up with bail conditions and fucking. But not saying all the time. Like I say, there's people like AY that have fucking been. We've all seen it time and time again. They fucking target him, yeah, for certain things. But there's certain people that will turn around and say, "Oh yeah, look, this is just evidence that they're going after anyone with a camera." No, they're going after fucking dickheads like you that fucking walk around with a camera trying to be a fucking clever bastard. Yeah,
exactly.
There's a complete difference.
Exactly my point. I mean, all right, it's a funny clip, but at the end of the day, it's not so funny when you're getting a clump round the head, is it?
That was absolute stupidity. Why the fuck was he saying that in front of all them lads? What did he think was going to happen?
Well, the thing is, he can say it, but you've got to be able to walk the walk as well as talk the talk and be prepared for it.
Yeah.
Don't go fucking crying after you provoked it.
Yeah.
And that Hugh Anthony does a fucking lot of that, by the way.
Well, he looks like a fucking piss wet through fucking little knob, that Hugh Anthony.
Yeah, piss stain. Yeah.
What's this going on with, mate?
A wet fart.
But this is the problem. This is the problem. What? People conflate the law and consequences. It's all right saying you should be able to do it.
Get your eyes sorted out then. Go to the doctors, man. Don't tell me. Fucking idiot.
When you're conflating the law and consequences, you're always going to get problems, aren't you?
You're telling me his eyes are hurting for? Well, look,
yeah, we all believe in freedom of speech, Gunners, mate, yeah? But you have to understand that what comes with freedom of speech is consequences, and that you've got no right to fucking tell people how to react. This is why I get pissed off with the Palestinian lot. Yeah? You fucking went in on October the 7th and then started crying when you had it fucking come back on your tenfold.
It depends. Like I say, I'd like to see it in context and what was said, because listen, at the end of the day, there's a particular group of people that follow a particular religion that if you criticize their religion in any way, they see it as you insulting it, not criticizing it, insulting it. I explained this earlier, that I went to a protest, something kicked off with some guy shouting, Aisha is 9 years old. They nearly fucking lynched him. The guy was lucky to get away fucking unhurt. Some other Muslim guy calls me over, says that was really fucking bang out of order. I kind of agreed, even though the guy was right, I agreed that he'd done it like to try and provoke a reaction, yeah? I agree with that, trying to reason with the guy. The guy goes on to say, we will not have our Prophet Muhammad insulted. We will not tolerate it. We will not accept it. We will even lay down our lives for it. Now, when they say insult it, they mean criticize, because I could criticize any single one of you on this panel and you have the right to take it as an insult, yeah, and be offended. So that's really what they mean. You can't criticize it. And these people are willing, when they say, what does that even mean? I'm willing to lay down my life for it. What the fuck does that mean? Because to me, that sounds like some radical shit.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bear, right? But let's be honest, right? You go out for the evening, you're in a pub, and some bloke comes up to you and goes, your wife's a fucking cunt and a whore. Yeah?
Yeah.
You're supposed to be self-disciplined because it's only words. But you know, and I know that you're probably going to bang them out. They carry on.
So that would be in a different, I feel like a different...
right?
It'd be a different situation though, right? So as a man, I'm not going to sit there and let another man.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
I'm not going to do that. But religion is different. Someone has the right.
Everyone's got their levels, and it's one thing when you're going down there and you're trying to have a reasonable debate, or you're actually a Christian, proper Christian, preaching, and you're using scripture and you're pointing out the fallacies in the scripture and stuff like that. But when you're going down there like a knobhead, just to be going, inshallah, wanker signs and fucking giggling to yourself and fucking...
That ain't good. Yeah.
I'll just say a couple of things quickly, yeah?
Yeah,
I I've just looked on X. They stole all of his stuff and his camera stuff, yeah? So how's he got the video in the first place?
I don't think he told it. He said they took stuff out of his pockets and he ran. He didn't say that they'd taken a camera or anything like that. Not in his explanation that he's put on X anyway. That was like a couple of hours ago now.
If you're mugging somebody, Bear, yeah, you're going to take the stuff out of their hands before you take the stuff from their pockets. For one, yeah? That's the first thing, yeah? And if he has got that 30-minute video, they haven't took his stuff, kids.
No, well, they haven't. Like I say, he hasn't said they've taken his stuff. He says they took a few things out of his pockets and he ran.
Hold on.
He said they took things out of his pocket and pinched him like a cow. I don't know how he knows how girls pinch.
Like me and Cozzy are in London, right? And we're streetwise kids, innit? That's where we grew up, and we're just proper like being careful. We bumped into a guy who's got like one of the security guards.
1 second, yeah. No, Bear, he definitely said, "I'm fine. They just stole all my equipment."
Okay. Is this in a comment or this must be a later post or something? That it's in, that's in a separate from what I just read.
Yeah, they said they didn't show up. Blah blah blah.
So the only thing I can assume then is his cameraman, because you can clearly see he's not holding the camera and somebody else is filming him. His cameraman managed to get away with his stuff then.
Yeah, it's probably you, Anthony. It's probably you.
I wonder if he's got the 30-minute.
Had it on his toes in 2 seconds flat.
But do you know what it is? This is why there's a difference between journalism and just getting stuff for clicks and likes and shit. Proper journalists.
This is what I'm saying. Like, so people have got to like, you know what it is? Certain people have got to make that clear, man. That's what I think. Rather than me try and say certain people ain't fucking this and they shouldn't be doing this. Certain people need to fucking make it quite clear that they ain't in any way trying to do like citizen journalism or even auditing, to be fair. Don't use the auditing name either. And they do whatever they do, whether it be comedy sketches or whatever. And some people might like that, but I think personally, when people are putting them in the same bracket as these we'll call them content creators that are going out and bringing you real news, I don't think they should be in that same category, man.
Oh, I've got another video.
Making that quite clear as well.
Found another video.
It will be
I found another video. Young Bob's dropped. I'm going to rob you. Young Bob's dropped another video 4 hours ago. Young Bob, I'm going to rob you.
Right, go on then.
There's a minute-long video.
And then I'll play it. Put it backstage.
Let me get the link.
It's definitely a.
I don't think it could have been any auditor though, Antifa. Yeah, fucking trying to be Antifa. I don't think it could. It could have been an auditor. I don't think that BBA would have got himself in that situation, or fucking AY, and dare I say it, even DP.
Right.
I'd like to think not. I'd like to think not.
He would.
Like, listen, I'll always anyway.
The last one would. Well, he'd be sailing near the wind, wouldn't he? Yeah.
No, I'm quite part of it. I can. Do you know what? In fairness, like, why are you actually going there to record?
I don't know.
It's rage bait, bro. Come on.
Listen, if I went to some, I don't know. Like,
they know they're going to get a video.
Listen,
bro.
If somebody's attacking me, for the most part, It's because they want to do that. Yeah.
Oh, fuck off.
I've
He's
rage
asking for
baited them.
10k. Is that true?
Who's asking
No,
for
that's
10?
not true.
They said, check his fund me. He's asking for 10k. He better not be.
Who's asking for 10k?
Not.
What do you want 10 grand for?
He ain't asking for 10 grand.
What, for a holiday or something?
It's obviously a troll, so just saying that can't be true. Because if it is, that's just fucking the liberties.
Who's asking for 10k? Young Bob?
They're saying Young Bob is.
No,
Hey, DP, are you putting that backstage or what? You sharing your screen?
I'm just sharing my screen.
Yeah, you just put the link in, mate.
I'll share my screen.
Young Bob. Is that what it's called on YouTube, Young Bob?
Young Bob? Something like that, innit? I don't know. I think there might be something else in there as well, but...
Young Bob RB, I think he's now, isn't he?
Where's the
button?
Because Rupert Lowe's offered to help him as well, isn't he?
You ready, yeah?
Pardon? I rob you. I rob you. Pardon? I rob you. You rob me? Yeah, move. Don't record me. I'm telling you, don't record next to me. Yeah, don't come next to me. Stop recording me, bro. You want us to record. Bro, you know what you're doing is inflammatory. Even now, just go home. What do you want to get? I want to make sure that I get his guy's face because he's assaulting me. So when I make a report to the police... You want a reaction? Pardon? You want a reaction? There's a difference. Me anxiety because you physically assaulted me. You broke a grand worth of a camera equipment. Listen. You broke a grand curve. You assaulted me, threatened to mug me.
I'm not saying that his actions were perfect actions. However, it's a response to an inappropriate behavior.
Okay, do you think he's religious for doing that? Because you just said, "Oh, I am not religious for doing it."
No, I'm not saying
apply the same logic.
Why did don't record me? Yeah, he won't listen. That's the point. Yeah, don't.
So that,
don't give him the time. That's what Don't give him the time. Right. Listen, go home and think about your actions because it's actually cool behavior.
He's got a point, that lad. He's got a point.
No need to assault me. No need to assault me.
Sketchy as fuck.
Yeah, like,
let me tell you something.
Bro.
Let me tell you something. He's lucky he's walked away.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, that's the lad was fair. He was. You can't really argue with the point that he was making. It's pretty much exactly the same point, pretty much word for word, really, is what Dupes has been trying to put across. So, yeah, maybe this is, maybe exactly that. Go away now, reflect, and think about your actions moving forward, because it don't get any better for you now after the things that have come out your mouth, right?
Well, there's what Sasha said there. Cameraman was attacked, but there you go. He's also got to take responsibility of the people around him. If he's asking a cameraman to come and he gets attacked, that's on Bob as well, isn't it?
Like I say, if you're going to push people's buttons, you've got to be able to defend yourself.
Listen, I have certain views, yeah, but at the same time, and I've always made sure I've done it as well. For the most part, unless someone's got at me, then they might have got a bit of shit back. But treat everyone with respect, man. And there are certain things where, okay, you might be able to do it. It might be freedom of speech, but like you said, Jubes, I'm an advocate of freedom of speech, and I actually believe in proper freedom of speech, where I believe even hate speech should be allowed. Yeah, and but with that, what you get with that is basically we police that ourselves, because you're happy, you can go say what you want to somebody, but no, there might not be no criminal action, but there definitely is consequences to your action. So you stand there and purposely disrespect somebody, which you can do. There's putting your point across, and then there's to the point where you're looking to disrespect somebody. And like you say, everyone has the right and probably will react in the same way. So, like I say, I guess he probably goes away and probably thinks about what he's doing and where he wants to go going forward. Because, like I say, he definitely ain't about that. So he couldn't handle that happening to him again. Next time it might be worse.
It reminds me, there used to be this bloke years ago called Braden, right? Who used to give out the most horrific racism to people. And don't get me wrong, he was quite misunderstood. I mean, he'd been brought up in care. He had drug addictions. His mum was an alcoholic. His father was a drug addict. There's a backstory to this bloke. But he kept running his mouth off all over the place, thinking he was clever, wanting the controversy, and then at some protest, some bloke come over and knocked him stone cold out. But Bob's going exactly the same way. It's going exactly the same way. It's one thing standing your ground. It's another thing making a political point. And yeah, all right, there's a little bit of banter. There's a little bit of underhandedness that goes on. But if you can't defend yourself, don't expect people to think that it's okay for you to go and take the piss out of 10 people and expect one of them 10 not to lose their temper.
Yeah. There's consequences to your actions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's consequences always, isn't there? Like, that doesn't mean that the person that will carry out those consequences towards you is correct. They could still break the law. It doesn't make it right, but it's like I say, it's ingrained in all of us, man. Everyone has a point. I don't care who you are, and at some point you'll have enough and snap.
But you know what, mate? He's not going to learn from that. He strikes me. I've just been watching a bit of his stuff. He strikes me as a lad that won't learn from that. He will just adapt around it. He will do it again.
You know what? And so I wasn't there for it. AY might have been. AY, do you remember? Or were you there for Bob's first arrest
in Aston Villa? Was you there?
I don't know. Was that his first one?
Right. I've seen Bob get arrested 3 times.
Fucking hell.
All right. The reason I say this, right, is like not that he's purposely trying to get himself arrested and shit, but what I'm saying is like, you know, all this like he gets arrested and then he gets like a flood of support because of it. Because like, don't get me wrong, it would be like unjust. He probably shouldn't have been arrested, right? And then he gets a flood of support from it, and he's getting asked to go on places like Talk TV, etc. Like there comes a point where like I say, when you let it go to your head, you ain't no longer thinking rationally. You're just going for that next wow moment. Because it's those wow moments that are keeping you relevant. If you ain't got a wow moment, you fizzle out very quickly. Yeah, that's just the way the thing works.
I've spoken to you about this in private, yeah. And I feel I felt in the same situation myself. You know, at certain times during the summer.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
we've had conversations. Me and you have had conversations about this, haven't we? You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, and I do get that point. Like the thing is, bro, you get these. The question for me is not about like obviously he gets on the TV, he gets on the shows and etc. It's the money side there. You know, like when you start putting out GoFundMes for stuff. I just think to myself, like, mate, like you know what's going to happen. Do you know what? My mate was actually there with him.
Yeah, I just think that could be a case of what it is, man. And like I say, he's still very young.
Look, let's start with the fake outrage, right? He didn't get a fucking kick in. He got grabbed by the scruff of the neck and pinched like a girl. And he walked away from it. The worst thing that happened to him is his equipment got broke. You know, we need to stop with the fucking fake outrage. He never got a kick in. All these people
I wonder if they robbed his camera. What's on that camera?
There was 3 of them there.
I wonder if it was the other way around though, whether like it would be seen like that. It wouldn't. But I get what you're saying. Right? I don't disagree with anything any of you guys are saying. But
one of my mates, Dukes.
Yeah, and what's his take on it?
I don't even know. I just seen him in the background. Yeah, and I was like, "Fuck me, that's my pal." Yeah, not my pal, just like a mate, you know. And I just messaged him. I was like, "I've just seen you there," like, and he was there with them. He was there with Bob and Hugh Anthony.
Wow.
Callum from Epping.
Oh, Callum was there.
You know Cal from Epping?
Yeah, he's the Callum. Yeah, he's been on he comes on Lotus Eaters sometimes, doesn't
he? The Epping Lion.
Mm-hmm.
Got a lot of time for Callum. You know what Callum used to do after the protests?
No, go on.
Used to go out on his own litter picking.
Yeah, that's a decent person. But no, it's that he never got involved in it. Or was he getting involved in it and on the camera?
Oh, listen, he's fully in it. Don't worry about that.
Because the other aspect you have of this, is if we go with more, like I say, what you're saying is right, but it is very disingenuous why he's there. Is intense disingenuous. Then it really ain't fucking helping the whole kind of right wing movement, the look of it either. You know what I mean? It just, once again, it's something that someone's doing where it makes it very easy for them people to go, oh, look what he's doing over there. And that's not the reflection of all of us, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you need to know how to carry yourself, and if you are going to push buttons, you need to know that sometimes you could predict the outcome, and if you can predict the outcome, then you're deliberately provoking it.
And to be honest, it's only in the last couple of months, all of a sudden, we're having all this talk, and it's like being made like a big thing about like the ethno-nationalist thing, and like I don't even know why anyone's even entertaining that, because that just seems to me like all of a sudden. Why all of a sudden? What? It just seems very strange to me. It's like a deflection.
I've got no problem with people being nativist. I've got no problem with that. This is where I'm slightly different to a lot of people, because I'm not a CivNat. I'm not a CivNat. I'm not an FNAT. I've got no problem with people saying, listen,
all this stupid labels, in my opinion.
All this shit that's been going on and affecting the white community. I don't blame the white community. About what's that affecting the white community and affecting the larger community afterwards. But what I have got a problem with is stupid, wanky behaviour. And people like Bob have gone around upsetting everybody in every camp. He's upset people in UKIP. He's upset people in the Tommy movement. He's upset people that are ethnic minorities that have stood for years for the rights of what's going on. And he went to Turning Point. He's upset all them. He fucking run a story in Searchlight, which is Hope Not 8, right? So you've got to ask yourself, what's going on with the man? What's going on with him?
Yeah, but
there's a few of them doing it. They're choking those sound bites and that, man. Those, like I say, those wow moments. Like, I'm telling you.
But think about this.
I'm going to bed anyway, people. Yeah. So good night. God bless.
Night, bro.
Yeah.
Sleep tight, everybody.
And before you go, Ava, I just want to say I'm not sure who Callum is, right? But whether he's your mate or not, if he was involved in it as well, I would say the same about him and all.
Well, I'll speak to Callum tomorrow, to be honest with you. Yeah, because I'll be able to find out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
yeah, it is. It is what it is. But yeah, Bear, if you don't get up for work in the morning.
Well, unfortunately, I will. Like, you know what I mean? I will.
Give me a shout.
But you should have said to me earlier, bro. I would have. Yeah, I would have got the day off if fucking you had spoke to me earlier. Like. But...
Go do some border watching.
Border watching. Fucking hell. It's like Dad's armour.
Mate, maybe that's what I'll do. I'll look at the weather this weekend. Maybe I'll do that instead of a protest. Protests just blag my head sometimes. So maybe that's the better option.
Who's this one? Just saying. Big up Callum. Yeah, big up Callum. Callum's a good guy, he is. After all the protests.
I don't know who he is. No,
do you know what? Yeah.
Callum Barker, he's been on. You might have seen him on Lotus Eaters.
I probably know him, but just
well
don't.
You just say his name out. You just say his full name out there. Well done. Yeah.
Bro, he's literally fucking famous.
Fucking hell.
But you just say his full. He's a fucking chap, man. He's hardly.
He's kind of out there, you know what I mean? Well, he's out there. If on the right circles, he's known. Yeah.
Yeah, I probably recognise his face, DP.
No, do you know what? Listen, in all seriousness, do you know when Stand Up to Racism used to come, well, they only come 3 times, yeah. But every time they come, they'd leave load of rubbish. And Callum don't live too far from there. He's a really good. He's only 21, and he'd be out in the morning, and he'd be picking up his litter. He'd be going along with his speaker. He'd be doing when they're doing their marches. He'd have the speaker. You know, like he was really. I got the first ever interview with him as well. Reminds me, I've got to clip it and give it to him. I like Callum. Got a lot of time for Callum. He's a good bloke.
Well, I do just trust your judgment, Ava. So, but I don't know who he is. But all I will say is, if he's getting involved with doing silly nonsense with you, Anthony, and Bob, he should maybe rethink it if he's better than that.
Troops, listen, he's a full-on ethno nut.
He's an ethno nut himself, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but doing stupid stuff. Listen, there's plenty of people.
Yeah, but we all do stupid
shit. Ethno-nats that I don't agree with, but I still speak to them. I don't agree with them ideologically, but I can talk to them on a level because they're people.
I've said many times, you know, I don't agree with Callum. Yeah, I've been to pubs and that with him. I talk with him all the time. I don't agree with his views, but I like him as a person.
Yeah,
as a human being, I like him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, and that is possible because I know people like that myself. Yeah.
Can someone tell me what that means? What that word means? I've heard it bandied about. I've not read it.
Well, but ethno-nuts, it's a difficult one because it is like that sort of buzzwordy element in itself with it. So, like Hugh Anthony, a lot of them would be happy with it. What they want is a
off anyway. Yeah.
They want
66.
Very English, in a sense. Like obviously, so they want that 95% white British, and England to be a home for the English and home for the British for the British, and yeah, the white elements in there massively with that. Yeah.
So basically, mate, anyone that's not white British, they want you gone, and I can't get down with that. I can't get down with that ideology.
They're not necessarily hating an individual for their colour of skin, but a lot of people need to go home and they want it to be more back to how it used to be. Not necessarily just that. What? Because we are in the 90s. But
no, so I think so. DP, I would say it like this, right? Carl Benjamin sort of like worded it right the other day. Yeah. He said there are some ethno-nationalists that are not actually racist, but they understand the demographic changes and the threats, and they're more nativist, right? Yeah. So they only want people that are really bad criminals.
They want the racist ones sort of ethno-supremacists now. Supremacists,
yeah, but the actual ethno-nationalists, the ones that believe in the white supremacy and all that bullshit, they're the ones that
are right. That's what I'm saying. Inside of ethno-nat, they're even the right side of ethno-nat. Do you know what I'm saying? There's even like the left, the more right version of that inside of it, where you can kind of. That's what Hugh Anthony made a good point of. Right, he's saying what the point is. Like he's an ethno-nat, but then you've got your ethno-supremacists like your Steve Laws and that just want everyone gone. Do you know what I'm saying? So even inside that,
yeah, but I would say Hugh Anthony's not far off that.
That's what I'm saying. But I think even the ethno thing is too much, bro. I really do. Like, listen, right? Anybody you know, bruv, anybody that you know of colour, yeah, in their eyes, they basically want
everyone knows.
Yes, it is, bro. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is. Yes, it is. Don't bullshit like it's not. It is. I've listened to enough people, and listen, not my words. It's people like Steve Laws. Now, people say, "Oh, well, Steve Laws isn't every civnat." Listen, he's one of the main people that speak on behalf of the FNAT. So, like what he says, sorry, you got to take what he says, and it's not my fault that he decides if it's the case to represent them in such a fucking sham way that he does, because the guy's a prick. I think the guy's a knob. The way he speaks to people and that is absolutely disgraceful.
I agree with you that Steve Laws. But I think even he don't think that he's going to get what he wants. He's just a nutcase.
No,
a lot of them are laughing.
Why now?
You see, a lot of what they're doing now is what the Groypers did in 2018, 2019. They think they're fresh on the scene.
Yeah, but the thing is,
this has all been done before, and it's pathetic.
Surely they can see the tides turning, so that's why they decided to all of a sudden clear their fucking heads. Yeah, but at the end of the day, they've got to meet in the middle, because, like you said, it ain't realistic, and they ain't gonna get what they want. Yeah, and I think deep down they know they can't. Right. So if you were really about what you're saying you're about, you would be at least looking to compromise and be at least with the civnats. Yeah, so that you're at least getting some of what you want rather than none of what you want. But they're not willing to do that, and it seems to be like instead, like I say, there's been a lot of divide lately, and that seems to be like a massive deflection. It doesn't make any sense to me. So that's why I can't, and again, take the FNAT seriously at sometimes, or people like Steve Laws at least.
I don't call myself a civnat anymore, right? Is because that position is untenable. Because what happened was it allowed a position where a certain community were able to use DEI but to push themselves into positions of power that have actually inverted, along with the woke leftists, our country being overtaken. And people can argue with me that that's going on. It is going on. And because of that loophole, we can't look at there's a lot right with the CivNat position in the tolerance and everything, but the tolerance went too far. Okay. So, but at the same time, I'm not an ethnic nationalist where I go, well, everyone not born here get out. You know, everybody with a certain skin color get out. Everyone who's Jewish, Polish, or whatever, Romanian, whatever it is, get out. I'm not one of them. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm trying to say. I think there's got to be a limit.
Think that and there's a lot of people like me that are sort of in the middle that just see themselves as patriots, you know, nationalists, but they don't see themselves as being put in that group or that group. You know, they know that there needs a harder line than civic nationalism, but they don't want to go as far as just chucking everybody out based on skin color or where they come from. It's down to merit, basically.
Jupes, I said it earlier, yeah, and I don't even really. I have seen little bits like here and there, like when I've been out and I've seen people, like some of the things that I've seen people say to just passerby as part of the protest, and I'm like, fucking hell, no need for that, yeah. But I imagine because of all this division and tension at the moment, then what it's doing is it's giving the actual racists, opportunity to appear. Yeah. So there's going to be people now that are probably experiencing more racism now than they've probably ever experienced, if they've ever experienced any in their life right now, because of all this bullshit. And that's just the sad fact of it. And anybody of some ethnic colour or ethnic race, sorry.
They start to pick sides, and people will pick sides based on skin colour. That's what happens in prison.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can see it.
Any of these documentaries you see about American prisons, all of the politics comes from Aryans, black gangs, Mexican gangs, and they all stick together. And that's the microcosm of what the real world is, essentially. When you start to segregate, it's terrible. It's a terrible way to live.
Oh, yeah, we group up as peoples, man. This is not. It's undeniable now. The evidence is there. Just walk around, and if you look at the stats as well, ethnic groups even group up inside of their own ethnic groups. It's not just a white versus everyone else issue. This is a thing that's just normal.
And does ever feel like, again, I don't know, mate. I'm not saying I'm right, by the way, but like when you've got people like Steve Laws, and Steve Laws has got believe it or not, quite a lot of young people listening to him. I think someone else put it in the chat as well. Like he's gaining like quite a lot of young influence, and like I don't know. Like I said, I just don't think that's the direction we should be going.
Yeah, but that's because why is it happening? Knobheads that hear what they want to hear and don't listen properly.
Nah, symptoms, man. I'm telling you now, there's going to be more of this happening, and more of these people coming out, and more of them going to start off this way when they're young, right?
Yeah, but DP Rupert Lowe has not said that he's chucking everybody who's Jewish out, or he's chucking.
No, he's not. But if we can get rid of it, if we can start to deport a few people and ease it down, it might calm more of these people coming out. Do you know what I'm saying? This is the problem. A lot of the white kids that get, honestly, that's the way to look at it, and just get all the but it's hate, racism, and all that. Yeah, whatever. But they're a Western world. They're pissed off. They are pissed off.
You see, this is what I'm trying to say. That's not racism. This is the result. It's not racism.
Not right.
Notice that you're having that racism and oppression is being.
But the white man's face racism I've felt over years. A lot of these kids have been dealing with this. Everything else has been trending. Like, you know what I mean? This is issues. This is loads of conversation. This is a melting pot of 30, 40 years of shit now.
But I would never stand with people like Steve Laws. Not on a
no, but a lot of the kids are, and it's like, well, why don't you find why that's happening?
Not enough. You had a whites only march. 10 people turned up.
Yeah, they are still a small number, but online, a lot of people will back them online because they can do it in private. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, but you've got to understand that in amongst them is going to be Indian accounts and
there's got to be a lot
of Lankan accounts and people pretending to mix up trouble and stir up trouble in this country.
In real life, people are always to some extent an actor to what they really fucking think in private in their heads. And a lot more people that act more moderate in public will actually be a little bit more right in private. This is the reality of life, just in general, for everybody.
Not necessarily. I mean? Some people
a lot more online are more right wing, but they can hide and they can be open about it more. This is the problem. And this is the suppression of the right views for years has caused this to happen. And people are getting more extreme because they're so frustrated in the comments. It's turning more and more people like that. It's just a big melting pot of shit.
The biggest problem, mate, with the online stuff is when you read something, you take it in the context of how you take it, and someone might have written it in a different context. And that's what the problem is with comments on all videos.
Yes, but it's not just online.
Sure.
Because I'm not just online, but you've got to understand, walking around your cities, and they've all changed rapidly over years. And there's like one cop now, there's hardly any white people in the city centre, because what it used to be 10 years ago, it's been noticed. And
yeah,
it's
but
upsetting.
DP,
And
look,
it's happening.
I understand your anger.
Loads part of it.
I understand your anger. I even
why it's
understand the disenfranchised idiots like Steve Laws. I understand why they feel like they do.
Yeah.
But the answer is not to say, oh, every single person of colour get out of the country, even if they're a benefit to us. Oh, every single Jewish person get out, even if they're a benefit to us. That's not the answer.
The reason people are getting to that point is because they've bought too many in too quickly.
It won't get to that point. It's a pipe dream.
Yes.
It won't get to that point.
The problem is with immigration, it's nothing to do with skin colour. Immigration and illegal migrants and stuff, it's nothing to do with skin colour. It's ideas and culture. They're the two things that we need to look at with anyone coming into the country.
Continental immigration sounds like not the worst idea, in my opinion.
So if you're speaking to someone who wants to join the country, either by being an asylum seeker or by other means, legal means, and you say to them, right, okay, what are your values and what are your cultural values? And they say, do you know what? Pretty much the same as yours. I want a family. I want to work hard. I want to have fun. And that's it. No problem. Come in. You know, the door's open. But when you start to get a culture and values that don't align to the country that you want to move to, there you're going to get your problems.
I think there's problems with Abrahamic religions mixing as well. I think they always seem to have clash in history. Something to look at.
One for you to
I think if there's Abrahamic religions present in a country, then one of them needs to be the prominent one, like massively, I think, because there just seems to be clashes from that. And that's no hate to any religion. That's just what I've looked at and seen. Like, hold on.
Well, I mean, religion in and of itself is a problem.
Abrahamic religions have always been a problem, bro, haven't they? Over time,
there isn't a religion out there, mate, that hasn't been a problem. They're all problems. Every religion's a problem. When you start looking to the spaghetti monster in the sky, whatever you call him, you're going to have a problem.
Yeah, well, that's what people think who don't believe. But there's a great amount of people that are on the right that do have a faith, and
triggered Christian, Christianity and Islam, let's just say.
And actually, our country was founded on Christianity. Brilliant. We might have had pagans before that. But a lot of our stuff fits in with Christianity. You know, a lot of the stuff that all of us live by.
But Christianity doesn't equal morals. It doesn't. Again, it's culture.
It does help towards it a lot. It does help. I think
Christian values, definitely morals and Christian values are very they're aligned one and two.
So, can you name a Christian value?
That's why that's why do you think people don't have morals anymore? Because you don't have Christ in the home anymore.
Time's gone by, Mr. In Between. It had its real good values. Yes, maybe not now. It's a little bit less relevant now, but over the years before we had the modern policing we've got now and stuff like that, it would have had the fear of God and the way the Bible was done would have been quite helpful in society.
Well, you're talking about education there. You're talking about education. You're not talking about like a moral fear. You're talking about education. So. Can anyone name a moral standpoint, a good one, that me as an atheist have got?
Just Jesus in Christ, the message of him is just a nice man, just be kind, just everything. Righteous, innit? Just righteousness and kindness, bro. When you look at all the prophets,
do you believe in a commitment?
Follow him out of the rest of them. Like, obviously,
do you believe in a commitment, one man, one woman, to the best of your ability, stay into that?
What? Sorry, what do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Well, do you believe in relationship commitments, one man, one woman, to the best of your ability?
I believe in is it just one man, one woman you're talking about, or one man, one woman, one woman?
Well, yeah, but one-on-one, yeah.
If you're happy with the person that you're with, fantastic, no problem.
Yeah, but do you agree with adultery then?
What do you mean? Do I agree with adultery?
Well, would you hold it up to aspire to adultery?
I don't think it's an aspiring thing to do, but
No,
that's my
but
moral
being
compass.
committed is, isn't it? That's Christianity.
Well, what about stoning people to death? That was in Christianity years ago.
No, that was in the Old Testament, not the New Testament.
That was
It was
not
in the Bible,
there.
now, wasn't it?
No.
It was in the Bible.
It was
How
in the
dare you say
Bible, but
that?
old things are swept away, mate. You need to know the verses.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't do that. Yeah.
Oh, right. So the Bible was wrong then in that.
Live by the law of
The
the land.
Bible says,
Okay,
let he who is
the
without
Christ
sin
is
cast the
like the
first
New
stone, and
Testament.
most people are born sinners.
Right. Well, that's what the Bible says, but there's no proof the Bible is from God. It was written by men.
Yeah, but that's your belief. But some people do believe.
It's
They're
not
very
a belief.
metaphorical. It's just all metaphors, isn't it, for life, guy? That's
No, it's not a belief. It's a fact that the Bible was written by men. It wasn't written by a
Yeah,
God.
the Bible's written by men, but that doesn't mean that the philosophies are not true.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well,
some of the
because
ways
you're
of
talking
thinking,
about
right,
morals. What morals do you get from the Bible? There's plenty. You've only got to
You're
look at
saying,
the
are you
Ten
saying
Commandments.
Jesus should have wrote the Bible?
Most of us don't like lying, but most people do lie, and they've already broken that commandment, right? Maybe
So
some people do.
So do you follow the Bible then? Do you follow it?
In my daily life, I would say that I didn't realise just how much of an influence those 10 commandments have on me. Yeah. So I believe that you should try and be faithful to your partner. I don't believe that you should be adulterous. I believe you should respect your parents. I believe that you shouldn't covet what somebody else has got. I believe that you shouldn't tell lies, and etc. etc. etc.
Do you lie?
You know.
Do you lie?
Everybody lies.
Oh, I have lied. Yeah, I'd be a liar if I
So you
said I
don't
haven't
follow those
lied.
commandments to the letter, then, do you? So you
Yeah, but
can't.
no
be
one's
that bothered about
perfect. The book tells
No,
you.
but I try to
But
the
no
best
one
of
is
my
perfect.
ability
The book
not to
does say
lie.
that as well, bro. That come on, like as say,
Yeah, don't
everyone,
beat yourself up.
everyone's a sinner, and that's like pretty much the whole point of why Jesus died on the cross for everyone.
Yeah, don't beat yourself up, but try and do your best. That's
Well,
basically the
not
moral
exactly.
guidance of it.
That's
The big
kind of
story
like
of
a
the Bible
message
is
from
try
you
and
know.
do your best.
You
Try
don't
and do your
need
best
the
to be a good
Bible.
person.
You don't need the Bible for your moral compass.
But how back then?
That's
How
true.
back then?
I've
On
had
the, on
this
the, on the
argument. You
life
don't need. No, that's
he
true.
went
You shouldn't need to look up to anything to like say that, for instance, do not kill.
people
You should
look
need
for
Yeah, I
somebody to.
agree.
I
I
agree
think
with that
all-
because I've had that said to me. Somebody turned around and said, "Well, like, so you live your life like basically worrying about the fact that you've got to answer to someone after you die. Fuck that." And I'm like, it's not like that, bro. It's not like you have to live like the complete perfect life. Like the more perfect life, the better. Like, and you should really, you should always do better. But like this idea that like to be a Christian or like if you do something that goes against the Bible, that all of a sudden you're not a true Christian. I think it's like I don't know. It's almost like a bit of a scapegoat to the whole kind of like let's just.
I know a fucking guy.
Do you know what I mean?
It's
I don't know.
picking and choosing. It's picking and choosing what kind of Christian that you feel like you want to be. If you were that, if anyone was that into being a Christian, if you thought that Jesus was real, if you thought that God was real, you would stick to that fucking religion.
Nah, do you know what? It's hard to be the perfect person, bro. Do you know a perfect person?
Don't have to be perfect. That the Bible is there to give you a set of morals to stick to.
Yeah, to make a perfect person. Do you know any perfect person? He asked
Hey
you a
guys,
I'm saying,
Bible is
what I'm
based
saying
on
is,
instruction before leaving Earth. Huh? Makes
what
sense.
I'm saying is, I could read back to back a Harry Potter book and give you lots of morals
Are you
from that Harry
perfect?
Potter book. What do you mean? Am I perfect? What do
Are
mean?
you perfect?
No, of course not. Are you?
No. But you do know in the Bible it says, judge not, lest you be judged.
I didn't know that now because I don't really read the Bible.
Mm.
No.
So if people were to start judging you, it would be based on their Christian belief that you're judging them so they can judge you.
Sorry, say that again.
Whoa.
I said, so if people started judging you,
Yeah.
it would be based on their Christian belief that they can judge you because you've judged them.
So they're taking their morals and their judgment from a book that has page after page of horrible things in it, all said from the word of God, apparently. Is that what you're saying?
Such as.
Again, like I said, stoning. It was said in the Bible that you could own slaves at one point, and if you beat the slave.
So when Jesus came to give us the New Testament, he said old things are swept away.
So what was wrong with the Old
Jesus
Testament?
didn't give us that.
Because people had lost their path, so he came back to guide.
But the word of God is final, isn't it? The word of God can't be wrong. It's perfect.
You've little faith.
I haven't got any faith. I'm an atheist.
Yeah, of course, the new religion. Of course, you're allowed to have that. It's fine.
Atheism isn't a religion.
Whatever. I mean, don't get me wrong. The arbiter of truth will be somewhere there, but it's okay. You know, whatever. Choice is choice. That's hence why we have life. It is.
Wait, let me tell you now. Wait, regardless, guess what? It's never going to be a religion. You're going to have to worry about. Don't worry about that. Like, yeah. Like, you're all safe. Don't worry. The raving Christians ain't going to come and blow you up. Right.
Yeah. Oh, that's cruel.
So I'd rather live in a country based on Christianity than I would live based on Islam.
Exactly.
Do you know why you say that? You know the reason why you say that? Because you were born
I'm a woman.
No. Because you were
born. It's because I'm a woman. I'm telling you why.
You were born in a Christian country. If you were born in a Middle Eastern country where Islam was a major religion, you'd probably be saying something.
Not necessarily, because it's actually more Christian that are brown than white. That sounds
what in Muslim countries?
Yeah, loads of Christians everywhere.
So I actually believe that women are treated second class in Islam.
This is the problems we're having.
But if you were born into that religion, you wouldn't feel that. You wouldn't think that. You were born into a Christian country. You were born where there were lots of different faiths that you could pick from.
Yeah, but I'm not born there. I'm born here.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, if you were born
that's
there,
why, like I say, I don't.
And that's my whole point. This is a Christian country. So you've made my argument for me.
What do you mean a major argument for you?
So I set out with the premise that this is a Christian country and this is the culture that we should be adhering to and promoting in this country. You as an atheist.
Who's we? Who's we?
You, I said I did, yeah? And that we as a country, in my opinion, yeah.
Me included.
Well, yeah, you included, yeah.
So I've got to perpetuate Christianity, have I?
No, but you've got to adhere to trying your best not to lie, don't steal, don't covet what somebody else is. Try your best not to be adulterous because it is a conducive, high trust society when you adhere to those things.
So you've just admitted that you lie. So what level of lies are we talking about here?
So I've just told you, to the best of my ability, I try not to, but I'd be a liar if I said I've never lied.
Wait, could we agree that at least that society was a better place and people upheld a better set of morals and standards and a way of living when Christianity was more of a thing and it was in like more homes? No, I think when everyone used to, it was though, wasn't it?
So think about that. You're talking about years and years ago. You're talking about, what, 80, 90 years ago?
Yeah, still, that's not a lot, really. Not in history time. Not in the time of history. That's not long. That's not long. That's for too long if you let something slip rather than, it's been fucking hundreds of years. No, that's still like modern day history, really, isn't it? Let's be honest.
You guys interluding all the time. Hang on. You interluding where Christendom came to be from the Romans, all right?
Listen, it's just our identity, man. Like Mr. In Between.
No. You guys are like breaking that. That's why we have had a Reformation in our realm, right? I mean, that's why we have like Henry VIII. Yeah, you guys we guys in Britain, we broke that mold before. I want to do this. We broke that. It's interesting the way that Britain has always been ahead of the curve. Again, how the Masons and the architects, I guess the Knight Templar came straight here to get out. To go to, you guys get it. don't you?
Sorry, I'm laughing at the chat.
Oh, I know.
Not so sure. I think the point that you're trying to make is that people have always come here for refuge. But the fact of the matter is, we don't want the wrong people coming here for refuge.
Yeah, but you can't.
We want people that come here for refuge need to assimilate and respect the people that are already here.
What do you mean by assimilate?
How do you make it
assimilate? So people don't assimilate like a certain, yeah, or don't want to, don't really show much effort in wanting to. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think they do.
I want to know what do you mean by assimilate, though, Jubes? What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is have respect for the people that are here and understand and respect their traditions and uphold their traditions for them. So you can believe in your own God in your own house, yeah. And you can pray to who you want in your own house, and you can eat whatever food you like. You can dress how you want. You can even go out in public dressing how you want. But in public duties, you uphold the British standard. If you're going out to hold a civil service position, you uphold the British standard. If you are going to be in any front-facing role, you should be speaking English, upholding the British standard. And you should be upholding our traditions and our values. It's not hard. You don't come into this country saying, respect my religion, but you don't want to respect us.
I'd have to do the same if it was the other way around. And obviously, if I, for whatever reason, chose one of those countries of where I was going to go. So let's just say, for instance, even like Dubai. I know I've got a couple of friends who work in Dubai, actually, or have worked in Dubai. And as nice as it was getting paid, they said what they were on. It's not really the way they'd want to live their life full time. Do you know what I mean? Like, and they don't. They have to live to a certain set of rules. And guess what? If they don't, there's fucking serious consequences over there for not doing. So it's another reason for fucking making sure you know the laws and that over there. Really.
I've actually got no issue. Hang on a minute. I've got no issue with someone coming to this country and getting along with everyone and having their own religion and having their own ways of living in their own house and stuff. But the Christian thing, it's for the birds. That it means nothing.
But that's because you don't believe in
it doesn't. Yeah, I was about to say it doesn't mean nothing
the
to you
same
because you're
respect you
atheist.
want to give to those Muslims that are coming here practicing their own religion, give to your fellow citizens that still practice Christianity. So if you can't do that, you're being unequal.
Yeah. So what I'm meaning is, we never heard anything about being Christian 20 years ago in this country. No one was spouting about that. No English people were spouting.
No, you are right. No, 100% you're right. 100% you're right. I'll agree.
It's from America. This we've adopted this in the last 10-ish years from a.
No.
I've always known people that where I live, people have always preferred to put their kids in the church and school.
Yeah, who's to say that actually no, they just haven't found so things, go out of fashion, so to speak, or people lose interest in something. Who's to say actually it's just not actually starting. People are starting to realise actually maybe I should explore my faith. Maybe I should explore my religion.
But you make a good point there, Bear.
I think if you look at Bible sales, in the last little while anyway, they've skyrocketed, man. And that's because more people are again fucking getting in.
Lost. Bear, people are lost, mate. People are lost in this country.
Possibly. I always say Christianity definitely helps people that are lost or been
lost. Though, tell me why you think they're lost.
Because many people who follow religions, any religion, are needing some kind of, in my opinion, this is just my opinion. Are needing a crutch. They're needing something to look to guide them instead of thinking for themselves and thinking, do you know what? I can get more joy and love from nature. I can get more joy and love from my friends and family and finding out about myself, how to act in certain situations, how to be, instead of looking to a book that was written hundreds, if not thousands of years ago by ordinary men living in a different time to what we're living in, and looking to that for some kind of moral compass when we should be concentrating on the here and now.
Have you heard of the Sirius cylinder?
Okay, so can I answer that? Do you mind if I answer
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
people?
Back on, yeah.
Right. So I think people are lost in this country, great swathes of them, because the majority are still Indigenous British people, and they've had their rights taken away from them. They've been oppressed. White people have been oppressed to the bottom of the pile. They've been overlooked. They've had their culture shit on. They've been told that they can't practice their traditions. They've been mocked. They've been told to take and bear the brunt of guilt, white guilt, for people 200 years ago, when none of us were alive to do anything about slavery. We've been told that we're supposed to respect every other culture and every other person in this world, but no one's allowed to respect us. And if we do get disrespected, we're not allowed to complain about it because we're racist. So that's why.
Amen.
That is why.
Amen, Duke.
So can I just ask then, what's that
and now
got to do
they're
with-
finding themselves. And one of the ways of finding themselves is uniting through their culture and their traditions. And one of the traditions was the founding of Christianity. Are you getting it now?
Well, I'll respond to that. So in terms of Christianity leading the fucking charge for British or English culture, I don't buy that for a second. If you're a good person, you don't need religion. You don't need something written down in a book to tell you not to murder, not to kill, not to lie, not to be an adulterer. You get that from a good upbringing and a moral compass of your own. You do not need it from a book. It's silly.
Yeah, but it did help all the way back then.
So
when we
I
were
said
probably a lot
one
more
of the
murderous,
ways. I
you know what
didn't
mean?
say the only
It
way. And I
still
didn't
stays
say
now.
that everybody that's here has to be a Christian. I didn't say that.
Fantastic. We're on the same page.
No, you don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to be. I don't think you should have to be. But I think, like, again, more to do with the identity side of things right now at this moment in time. I think that you might not be yourself. Yeah, bro. But however, somewhere down the line, your family, your heritage will lead back to either Church of England or Catholic. Just will. Ain't going to be Islam. You might be Jewish, but I very much doubt it. I bet.
But that means nothing in this. To me now, it means nothing.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. But again, it's just something like it's sorry, but like I say, like I was arguing the other day because people were knocking something. I can't remember what it was. I think they were going on about like the royal family and then religion or something to do with that. And I was saying to them like, "Oh, come on, guys! You claim to all be patriots, but to be a true patriot, man, you wouldn't be saying the things you're saying." And again, it's just about being patriotic, bro. I believe that we should fucking make a conscious effort to keep our identity, and I accept that you don't at all. You're a complete atheist and you ain't willing, and I ain't ever going to be one of them people. And I don't think for the most part Christianity does that either. It's not one of those where it tries to really push on you. Yeah, you'll see preachers and that, but that no one's ever going to force that in your face and kind of like tell you you've got to be a Christian. I don't think. Not really.
Well, to be fair, there are elements of British society or English at least society where being a Christian is more beneficial. I mean, some church schools are very good, and you want to get your kids into those church schools. So what they will say is, well, attend church a little bit more, and you can get your kid in. If you want to get married in a church, if you want just the traditional wedding, you might not be religious yourself, but if you want the traditional white wedding with your missus in a nice white dress, you will have to go and see the vicar. You will have to go and attend church for a few sessions or whatever they do.
That's
there.
traditions, man. That's
Listen,
good.
I do agree with you. Like, when you said about people like look for it as like some kind. I don't know if I'd use the word crutch, but like again, I was fully aware that like I was christened as a child and that, and I didn't really think too much about it. And then I can even give you the date. It weren't until 2016 that my very good friend of mine was murdered, and I don't know, bro. I'll be honest. I went to his funeral and stuff, and I'd been to funerals before, so it was like I don't know. It wasn't like all of a sudden I've stepped in the church for the first time, and I feel like, oh God, I need to look into my religion. But I was sat in his funeral, mate, and they're like, I don't know. I just know what I felt, bro, and I know what I felt when I come out of there, and I started to explore my faith. Again, like I say to you, do I follow it to the book? Am I even the right person to sit and preach in the street? Probably not. But I'm definitely a Christian. I understand what my value. I know. I understand, and you because people don't understand. Yeah, this is another reason why Christianity can never be pushed on you. Yeah, I'll tell you why Christianity can never be pushed on you. Right? Why you can never have it pushed on you, and that's because, right? If you believe in God, genuinely believe in God, and you believe in Jesus, and you,
sir,
it's basically it's a relationship. Please, man, because I don't want to have to put you backstage.
We're listening to him. You can come in
how we've become this way in the.
I'm going to put you backstage just because. Well, I can't. What was I saying?
So you were talking about the experience you felt when you went to the church.
Okay, yeah. So I know what I felt, and like I said, I then started exploring it. Am I the? No, I'm not, bro. But like I was saying about it can't be pushed on you. Is my belief with Jesus and God and the whole Christian thing is a relationship that I have personally with Jesus. And I didn't find that straight away either, by the way. I didn't just but I went away and it's like a personal thing, man. So, I could turn around and say to you, bro, oh, no, you should be a Christian and you should be a Christian. But if you can't ever find that relationship between you and Jesus, and you don't realize that Jesus actually loves you and you love him, then to be honest, bro, there ain't no point in me saying shit to you anyway, because the truth is, people say that Jesus loves everybody. He does, but at the same time, he'll judge. He'll fucking judge you. He will.
But do you know what, mate? The difference here is you're saying that you have a personal relationship with Jesus, and the guidance that you get from that is helping you on your way. I would suggest that if Jesus wasn't in your life, you'd still be a decent bloke. And I'd still have a conversation with you.
Yeah, but it's helped me, bro. Since, do you know what? Even since, like, I have, and like I say, there's times where I go to church and then, like, I won't go for like 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, and then I'll go again for like a year, like, because I don't think anyway. By the way, you have to go to church. I don't think the church isn't a building. It's you. It's your belief. That's the church.
The church is a community of people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just add something there, Bear? Look, it's all right for you, Mr. In Between, to say that you don't believe, and that's what's best for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's also okay for Bear to say he's a Christian and that's what works for him.
I never used to, by the way. It's only because it has become a bit of a thing again that I felt confident enough that I don't get knocked and fucking called a loony for it. I realise now that I should never have ever let that bother me, and I should have just been quite open about my belief.
I didn't suggest for 1 minute that you shouldn't be, or
I know that. I'm not saying you did.
No. But I felt that what you is answering me. I think.
Yeah.
I felt that what you were doing was basically saying to him, "Oh, but you'd be just as good without God." That's in your opinion. He himself knows himself better, and he feels like actually his life is more empowered and enriched by his faith.
And what I'm suggesting is, from an outsider looking in, I mean, I don't know Bear that well. We get on and we've had numerous chats before, and we agree on a lot of stuff. From what I know of Bear, and I didn't know he was a Christian, I think he'd be a decent person with or without the Bible. I just think he'd be a decent geezer.
I'm not saying I wouldn't say but
what would change in your life?
I get more out of it by following it, and I don't sit there and read it every day or fucking. But do I sit and pray, bro? Yeah, I do, man. I really do. I really do sit there and pray. Like, do I go to church? Yeah, I do sometimes. My daughter, she's at an age where for some reason she's coming home talking about God a lot and wants to go to church. It probably would be a good excuse for me to get back to it, and because it's something that she keeps asking me. Yeah, and the church that I actually go to is like a really modern church, so it's not like this idea of like you go in and it's all old-fashioned hymns. It's like there's a live band there, and it's quite, you can get quite lively in that. It's a good church, you know. Again, the church, there's people in that probably church that probably don't even like me, Ray, because we'll have discussions, and there's things where I'm like, but hang on a minute, But hang on, but then they'll turn around and say to me, "Oh, you're still on your journey." I ain't on my journey. I know the crack. Like there are certain things where like I can't get down. Like during COVID time, yeah, I was going to church during COVID time, and obviously up until a point they then stopped it, didn't they? And we for us to carry on doing our church sessions on a Sunday, we had to do over a Zoom call, right? And they'd be like talking about so and so, like elderly lady or gentleman has fallen ill with COVID, and the only person now that can save him is Jesus. Oh, all right, well, the nurses and doctors might as well go home then. Do you know what I mean? Like, so I understand that there's this point of like, but like I say, I guess everyone's anyway to a degree has all got again their own perception of what they believe. Yeah. Someone might read the Bible differently
so
from me.
One of the points is this for me, Mr. In Between, and this is what I want to try and get across. We've got laws of the land, right, that people like yourself don't want to believe in a faith adhere to. And I would suggest that those laws come through the faith and Christians, and it's evolved through all the believers. But leave that aside. We've got laws of the land that we all adhere to, and even the Christians adhere to it because it's conducive with our faith, right? But then we've got other faiths that are coming in that are not adhering to our laws of the land, because what they're doing is adhering to their faith, which means that they have what I would call a religious supremacy mindset, which means that they think that they are above the rest of us. They think they can be different to the rest of us. They think they can ostracize the rest of us. And we've got a government that are gaslighting it to actually happen. And I don't like that.
Yeah, and I see massively like, you know, and it's just small things where people like to someone like you, right, ain't going to bother you. Yeah, in fact, anything, you'll probably see them as a nuisance. But when I'm seeing like Christians out on the street preaching and they're getting shut down, having orders put on them, and then like people go and just take a walk around Birmingham, and walk through the city centre and the stall they have for their thing, and when they're all praying in the middle of the city centre and that, like, come on. Like this is the type of shit I'm on about, where like, again, you're okay. You don't have to be religious. You can be an atheist, but surely you as an atheist want to see your country under its identity, which is Christian religion. It just is. You don't want to see it under any other religion, surely, than Christianity.
The thing is, mate, this is the problem. I'm not so I said I'm an atheist. That's slightly misleading. I'm not. I'm an anti-theist. I don't believe any religions are good. I don't believe in any spaghetti monsters in the sky. I just don't. I believe that when you put religion on a pedestal in any country, you're always going to get problems. And if you're taking any kind of guidance from a religion to govern a people or to have a moral set of values from, you're always going to get problems, always.
So
always look to reason.
So society wasn't better in the past then, when it was a more Christian based.
Do you believe in science? Do you believe in frequencies and energy?
I believe in testable science. Yeah.
Okay. So you are aware. You understand string theory.
I'm not a scientist, so I've heard the term and I know a little bit.
Okay, so are you aware of the slit experiment, that something doesn't actually exist until you observe it?
I've heard something about that.
Okay. And so if you have faith and you can visualize things and you actually focus on things, and you can, that there is a school of thought out there that you actually bring positive energy towards yourself and you actually manifest stuff. Well,
just say that is
that's
a fair
kind
point
of the teachings of the Bible.
I've just
is that testable? Has that been tested and that's come back as that's absolutely correct? And if you manifest,
well, they call it mindfulness in alternate sort of like circles,
like psychology, mindfulness.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, mindfulness, being aware of your surroundings, trying to think positively. That's got nothing to do with
when it comes to the frequency, they can prove that frequency can change people's
what frequency are you talking about?
Well, the sound waves.
Sound waves.
they've proved that frequency and the density of the atoms in certain places can change the behavior of people and how it affects them.
Yeah. The frequency and sound, they're using sound weapons now. I've seen it in protests and stuff. I don't know what that's got to do with religion, though.
Okay. So you know there are levels of sound that you can't actually hear.
Yes.
As a human being.
I'm aware of that, yeah.
But the sound is still there and it can still affect you.
But it can be measured.
Well, so can the effects of Christianity.
Only by faith and only by your personal testimony.
No, by the effects that it has on the individuals that believe in Christianity.
Personal testimony, yeah, that's what I just said.
No, by their actions. Do you become more charitable? Do you become more understanding? Do you lie less? Do you believe that more in your marriage? Do you tend to get married more? Do you believe that there's more of a commitment to your parents?
All personal testimony, yeah, I agree.
No, they're all actions.
Yes, but they're personal
that
to the individual.
Are observable.
But you've gone from sound frequency that we can't hear but can be measured.
What I'm trying to point out is you can't see God, okay?
Yeah.
But right, you can't see God, but your faith in the goodness and in this overarching goodness that you believe affects everything, which could be deemed a frequency, because nowhere in the Bible does it tell you. Nowhere in the Bible does it tell you that God is an actual human. It tells you it's being, it's omnipresent, it's there always. It's always been there.
It's personal to the person that's thinking about it, isn't it? So it can't be measured. There's no measurement of God.
In what way do you mean it's personal to it can't be measured?
God is well, it can't be measured.
So we can look at groups of people that are Christians and what they've actually made as a civilization and the way that they've produced a upstanding civilization and the way that their family units have stuck together and all of the things that come. Yeah.
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay, can you show me a place that is Christian people that don't have good family units?
Everywhere there's Christian people, there's bad family units, of course. That's people.
Where?
There was a vicar on the TV the other day.
We're not talking about individualistically, we're talking about overall, generally. Where's the civilization where people are practicing Christianity and their culture overall
to anyone, whether they're an issue in any way.
Their civilization overall is not functioning. It's dysfunctional.
But there's no such thing as a Christian country anymore. There isn't.
Well, okay, go back into the past. Show me the Christian country where there was Christians practicing and it was dysfunctional.
Have you heard of the Crusades?
How was that dysfunctional as a civilization?
They were killing people left, right, and centre. That's how it was.
They were defending people. They were defending the people behind them.
Oh, okay. So they were killing people.
It's different times, though. We are talking about different times. When you want to start talking about crusades. When was the last crusade, for instance?
Back in time. She did say that, mate. She did say back in time.
I know, but come on. Like, when was the last
civilization that was dysfunctional? I don't know how that's anything to do with the civilization. That's a reaction to another. That's a reaction to another civilization encroaching on them.
So, do you think the civilization that you're living in right now?
Why did the Crusades happen?
The Crusades happened because they were trying to spread the Christian religion.
No. Crusades happened because there were 632 minor battles between caliphates where they went into Africa and reached as far as Spain and tried to take over Europe.
The Crusades.
So that's why the Crusades happened.
The Abrahamic religions probably should not live with each other.
Yeah.
So going back to the Bible then, when it says turn the other cheek, how does that work then in that situation?
But an eye for an eye is also in the Bible. So it doesn't mean don't go and fight back and stick up for yourself. There's plenty in there.
The whole thing is a contradiction. The whole Bible contradicts itself.
Yeah, it's not perfect, is it? Nothing's perfect.
Human beings are not perfect. They strive to be perfect. As per their philosophies.
It helps found this country's moral standpoints as people.
Just because you're a Christian,
and I do believe
it means you're striving to be perfect.
Yeah, I do believe when it was in the average home more, and people went to church, and I think it was society was better, communities were more close in it, and it was good for people. And if you didn't believe, you didn't believe. But for those that did, it was a lot better.
Question then.
Look at the Simpsons. They all go to church. They don't want to be there, but they're all there. Why?
But again, was it perfect? Were there? Of course, there was. There's always going to be families and stuff that are dysfunctional. Sorry, but the more religion you believe.
Generalization.
Yeah, it's a generalization of people. Yeah, of course. It doesn't cause no harm to anyone. It doesn't really encroach on anyone's kind of space. If you're not interested, you're not interested.
Hang on a minute, mate. She just suggested that I mean, for me, the Christian religion is fairly benign. I mean, it doesn't really affect me at all, if anything.
Yeah, of course.
But there are homes where parents are fundamental Christians all over the world, where they're fucking tyrants to their kids, where they will say to a gay lad, "You can't be gay because God doesn't like it." Where is that?
So.
No, they don't. It says in the Bible that you can't.
No. So again,
it doesn't say you can't love another man. You just can't have a sexual act with them.
No, it's sodomy originally, and lots of us would commit.
I think again, if you look the church again, people won't agree and say the church has failed people, but things like the church have become more acceptant to things like that because it's moved with the times. Again, other religions don't want to do that. Christianity has.
So they've adapted a book that is supposedly perfect.
I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
It makes zero sense.
And to be honest, I'll speak to a lot of Christian people as well, to be fair, bro, that are quite happy to take the stance that they don't agree with it. They don't agree with it. Like, listen, do I agree with it? I don't agree with it in the sense that, guess what? I'm not gay. So, like, I guess I don't agree with it. But do I judge someone for being gay? Or, no, I don't. Like, not at all. Like, I'm friends with gay people, for God's sake. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those. It's like,
so can I ask Dupes a question? So it says in the Bible. You said, I mean, I've not read the Bible. I've read bits.
Yeah, you shouldn't lie down. Yeah, together.
It says you shouldn't lie down with. That means you shouldn't have sex if you're a man
of the same sex. Yeah,
you should. So do you see those people as sinners that they need to repent, that they need to stop doing it?
I think that it's not my business to judge. Judge not, least you be judged. That it's God that judge them.
So why is it in the book then? So why is it in the book that you follow?
Because it's the guidance.
And also, there's gay people that are religious, bro. That's like saying there'd be no religious. That would mean there would be no gay religious people or gay Christians if you thought that like the only message was like no Christians. I know gay people that are Christians and actually do go to church and that a lot.
So we agreed, didn't we, that faith is based on your own particular view of what that book says.
I did say that before, didn't I? I said I think everyone could read that same book, but I do think that everyone could give you a different perception. If you give if you allow 10 people up that all read the Bible and knew it well, or not all well, like scholars, but like. They would probably give you a different perception. None of them know each other. They've not influenced each other on their opinion of what that book says. I guarantee like a good few of those, more than most, is going to fucking probably give you a different perception of certain messages in the Bible.
Do you think that people who read that book could take really bad things away from that book and start to implement them into their lives and other people's lives? Is that possible?
Not if they read it properly.
Not really. There's not much in there. Like there's certain things, but the person with like a coherent mind is but it's like a lot of it's like outdated. You can tell like it's talking in a certain time. Like we're not in that time now.
The main message of the Bible is to love and forgive.
Well, no, the main message of the Bible is to worship God.
In 25 years from Muslim terrorists, 500 from Christians, so it's not really a problem.
The main message of the Bible is to, above all else, love God and hold no God above God. That's the main message.
Yeah, there is. Christ is King. There is. That is right. There is no other God. You are right. There's only one God. You're right about that. You ain't wrong about that, and you do uphold that over a course.
So this is the first commandment of the 10 commandments. You shall have no other gods before me.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Number
Of
one.
course.
Why would you need another god? Why do you need more than one?
Well,
there is only one. Christ is king.
Why would you need more than one if he's omnipresent and he's everywhere and he's everything?
But that's your interpretation of what you've read. You can give me no evidence that a God exists, can you? Zero.
Well, it depends. I've seen miracles.
Well, again, personal testimony, fantastic, and I believe.
Yeah, but there's plenty of people that can give personal testimonies, and collectively, people would say that those people are healthier.
But that's not evidence of a God.
It's not evidence of the God, but it's evidence that a faith in God actually makes you healthier.
So it's a personal testimony that some people feel healthier when believing in God. That's fantastic. That doesn't make the Bible correct. And if you're going to take the whole country as a whole and start to preach from that Bible and say, we're a Christian country and you should adhere to these things, that's when you're going to get the problem, because what you think
adhere to those things anyway. We've got overarching laws. I don't know why you're arguing it, because the laws that we have actually adhere to the Bible.
Do they?
Yeah. Our laws are founded on Christianity. Yeah, that is a thing. Yeah.
Which ones, in particular?
I mean, the whole thing. I think, like, apart from like you may do your modern day legislation and stuff, but if you want to go back to common law of the land and all this, that would be probably the nearest to God's law, bro.
So again, turn the other cheek, an eye for an eye.
Common law.
That one to me.
Common law.
One's in the Old Testament, the other's in the New.
So an eye for an eye. So if someone beats me up, I get to beat them up back. If someone takes my eye out,
in the Old Testament.
Take theirs. But it's the same book.
I mean, I do. Yeah, when you talk about that, I believe so. Yeah, I believe in the death penalty. I believe in the death penalty.
One complete book by one author. Surely you're not that ignorant.
I don't think you should do it. That's barbaric. So if someone does something to you, you shouldn't. You should hang on. You shouldn't. If someone kills someone in your family, say for instance, you shouldn't then go out and kill them. However, that person should be executed for their crime.
But
for sure.
An eye for an eye, isn't it?
That's an eye for an eye. Yeah, of course.
That's an eye for an eye. So I just want to come back to what Jupes just said. Yeah, I am aware that it's made up of many books by many authors, all of them being men, all of them being fallible as anyone else and capable of misinterpreting things, of lying, of conflating things. And it was all condensed into one book, passed around, and now we've got the problems that we've got. And I'm not just picking on Christianity. All of the religions are the same. You wouldn't get half as many problems in the world if you didn't have silly religions.
They're not the same.
What do you mean they're not the same?
No, I think if you didn't have it, and this is, I don't even know if this is wrong for me to say this, and I hope not.
It has that wouldn't be seen as acceptable. They still believe in what would be considered teachings that are in the Old Testament. We believe in the New Testament. They're not the same.
Try it.
Do you ignore the Old Testament?
Try it. That's what we should do. Yeah, we should try it. What we should do is we should get rid of every other religion other than Christianity. If you want to practice it, like Dupe said, you can practice it behind closed doors. But out in the street and everything else, it's Christianity. You don't have to adhere to it, but that's just the way it's going to be. And see how much more better society is in this country by doing that. And watch as more people get in touch with their faith as well, with Christianity. Watch how society might have a bit of a culture shift, and it may do us some good.
Religion doesn't make everything better, though. That's the problem. When I'm talking about religion, I'm talking about a personal connection to religion and a personal interpretation of that religion. Do you agree that some people could read the Quran and get bad things from it, but some people could read the Quran and get good things from it? Surely that's correct.
Do you know what? No, I haven't got it to hand.
Because the lighter verses start off at the beginning and the more destructive verses end at the end.
So, like the New Testament and the Old Testament, then?
No, the Old Testament is the more severer testament. Yeah. The New Testament are more softer. So, as we've progressed into the future, the teachings of the philosophies are more kind. when you actually look at the Quran, it actually gets worse. That's when when he couldn't
And to be
convince
fair, Jesus wasn't a warlord; he was a carpenter. A bit of a difference.
Yeah.
One was also a paedophile.
With his words, he used the sword.
Says who though? Says who?
Says the Quran.
No, hang on. I'm talking about. Bear just said Jesus was a carpenter. Says a book says it. Harry Potter was a wizard.
Why are you defending the Quran so much if you don't like religion?
I'm not defending the Quran at all. I'm giving you the comparison of two religious books.
No, you seem to think that the Quran is better.
Don't tell me what I think. I'm telling you what
that's how you're portraying it.
No, that's what you're getting from it. I can't help that.
Okay.
I think you've got a problem with Islam, and that's on you. That
I definitely don't like Islam because I'm a Christian.
There you go then. So what you tried to do there was you tried to malign me with, you're defending Islam. I'm not defending anything. I tried to give you two comparisons of two books that I don't believe in. But because you don't,
do you know what? Do you know what? I didn't
try to malign you at all. I asked a question because I felt that that's what you were trying to give out. If your words misconstrue what you're trying to articulate and I interpret it, that is down to me. That's why I clarified.
So you got from that.
So now you've clarified it. No one's maligning you, mate. I don't know you from Adam. Why would I want to malign you? If I go and stand in Nye Street and say Mr. In Between News says that he loves the Quran, how's that maligning you? Because Mr. In Between News is a poxy avatar name. Don't accuse me of trying to malign you.
Why did you ask then if I was defending Islam when I've already told you?
Because you wanted to clarify. Because that's how I was interpreting it. Because that's how it come across to me.
Well, then you probably need to listen better because I told you earlier on that I was an
But that's why I clarified it and asked the question. Don't ever try to condescend me, yeah?
Oh dear. Are you okay?
Conversations is a two-way conversation.
It is, yeah. It is.
And if you don't understand, you ask for clarification, which is what I did. Don't belittle someone if they don't know and they ask for clarification.
I just thought I was quite clear at the beginning. Sorry if you didn't understand.
Okay, and maybe I didn't understand, but I've asked you for clarification. You've explained it.
Great.
I'm actually enjoying the conversation with you. Don't take it
I'm
as
happy to speak. You couldn't offend me if you tried.
Okay.
So in terms of what you believe as a good Christian moral compass then, so in the UK, from years ago, from hundreds of years ago, we've had Christianity coming right through up until, I'm going to say modern day, about 80 years, 90 years, but things have developed so fast and so quickly that we have taken away the Christian bit in the last, say, 30, 40 years. But in the last 10 years, I would suggest that looking to America, looking to their Christian ethos and the way they try and portray themselves, we've adopted that more now. And what people on the right especially have done is they've adopted that ethos and thought that's a really good banner to stand behind that. We're going to do X, Y, and Z and try and keep the UK Christian. What I'm saying is you don't need to do that. If you've got a good moral compass anyway, you don't need religion for it. I'm not knocking people who are religious. My mom was religious. I'm just saying it's great to have your own thoughts and your own ways of thinking.
That's the bit I was getting about. That's great to hear that.
Yeah.
So your mum was Christian, yeah. So like you again, be atheist. Don't believe. No one's trying to push it on you. No one's saying you can say everything that you want to say about it, but just respect the fact that like it's a thing. And like I say, to be honest, it ain't something that's ever gonna try and, like I said to you, ain't gonna have no effect on your life or bearings by not. But it might just be something that's around more. Like it wouldn't be a bad thing. You know what I mean? Like you say, it's not really going to bother you.
Have you ever read the Bible in full, Mr. In Between?
Again, I've said no. I've not read it. It doesn't really interest me now.
Okay. maybe if it did interest you and you read it a bit more, you'd have a bit more understanding of it. But I don't feel that we threw Christianity away. I think it was deliberately eroded from us.
By who?
I think from the governments and from the schoolings. So when I used to go to school, okay, you used to have morning prayers. You used to have an assembly. You know, you'd sing a couple of hymns.
Yeah.
You know, they took that away and started focusing on other religions.
Mm. What's wrong with that then? What would be the problem there?
Well, because they were deliberately eroding the belief in the Christian
But they were
faith.
bringing more. Yeah, but they were bringing more religions in. Surely that's a good thing to look at other religions.
Why did we need to know about other people's faiths if we had our own?
So you're not open to change.
Why would you need to if you had your own?
Why would you stick to one thing and look at and not want to look at others? Maybe you've got it wrong.
Why wouldn't that be a choice later on in life? Why would you need to take that choice? Why would you need to focus on all other religions except for the one that your country is founded on?
Because that makes no sense. Your country is, for one, your country shouldn't be getting involved in religion. The government should be getting involved in religion at all. It should be a secular thing, the government. It should involve no religion because it biases people against each other. If you're talking about when you was at school and, you know, you feel like nowadays that kind of religious education and that religious grouping, you know, singing hymns in the hall has been eroded in favour of bringing other religions in, I can't see why that would be an issue.
Well, the issue is it wasn't necessary unless they had a plan to bring in multiculturalism.
In terms of religion, you should be learning about other religions, because if you're just set in your ways and just thinking about your own religion, how can you be sure totally?
I'll agree with that too. It's like I won't sit here and say that I've read like the whole of the Quran, but I've like had a little flick through it and stuff.
Mm.
Same with the Talmud a little bit. I might even do it. I might actually read both of them back to back. So I can say I have, but I know you are right. There's nothing wrong with still looking into them, even if you've got your faith, you know, and you'll find a lot.
There's nothing wrong with looking into them, Bear, but why are our schools insisting on looking at other faiths when it's not necessary?
No, I agree with that. Like I said, right, so I had an incident recently, and listen to this. The school, right, so basically Mrs. comes down. She's like, Lynn's got a she's 6, yeah. They've told them that they've got a school trip. All right, what's this school trip? It's going to a I can't even remember the name of it, but it's some kind of Indian temple. Like
Gurdwara.
A Gurdwara, yeah, it's a Gurdwara, that's it. It's a Gurdwara. And basically, it said on this thing that basically for them to go, they've been invited to a Gurdwara, but they must cover their hair and they must take their shoes off. Now, the whole shoes thing didn't bother me because I'll be honest with you, if my kids were coming in any of your houses, I'd make them take the fucking shoes off, right? But the whole, you must cover your hair. It's like you're making my child at 6 years old adhere to your religion that you've invited 6-year-old children into. I don't agree with that. Plus, if at that age you're already talking about religion, why the fuck ain't you taking my daughter to a church? Because that's like where it should all start in our schools. And if that's like you're already at that age talking about religion to kids, then that's fine. But you start with their native religion, which is Christianity. But it doesn't need to be. So I said to the missus, you need to tell the school she's not going. I had to explain to my daughter because she's autistic. She registers things slightly. She's majorly autistic, but it's things like her emotions and actually struggle and registering things like the average person. Yeah. So that was hard because she just see it as a school trip because that's what they'd told them. Rather than first come to the parents, they'd already told the kids they're going on a school trip. But I said, no, you're going to have to go in. Then my missus coming home every day for about a week going, oh, this person's not going. All of a sudden the school has has pulled the trip, saying, "Oh no, something's come up." No, it isn't. It's because that many people have pulled out of it that you haven't actually got enough people now to go. Because people are waking up, man. I mean, it does help that I live on quite a patriotic estate. I'm not going to lie, but yeah.
I mean,
I don't agree with it.
To a school and no religion is taught there, I can even go along with that. I can say, yeah, okay, that's fair enough. But not to take away the core religion of the country that it's been founded on, and then start looking at all other religions. It's ridiculous.
But where's it been taken away? I don't understand.
In all schools.
So RE, religious education, they don't teach anything about Christianity.
They might do as a comparison in secondary school, but in primary school, they teach all other religions.
Is there some reports, some statistics I can look at for this? Because my missus, she's a teacher, and they have RE in school, and they teach all religions.
Oh yeah, I was about to say. By the way, I was just about to say, I'm not
for all schools for religious studies in this country.
I will correct myself.
Curriculum, yeah.
Yeah, I will correct myself and say, listen, I don't have an issue.
Religious education is a set curriculum in primary schools.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with my daughter learning about any other religion. If she's learning about other religions and it's in the classroom, I ain't got a problem with that. I really don't have a problem with it. But if you're inviting her to one of your places of worship, but then expecting a 6-year-old to adhere to your beliefs and when that's not her beliefs, that would go against her own beliefs by doing that, then no, she's not going.
But I'm thinking about what you're saying there, Bear, and I can sort of see what you're saying, but think about what you're saying. So your daughter was offered to go to, I'm assuming, like a mosque or somewhere. Is that correct?
A Gurdwara.
Yeah. Right. So in their religion, they would have a certain type
It's not Muslim, by the way. It's not Muslim, so no one can call me Islamophobic, right?
So your daughter would be asked to adhere to their certain customs of that religion. Surely that would be all that is learning about the way that religion operates.
She can learn that bit in a classroom. You can teach that bit in a classroom. She doesn't need to go there and actually go through with their practicing. She doesn't need to do that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's your decision as a parent, and that's absolutely your decision. For me,
no, I'm not saying I'd have been okay with it, but when she's first learning about it and the first trip they'd gone on was to a church, and then somewhere down the line there, maybe I might be a little bit, but no, straight like why? There's not even like this in India. Bro, like I said, I live on a very patriotic estate, yeah? You wouldn't have even got someone of colour on this estate, I'll be quite frank with you. Obviously, over time, that's changed slightly, but it's still very patriotic. And, and anyway, they pulled it, mate, because of parents, choosing not to send their kids there. So, I didn't actually feel even that bad in the end. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, actually, people are fucking waking up, or if maybe it is because of all this shit going on at the minute. But people were like, "No, my kid ain't going there."
Yeah,
I think people behave a lot to do with what they see and what
all the Muslim kids parents would have refused for them to go.
There's not a lot here. That's the point I was getting at. There's not even a lot of like Indian people on here. I've got Indian bloody neighbours right opposite me, right? But they're fucking raving Christians. More raving Christian than myself.
But you do want people. But you do want kids. You've got to want kids. If they're of a certain religion, whether they're in a minority or a majority, you've got to let them kids feel like they're part of the class, part of the school, and explore different things. And I believe if you stop talking,
that's why they need to learn about Christianity then, because again, they're a different culture here, where predominantly it's an ever culture. So what they need to do is, you just said about being made to feel welcome. So we'll welcome you to our churches, and we'll teach you about our way of living, so you know how to, as you get older, adhere and live to our way of living. It's kind of simple. It's not. This isn't like rocket science, and again.
That's what RE does. That's what religious education does. It takes all of the religions and it gives you snippets of all of them. So Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, all of the religions, and it will say, this is what these guys do, this is what those guys do, this is England, and predominantly...
Why do the children need to know that?
Why do they not need to know it?
Well, what good is it for them to know?
It's called education. That's education.
Yeah, but
I'll be honest, I didn't really need to know about it then.
To become...
And let's be honest, you two are both older than me, yeah, right? And let's be honest, when you were at school, you weren't learning about Islam. Don't tell me you were. You weren't really. It was all about Christianity, mate. It was definitely. I remember it when I was in school.
No, I went to a decent school and we learnt about all religions.
Yeah, we did. By the time we went to secondary school, don't get me wrong, you explored others and stuff. But primary school, 6 years older than that, no, bro, it should be fun. Right. So my kids, obviously, again, nursery, doing their first nativities. Do you know what? I've never seen, and they've been to different schools, by the way. They've had to been to one school, we've moved, so they've gone to another school. It's not just been one school, and every school. They've never actually done the traditional nativity. They've always put a twist to it or something to adhere to. Why? That's my religion. I actually find it kind of disrespectful. Like, that's not how the Bible tells it. That's not how it is. Like, and then the fact that you're like tweaking it and jazzing it up to fit and to adhere to everybody, and that's bullshit, man, because we're not doing it with any other religion. No other religion's willing to fucking do it, so why should we? If anything, Christians have been far too weak for far too long, and like I said, myself included, by not speaking about my faith and being like, yeah, I am, and like I say, man, people have been weak for far too long. We've allowed people to take the fucking piss and think that
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask both of you a question? Because you're both religious, obviously. Do you believe in the miracles of the Bible? Do you believe they actually happened?
What, things like him walking on water?
Walking on water, turning water to wine, loaves and fishes, the Red Sea parting, all that stuff. Do you believe that actually happened?
Some of the stories, and some of the stories are sort of like analogies. They're sort of like symbolic.
Yeah.
Which ones do you believe in then? Which ones do you believe happened?
So I believe that Moses did escape across the Red Sea. And there's even some sort of like archaeological evidence to say that might actually be the case.
You believed he put his hands up with his staff and he parted the Red Sea and they walked across?
Well, yeah, I do.
Okay.
There's actually archaeological evidence to suggest that the parting of the seas did happen in that certain area.
But is that due to a miracle happening on that day, due to God intervening?
Well, I would think the timing is the miracle.
The timing is a miracle.
The fact that the people actually got across and then,
could it be that they just got lucky that day? Timing. Could they have just got lucky that day?
They could have done, but they're pretty lucky people.
What else then? So we'll give you that one. We'll say that's correct. Then that was a genuine miracle. Give me another one that you believe in.
So I believe that the water into the wine probably did happen. That's alchemy.
So you believe that Jesus got like a jug of water, did like a David Copperfield over the top, and it turned into wine, or
no? That's your words.
So tell me what you think then. What do you think happened there?
I believe that there's probably a much longer story there, but he was able to transmute water into wine.
So he turned literal water into wine without any other substances being added, anything that, made
No,
wine.
I think there was probably other substances added.
So it wasn't a miracle then? He was just making wine?
Well, he made it enough that it was spreadable for all the people that were there.
So he had a vast amount of wine that he'd made?
No, he used the fruit and he used water and he made wine. And enough wine for everybody.
They're doing that in Italy, they're doing it in France, they're doing it in Australia. That's not a miracle.
But there you go then. So it's possible, yeah?
Making wine is possible, yeah, but turning water just by a miracle, some kind of magic, you can't make that.
Can you turn water into tea?
By adding ingredients, you can, yeah.
Can you turn water in? Exactly, my point.
So how can it be a miracle?
It's a miracle that he did enough for everybody.
Could he have had enough? Could he have had enough wine? Do you see what I'm getting at here?
No, he probably watered the wine down, but he made enough for everybody.
How is that a miracle?
Maybe wine wasn't a thing before. Who knows, right? Maybe he was like, "Hey, look, this is like Dragon's Den and that, right? And I got, I got this new shit on the block. Try this, guys. You know this water. I'm gonna put this in, and now it's wine. Try that."
The point I'm getting at here is when you're reading a book that tells you that some guy turned water into wine, that made loaves and fishes in abundance for everyone, just by
Wait, I'll be honest with you anyway. Like I say, I don't care if people mock me for it. I believe, I have to believe that those things happened, yes. I believe he turned water into wine. I believe he walked on water and all the other stuff that they talk about. Yes. May I be wrong? Quite possibly, bro. Quite possibly. Like, I mean, I've never seen anyone else do it, but then no one else is Jesus. So it's one of those. And like I say, I don't really usually even talk about religion. It's just quite funny that we're doing it, actually. But like I say, my beliefs don't encroach on anyone else's life. Like you said, you didn't even know I was Christian, bro, because we'd never had a conversation about it. Yeah, it's not something to go putting in everyone's face. It's not like I don't need to do that. Do you know what I mean?
I've got zero against anyone who's religious. I just think that education and rational thinking and logic have to win out in the end. You can believe what you want, but at the end of the day, evidence and science is everything. It's what you're made of. It's what everyone's made of. We can believe about some kind of entity in the sky. You can pray as much as you want. There's nothing wrong with that. But to start living your life by these things and looking to
it helps, man. It helps. Listen, if you don't have to, God fucking bless you that you don't, and maybe it comes naturally. And as much as you can tell me you're atheist and anti-theist or whatever, yeah. Listen. That's fine, but whether you like it or not, you actually adhere to most fucking Christian values, I'm pretty sure, bro. From what I know of you, you do. Whether we know it or not, you actually do. So it's not really an issue anyway, buddy, you know? Like, and that just comes again with your culture, your thing. Like I say, you don't have to believe it. It's just a part of us, it's identity, it's our shit. That's the way it should be. It's always been that way, and it should stay that way.
Yeah. So for me, the whole story about the water into wine is basically symbolic. Like I said to you earlier, some of the stories are meant to be taken literally, and some of them are symbolic. And
how do you know? How do you know he didn't have a higher power and could do that?
And that was a symbolic story. Well, it's supposed to show you that you can change it, that Jesus and faith in God.
Okay, so what about healing people? Do you think he could heal someone?
Yeah, I do believe that he healed people. Yeah.
But what do you mean by healing people then, Jubes? Do you mean by the laying on of hands, making people rise?
Yeah, the laying of touch.
Yeah,
the laying of touch.
There's no evidence for that. But there'd be no evidence for that. That's the problem. That's the problem with religion. When
I absolutely believe that he heals people. Absolutely.
Well, you have faith he has that, and you believe that he has that power, or did have that power. But there's nothing solid backing it up.
Yeah, but that's what faith is.
No, you're right. There's some of it. There is like I don't know right now. I'd have to go away, do a bit of Googling, but I definitely know there are certain things that point towards maybe some of the Bible at least being true from artifacts and stuff that have been found.
Historical bits to it, absolutely. There's some historical bits to the Bible that would have been correct at that time, but there would also have been a lot of bullshit as well in that book. A lot.
Yeah, possibly Chinese whispers and all that.
I don't doubt over the eons that people have changed parts of the writing, mistranslated, or I'll give you that.
Again, some Christians might not agree with me, especially the ones that know it, like really studied Christianity. But for me, I don't really focus too much in the Bible on the stuff that was like in the past and of those times. I just kind of adhere to and try to be better at the things that I can take from the Bible that are still relevant to my day-to-day life.
Yeah, it's very philosophical.
And like I say, it has helped me. I don't care what anyone says, and when I've got my head switched on and I actually fucking like am interested, and every now and again pick up the book and I watch a lot of videos as well. Suggest maybe some people do that, but again, I don't want to seem like I'm pushing my shit. But yeah, like anyone that thinks I just talk shit, there's some people that speak really good sense about Christianity. They can articulate it very well.
As a work of literature, the Bible's really interesting. It's a really interesting book, but I think what's happened is it's been adopted over however many thousands of years it's been out. It's been adapted. It's been interpreted. It's been bastardized. It's been treated as something that really.
Of course, it has. Listen. Like the Church of England only come about because fucking what? Henry VIII wanted to fucking kill his wife, right?
He wanted more wives.
More wives and wanted to murder them off. Like, that's the truth of it. But yeah, like I say, it's not for everyone, mate. It's not for everyone.
I would agree with you. There's probably stuff that should have been put in and stuff that shouldn't even be in the Bible. But that was down to the men that weren't perfect. No human being is perfect. So the Council of Nicaea, when they decided all that stuff, that's when the problems happened. But probably even before that, you might have had.
Also, when someone wrote that book, like, 'cause that's a good point. Like, someone's asking, dear atheists, since you're an atheist, do books create themselves? Obviously, they don't. Yeah. Do you really think someone sat back all that time ago, started writing a book, thinking, "I'll write this book because in over 2,000 years' time, it's still going to be relevant and everyone's going to be following it"? Do you think that was like they're in? So they've got like, that's why I started thinking like books don't create themselves, do they? And as much as like, I don't know, like.
I want to jump down. Don't you think the Fibonacci series and all stuff like that actually proves there's a creator?
How does it prove there's a creator?
Because there's a blueprint to life.
How did it manage to stick around? How did that book, that one fucking book, manage to stick around? Find me a book as old as that like stuck around, man. And people, no, it's not as old as Christianity.
It's came way after. Very old book. It's a very old book.
Came way after though. Came way after.
Let's have a look.
Remember, he is a false prophet after all.
Yeah, beware false prophets. The Quran came a lot later. And the funny thing is, the Bible was written, well, the Gospels were written 30 years after Jesus' death. There were 600 years between the alleged Muhammad's death and the writings of the Quran.
I'm reading it now. There's tons of religious books. There's the Sumerian mythologies. That's a religious book. The ancient Egyptian religious writings. That's an ancient book. Early Jewish scripture. That was before the Bible. Hebrew scripture before the Bible. Dead Sea Scrolls before the Bible. Early Christian texts were all before the Bible. So yeah. So
I'm already aware of that.
Yeah. But wait, on that note, guys, I am going to stop because I got work in the morning. It's like nearly 2 o'clock. It kills me every time I do it.
Basically based on what the Jewish believe.
But Mr. Imbertine, go find Jesus in your life, bro.
I'm going to find him in the biscuit barrel.
Or I don't know, like if you ever get bored, man. I mean, like we've all read some shit, haven't we? Let's be honest. Yeah, we've all fucking wasted some time that we think, that's some time I ain't getting back. You ever got that kind of time again? Maybe just, I don't know, have a little read through the Bible and see what you think. Like you said, you haven't really read it. What's the harm? You know what I mean?
I'll probably go back to reading Bravo 20 by Andy McDowell.
I tried, and that's as much as I'll try.
You did your absolute best.
Yeah. Well, thanks anyway for coming on, guys. I appreciate it.
It's been an interesting conversation.
It's been a really good chat. Actually, I've enjoyed it.
Nice to meet you, Jukes. And you I didn't.
And don't get you haven't. Nobody upsets me without me. If you did, I would have been ranting. I weren't ranting, but and I would probably have gone right out of character and told you all about yourself, but I didn't. So, what do we call it? No, I enjoyed it, and I think that I just get very passionate, and sometimes it comes across as me belittling, but it's not. It's just I get passionate.
No, I appreciate that, mate. No worries at all.
All right, take care. Thank you.
Take care, guys. Thanks.
In a bit.
Thanks.
In a bit, guys.
Some guys.
Oh, I get it.
So I'll remove you. Sound anyway, guys. Appreciate you all sticking about. Hope you enjoyed the conversation tonight and some of the topics that we spoke about. Roy, big up yourself, mate. Don't take any offence either to me raising my voice earlier. I weren't falling out. Just, geez. That's all. It was early, man. We'd only just started and we're like already like going at each other. So I've got nothing but love for you, Roy, bruv. Nothing but love. Hey, Trigger Christian, appreciate it. Winner, appreciate you. Roy. DP, not Phil McHunt. That's some name. Yeah, appreciate you, Skyworks. I appreciate everyone actually, even if there's people in here maybe, like I say, who have been here saying different or oppose my views. That's fine. Like I say, it'd be a really boring world, wouldn't it, if we all believed the same thing and we all lived in an echo chamber. But yeah, take care, guys, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace.